Hi friends, good evening, and this is Ankit, your host, joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly joining us from North Carolina. Namaste, Kimberly. Good evening, good morning to America, and good morning to the world. And today's podcast is Thursday, so we have great podcasters lining up for our long discussion about how the podcast industry is going up, and so there's a fact, Kimberly, that during the lockdown, 25% more podcasters are live on different podcasting studios. They don't know what to do, so they have started podcasting.
Oh, let me tell you, it has not just created a problem on the internet for podcasters, it's created a problem for all networking,
Yeah,
period. And it has become an overload because remember, no matter what, we always go through what? The original backhaul,
yeah.
right? So even if you're going to a Wi Fi network, somewhere it routes into what? A switch. Hey, what's
Hi.
up, Sarah,
Hi.
please? How are
How
you
are
doing
you?
today?
Good, good. It's my 9th wedding anniversary today, so I'm
Wow.
really pleased.
Wow, so many
Happy
blessings.
anniversary.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
Happy
you.
anniversary. Are you going to
Thank
go
you.
someplace special in Hong Kong while you're there?
We had because there's a restaurant outside which is run by my landlord, very good quality. So we had some food out there and some wine, and then Flo's got off to sleep. So
Well, congratulations.
thank
That's
you.
right. It's evening time for our friends here. But wow, what a great way to just celebrate. And in America, we can't do that. We can't go to a restaurant, but we could do drive-through. But, but,
No, this is we are the regulars out there. We go there very often, and there weren't too many people, so just the two of us, and then there was another couple with their little daughter, small girl, and uh, that was it. So we had not too many people in the restaurant. They have an outdoor section also, so it's quite okay. They cook well. He's trained. He lived in the Netherlands for some time, and so he's trained in European food. So we had some nice spaghetti bolognese and some fish and stuff, and then some white wine. So
wow. Well,
yeah,
congratulations. Oh, cheers. I love good news like this. And, I mean, and look at you smiling and so happy. And, well, of course, you've had a little bit of celebration. You've got
yes,
to be happy. And, folks, this is a time of celebration too. Just because we're locked down doesn't mean you can't have a happy moment.
yes,
I mean,
yes,
I
yes.
hope people are having a lot of happy moments. I hope lockdown meant that you got to do some things you've always wanted to do, you never got to
Yes.
do. And,
So
and
But
both my
we will
sisters are
celebrate.
teachers.
We will celebrate together after the pandemic. I think we have to celebrate at a place where we all get together and do the celebration, because it's been a long journey of this pandemic, and we are
Long
still
journey, yes.
surviving and alive.
we'll
So
celebrate everyone's birthday. We'll celebrate everyone's anniversary. We'll celebrate any births. We're going to have one big celebration. We're going to do it in India, but we're going to do it like a wedding. So we can just celebrate all week.
yeah,
That's what
Yes.
I want to do. I want to have this big party, and I'm going to say it's a wedding, but it's a wedding of just all of us together, right?
Yeah.
That we're all bonded together into a one unity and world, and it's because of you guys that we've been able to celebrate these moments and not be depressed. It'd be so easy just to sit at home and do what? Nothing, and not share the good news, right? I'll tell you what's interesting is our temperatures. It is the bizarrest thing. Like today, it is as cold as it would be in March. And, usually by
Wow.
this time of the year, it's so hot and warm and sticky. It's you're going, oh my God, June's coming. And but the garden's growing really big because the seeds are getting warm. While our garden's just still kind of budging along. I'm sure some people have got bigger gardens, but it's cold this morning. And it was cold last night. But Anakin and I want to get back on the subject of what's going on technically. So I want people to understand that we are overflown with using the bandwidth. That's probably why we were experiencing some outages. But no, it's not just us, okay, or anyone on YouTube. Somebody called me and told me even the networks. And this is what people have to understand. Even though broadcasting networks go through certain sources that seem like they're separate and independent, eventually, if you're going to backhaul something into the internet, we're all using the internet. I don't care what anyone says. We're all using that telephone line that goes underground and into the network switch. And not all of it's fiber. Not all of it's designed to carry the level of bandwidth usage that we're doing. So, hi, Alexander. We will get you on. So anyway, so the situation is we also have hackers out there, and the hackers have designed things that go out and drive data usage up. That's what they do. So they're also causing part of the problem. But someone shared with me the other day, Kim, we're having so much problems that whenever we reach 50,000 viewers, we have technical difficulties or we drop. So we've been experiencing the same thing. StreamYard has been working with us, and a couple of other people have been working with us to help fix the problem. But at the end of the day, it might not happen, because unless you install bigger bandwidth technology, that is just not going to happen. How can we fix it? We can especially if it's hackers, we can each go into our own private cloud servers if you have cloud servers, and you can take a look at your data usage. If your data usage looks like odd, like it's going up and down or spiking in certain days, and you're not using it that much right now, go in and clean it up. Change all of your passwords and talk to the server engineers and ask them to clean off whoever's in there that shouldn't be in there. They know how to do it. Don't try to do it all by yourself, because you might open up more doors for them. So make sure you contact your server, customer service department, and work through it. Just say, look, I see a lot of data usage. I know it's not me. Can you help me clean the hacker off? So there's just various other things that we can do. Clean all the apps off of your computer. There are a lot of apps that are designed to go out there and generate more usage. I've even had an app go on my computer, and they told me I had to update my computer, and I've decided not to do it, but it's been a fight between me and the app that wants to go on my computer from Apple. And it's, got like 60 gigs. I don't want 60 gigs of data transferring onto my computer. So those are some things going on. Maybe Apple and some of the other app companies need to back off a little bit and don't do any more updates right now. That could be a good request. Let's just wait until COVID's over, or take turns. Maybe the companies need to talk to each other. Go ahead, Ankit.
There is one more thing. We need to also guide or share the best practices how to use good internet, because a lot of people, they just use internet and they're not watching it or they're not using it, but a lot of tabs and a lot of things are opening up. They might be consuming a lot of videos on Netflix or YouTube, and it's going in a loop basically, and that also have a lot of problems running around.
Okay.
So and again, it could be our own devices too, like Ankit said. That clean all of your devices so that they're not chewing up. Like I said, Apple keeps sending me this thing. You have to have this. You have to have this. No, I don't want it, and it would use up all this bandwidth to download it. It was basically trying to force me to take it. So, I want to ask that we all reach out, if we can, to our, providers to not generate new apps right now or send us updates right now. Just let's calm down.
It's just crazy. Apple's got this new OS operating system called Catalina or something like that, and it's a disaster. And so I haven't upgraded. I refuse to upgrade it. And I belong to a group, Mac users group, refuse to upgrade it. And we're having problems in Hong Kong too. You're getting the reverberation again? Oh dear.
No, it's. I think it's Kim's system, because I'm not getting it now. Are you getting something reverse back, Rakesh ji?
I can hear a little bit of gravelly kind of voice.
Right now or before that? Right
just,
now, can you hear
just
something?
about 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, because that was I think Kim system. Let's check one more time. Kim, can you say something?
Yes, I'm. It seems like mine's fine.
It's fine. I can hear her well.
But you guys are popping and jumping, so
Ah.
I don't know what it is.
So I'll tell you what happened. Basically, when I mute you, we are not listening that voice. We're not getting that voice.
When you mute me,
Yeah, I'll try one more time. I'll try one more time. Rakesh ji,
Okay.
so let's test it now. So yeah, can you hear me now,
Okay.
Rakesh ji? Well,
Very clear.
very clear, no
Very
problem.
clear. Now it's perfect. Now it's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Off
let's
late,
Kimberly.
normally Hong Kong is perfect in terms of
yeah.
bandwidth and things like that. And but off late, I've been finding my WhatsApp dropping off. I have it on my computer as well as on the phone.
No, I'll
And
tell you. For WhatsApp, there is a different problem. So WhatsApp problem is that you are consuming a lot of data on your phone, and you are not removing the cache. So as the WhatsApp requires regular backup, and also the system which we are using, there are multiple apps opening up on the mobile phone as well. So if you try to do that and try to power off your whatever device you are using for some time, it will vanish. I mean, the problem gets cleared up.
Okay, I'm just seeing. Yeah, I'm going to knock off quite a few. I usually knock off all my apps. I don't keep the pages open.
But try to
But my WhatsApp.
power it up for 5 minutes in 24 hours,
Very well.
and that will
Okay.
help removing all those temporary memories and things like that.
Yeah. Okay.
I remember when
I back up my cache. I back up my WhatsApp cache. I do that regularly. I get a notice to do that. But
So I found a culprit trying to reopen. I deleted and removed all the apps on my. I don't understand Apple. Like it doesn't allow me to delete things like I do on my other computer. But I forced quit a lot of things yesterday, like Zoom. But today everything's back up again, even though I went this morning
But now you're fine. Before, I mean,
because I
couple
just
of minutes.
forced quit it again. So it keeps coming up. So I've got this stuff coming up going, it's going to turn it back on whether I want it to or not. And then I have to go in and force quit it. So it's the apps. All of this is apps driving our network. So don't mean to be grumpy, people. I'm not an Apple fan, but because I just don't know how to use it. But we got it.
You could change the startup configuration so
I'll
that
have
it
to work
doesn't.
on that after the show. I will definitely work on that. So just to let you guys know, we got Sasha. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
He's been a good fan and texting us while but Sasha, we have been experiencing. You didn't want to be on this week. The technology sound has just been horrible.
I was trying yesterday, and I figured it out.
It was
oh my
it
God.
hurt my ears. And God love everybody who's been on our show because they're great talkers. But I kept saying, just text to me and I'll repeat it, because every time they tried to talk, it was off the charts. Even though I had removed everything, I think we all just need to make sure everything's off of our own desktops. Again, it tried to sneak in on mine today. So, but welcome. How are you doing? Tell us about Canada.
Listen, Canada is doing comparatively to other countries quite well. And actually, on Monday, we're opening stores, retail stores. However, you cannot go in. You can tell what you want to buy, and people will bring you whatever you want to buy. You pay, and here we go. So I don't know. If I buy something in the store, I want to really see it, touch it. I can't figure out how can I buy something without even seeing that, and so it's just a challenge. But I think it still gives a chance. But you know what? The stores really have to manage so well what they're doing, because even if they will open, it's on my end, some problems. So even if they so even if they open, and the people will not like this type of procedure to just bring me that dress, what color, what size, I can't imagine how it's going to work. But listen, at least it gives a choice. So those people who don't want to open the stores, they will not open. Those people who want to open the stores, they will open it at least to try. So it gives them a fighting chance. It gives them something to look forward to. Also, people are getting sick and tired staying at home, so they will go to. Oh, by the way, it's only stores with traffic going from the street. If they're in the malls, they're still closed. You can't open those stores in the malls. So I don't know. It's interesting. I'm much more interested to know when the hairdressers will open their salons because that's what I badly need. That's it for my niece. Maybe I will have to wear this in a couple of days because otherwise it will be terrible. So I don't know how to handle that. But I'm surprised at my age. I have so many hair growing. How does it work? It's it's impossible. But anyway, that's what's happening. So Canada is doing quite well. I'm worried really about my daughter's friends in Florida. He is working there for a number of years and he became American citizen. Then something funny happened. Before he became American citizen, he was Canadian citizen. He traveled to Cuba and he fell in love with a Cuban girl. Everybody says how pretty she is, but I never seen her. But let's trust that she is very, very pretty, and she has fantastic figure, and it's just the best things since sliced bread. Okay, let's assume that. So slowly and surely, he's doing very well. He's in IT business, so he has very good position in a large corporation. And slowly he brought her to Florida, then her parents, then her brother, then they have already 2 kids. And I think they're bringing still every year, they're bringing somebody else. Guess what? All of them got sick with coronavirus. All of them, whole family. They all lived together and everybody was infected. And believe it or not, they got out of it. But it was very, very hard experience. And they had a very high fever, like 40 Celsius, for more than a week. And he told my daughter that he thought that he will never make it. That's how horrible it was. But anyway, they're much better now. But that's now cleared up a lot of things. In fact, it has to be cleared out whether he has immune, is he immune now to a new virus infections or not? What about the family? So anyway, they're all staying home now. They're in horror, but they're alive, and hopefully they got over it. It's not very pleasant story.
But Sasha, I think cases in Canada and Russia are also picking up since I think late April and initial May, because I can see a lot of spike up in cases both in Canada and Russia. So by South America, Brazil, Peru, Mexico. So I'm not sure, but I believe that we are not doing the best practices and we are not learning from other countries, especially South Korea, Hong Kong, Macau. So and that's what happens because these countries get a lot of time to evacuate or to isolate themselves. But it's sad to see those people dying every day. And I don't know. Why can't we lock down, or why can't we do a lot of steps which you can take easily, because it's happening. It's in December,
Well,
and we have a lot of time doing it. Yes, Kim.
I want to interject here for a second too, because they keep talking about we're just going to have to sacrifice a lot of people in order to rebuild the economics. So we're going to have to accept there's going to be a lot of deaths. And I'm going to try to pull that article up. And I'm like, why do we have to accept there's going to be deaths when Hong Kong has the blueprint and footprint that is already successful? They had 4 deaths since the beginning of this. All right. Their increase of infectious rates were very low. And the reason is they not only tested people right away, but they started tracing back their steps. They didn't just test, they traced back the steps and they contained the problem immediately. They labeled buildings where people were, not so that you could go get rid of them, but so that you could probably avoid the building or be smart for yourself, but be respectful. So Hong Kong has the blueprint. Why are we not using it? Number two, we sent out $1,200 stimulus checks to a lot of people in this country. A lot of people. Now, the test kits that we could send to get everyone tested in the whole country are $10 each. So why didn't we buy the test kits at $10 each? There's a bunch of them. They're all over the world being manufactured right now. Why are we not buying them in the masses of volumes and sending those out instead of a stimulus check? Then you can figure out who has it, who doesn't, contain the problem, and keep people back in work. Okay, $10 a kit versus $1,200 a check. What is wrong with this picture? What is? So I'm sorry, Ankit.
Okay, Kim,
Jack,
this is how it should work. Okay, you send people $1,100 check and a kit. Once they do this, they will get another $100. Okay, so people will have motivation to do the test, right? That should work. But yeah, but I agree with your point. What, why would you invent a bicycle when it's been invented already a long time ago? If Hong Kong proved that's how it works, unless you have a refutation of that and nobody has, you just follow what Hong Kong did and that's it. I mean, it's way much more complicated to do in a country like the United States. I agree with that. But if that works, why at least try that?
We have a very high population density, and still, we're managing. So, well, it's not so much the case in most of USA. New York is a different story, but most of USA, you don't have that population density. You should be able to manage it.
No, but it's not about the population. It's all about the land area. I mean, you have to cover a bigger land in US and in India and other countries.
That's why I'm saying density.
And Hong Kong is very well planned as compared to other countries. We all know about that. So planning and execution is more important in this pandemic rather than just talking about density, because I think density can be manageable if we have good planning. That's what happening in different states in India. A lot of states they don't have any symptoms. There is no quarantine in a lot of states, but a lot of states is having a problem because of poor planning and because of a lot of other issues. In the meantime, I would like to invite our special guest, Leta Brooks, joining us today on Podcast of Thursday. Hi. Good morning. How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm having
Hi, how are
trouble
you?
hearing everyone's audio. I'm only catching one or two people. Sorry about that.
That's
I
fine. No
can't
problem.
even hear our host. But hello.
Can you hear me?
I'm here.
can you hear me now? Miss Brooks,
Leta,
can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
All right.
Just surprised, Amina. Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear Sasha? Can you say something? Sasha just looks up and gives me that look and is like, okay. So while we try to get some of the get Dr. Is it Dr. Brooks, Status Life with Leta?
She's a podcaster and she does a lot of podcasting about
Okay.
lifestyle, about
All right. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave the studio and see if it cleans up. You guys keep the conversation going. Let me know if it cleans up. And I'm just going to continue cleaning out my computer because something's in there. So, but let me know if it fixes the problem. Okay.
Sure. Yes, Leta, can you hear me now? Leta, can you hear me? I think she needs to rejoin. Rakeshji, can you repeat? Because I think she's not able to hear me.
Okay, can you hear me, Leta?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay.
And I can hear Alexander, but I couldn't catch the other two.
Okay.
Is it possible if you can rejoin it? I mean, leave it and rejoin again. That might work sometimes, basically.
I'm sorry, I can't hear Ankit at all. I can see him moving, but I can't hear him.
He's requested you to leave the show and join back because
Okay.
sometimes that's what he's requested just
Okay,
now.
thank you. Yes, I'll try.
You're welcome.
Maybe it's something to do that she's from the she's using a cell phone, and
That's
maybe
what it is. Yeah. But fortunately, we are having a lot of issues since couple of days, and every issue is different from the other, and that's what we are figuring it out. Yesterday was a difficult day. We are facing a lot of issues, and also there are a lot of news about cyber threats to US and UK, especially to medical practitioners. So we were amazed what's happening around, and it was a difficult day, but we tried to manage it out. I was with the support team on StreamYard discussing what's the issue and how we can sort it out. So they were also having some problems with their servers because they're not able to stream it properly, and so was a lot of other things. So I think that I'm not sure, but there might be some issues with Kim's laptop, or maybe a bandwidth issue, or maybe multiple issues running at the same point of time. Because that's what's happening right now. I think I can hear everyone else, and I can't see the reverse voice coming. What about you, Sasha? Is it clear at your end?
Hear you.
Oh, well, I was surprised. I got yesterday email from Kim suggesting to go on a conference with Zoom.
Yeah.
I was trying, but nobody was on the Zoom, so I figured out that you're back on this.
So Zoom is a backup option
Yeah.
for us, basically. Zoom is a backup. Once this is not working, then we'll shift to Zoom. But we wanted to stay here and stay because this is much more appropriate, and this is what we have set it up since a while now. And this is working fine. There might be some bandwidth issues, so that's why the problem arises. I'll just invite later again.
Yeah, I see.
Hello.
Okay, can you hear us?
Hi, I can hear now.
Okay, very
Wow.
good, very good.
I think because of you, you're using your mobile phone, so maybe that's why there might be an issue.
Okay.
Which browser you are using? Which browser you are using?
Safari.
Okay. Safari should work, but there might be, because generally we use Chrome. But are you on an iPhone or an Android phone?
iPhone.
iPhone. So an iPhone Safari works generally, but okay, might be a problem with some kind of a thing. Anyway, so welcome to ITV Podcasters Thursday, and our viewers would like to know more about you and what you do and how you have started.
Sure.
Yeah.
So my name is Lita, and I live just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm an entrepreneur. So I have 4 separate companies. I own an interior design firm. I have a large 12,000 square foot retail store. And I was actually asked to do a podcast. I was brought on to another podcast in the Atlanta area, and it's produced by Business Radio X. That's the platform. So I was there to be a guest to talk about my businesses. And during that, that's where really the idea was born for me to do a podcast. So that's the platform I'm on, and it's going really well. It's called Status Life with Lita, and it's really a lifestyle podcast. We talk about interior design, heartfelt stories, just meaningful. We talk about weight loss. I mean, anything under the lifestyle category. That's, faith. That's what Status Life with Lita is. I'm a storyteller, and I like to bring on guests with good, heartfelt, meaningful stories.
Wonderful. Good to know.
So I heard when I joined, the discussion was about Corona. Is that correct? So I am recovering from the coronavirus. I'm one of the unlucky ones. I was diagnosed on March 23rd, and it took a solid 4 weeks to feel better. So
what medicine
a challenge.
did you take to feel better?
Medicine or therapy you are following? I mean,
the medicine?
Yeah.
None. There was nothing. The only thing that they told me to take was Tylenol. It took 11 days for me to get my test results. So for 11 days,
Really?
It gets worse and worse. It's exactly like they say on TV. If you haven't had it, it sits in your lungs and it's very difficult to breathe. That dry cough when I would move around. Low grade fever, my fever never got over 100, but extreme fatigue. I mean, I could sleep 10, 12, 15 hours a day. I couldn't stay awake. So again, and it was a very, very, very slow recovery, but medicine, they said, take vitamin C. And at the end, I was still not getting better, even at day 15 and 16. And they said, you can take kind of a cough suppressant, but that was it. There's nothing else that they gave me.
But when did you realize that you have the symptoms of corona, and what you did after that?
So I realized I woke up on a Monday morning and I had body aches. I was just very uncomfortable. And then I had, throughout the day, developed a low-grade fever. It was just about 100. And I was extremely tired. I have 2 small children, and I fell asleep trying to help them with their schoolwork, which is not like me at all. And so I called, a friend had given me the urgent care. You call a coronavirus urgent care line in my area, and they put you through just on the phone, a questionnaire. Based on how you answer that questionnaire, they sent me to one of those drive-through facilities where you just drive up in your car. They tested me for the flu first, and I tested flu negative. So then they tested for corona. But it still took 11 days. So in that 11 days, 7 days were very mild. The first 7 days were only fatigue, body ache. I had a lot of sinus trouble. My ears hurt. I thought I probably just had a sinus infection. But then on the 7th day, it went from here in my sinuses into my chest. And that's when I knew. And then I got really sick. So it was a week of very mild symptoms and then a week of more severe. You have to sleep elevated. The doctor told me, do not lay flat. Do not lay your lungs flat. So you're sleeping, on an angle. But the headaches were very, very severe. It was very uncomfortable. So you're exhausted, horrible headaches, hard to breathe. And it was it was about 7 days of that severity of the symptoms. And then it was 2 weeks of getting better, probably 10% better every day. And it lingers. I mean, when you're in that 2 weeks and you're not getting better at a rapid rate, it's very frustrating. So it was 4 weeks from start to finish.
Wow.
So do you feel that you recovered 100%? Do you feel 100% like before the coronavirus? How do you feel now? Do you feel that you recovered 100% from coronavirus?
Are you 100% out of coronavirus? I mean, are you
Yes.
negative now?
Yes. So they won't retest because there's not enough tests available. But I feel 100%. Yes. So the doctor told me, and I know that there's conflicting information about this. He told me on the phone, you're good. You beat it. There's nothing to worry about. I now have the antibodies in my system because I was corona positive. I have heard, people say, no, that's not true. You can get it again. I feel good though. So again, I don't know what a test would show, but I don't have any symptoms. They told me that you are not contagious 3 days after your last fever. And that was weeks ago. That was probably 6 weeks ago. So I don't feel scared. My business is opening. Of course, my small business, we've been shut down this whole time, and we're getting ready to open the doors. And so, I've been back to work in that capacity. I've been around people. The fear is gone. And I will say this, when you have corona, the emotional and the anxiety is just as bad as the physical symptoms. And it is terrifying because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if that is the night that you're going to need the respirator. I never went to the hospital, but it is still very, very scary. So all of that is gone. I feel 100% better. The anxiety is gone, getting back to work. So I don't know what a test would show, though, if I still have it.
And what kind of symptoms you have been facing since the pre-corona testing and post-corona testing? And also, did anyone discuss you about immunity, how to boost immunity, how to create more immunity, or I mean, how you can fight it out with corona, because I think immunity is one of the biggest factor. Dealing with coronavirus.
So, with specific to the immunity, and this was on day 15 when they put you on a 14-day quarantine. So on day 15, I was not better. I was still very, very sick on day 15. So we called the urgent care nurse again, and she said at that point, go get vitamin C. She said that vitamin C really helps. Of course, it builds immunity, and it sounds like common sense, but she said they're seeing it help coronavirus patients. I went and sat out in the sun for the vitamin D. I know, again, these are common sense things, but I put all of them together. I take vitamins. I doubled up on my vitamins, just anything that I could think of to build immunity. And compared to corona, I feel like I had a pretty mild case. So, low-grade fever. And again, I didn't need the hospital, and I didn't have to be put on a respirator. So the vitamin C, regular vitamins, go sit out in the sun, get the vitamin D. Those are all ways we boost immunity anyways, but that was what the nurse told me specific to corona to go do. And you asked about the symptoms before and after. I mean, I feel now just as I did before. I feel 100%. I'm starting to exercise again. That took a long time because it's in your lungs. I mean, even, again, my two small children, we would try to take a walk, and that was very laboring for me, just to walk around my neighborhood and get fresh air. You could still, it attaches. It attaches to your lungs, and it does not want to let go. So, but now I'm back to normal. I'm starting to, again, even exercise and push my body to those kind of limits. So I'm pretty sure that it's gone because I feel so much better.
And you live with your children basically. So how you protected your children because you have that virus and it spread it across? What kind of precautions? Yeah.
That's a good question. I asked my doctor that when he called on day 11. So I had been in the house very sick with my children. They are 8 and 11. And he said, you have to assume that your children have it. And he said and even the night that I went to the drive-through clinic for the test, I was very upset. I was very scared. I was very emotional. And I said to the doctor, what about my kids? They're at home. And he said, he was very kind of, don't worry, the kids will not be affected. Don't worry about your kids. Even if they've been exposed, they're not going to be affected. And they never were. And I know they were exposed to it. They were here. They were helping me and caring for me, and they never got sick. And also my fiance, he was here with me the whole time, and he never showed any symptoms. And so the doctor said, yes, 80% of people have this and will never show any symptoms. So that's a big number. So whatever you're seeing on the news, those are only people getting tested. 80% higher actually carry this virus.
So, to my surprise, doctors never told you to isolate or quarantine yourself with your family?
Only with my family. That's it, because they had already been exposed. So they told me to isolate, but not from my family. So I wasn't put in a room with the door shut. We just stayed in the house for 4 weeks while I was getting better. But I was around the kids.
But did you try to follow the physical distancing and using the mask and protecting yourself, all those things within the home as well?
Before I got sick, I was doing all of those things. I closed my retail business. We had been sheltered in place, and for some reason, I came down with it, and no one else around me. I don't know anyone else who was sick. I don't know where I caught it from or whom. I have no idea. And it could have been Derek, my sweetie. He would go to the grocery store or the post office, but he never got sick. So he could have been the carrier, and it just never affected him like it did me.
No, but I'll tell you what happened. So there's a study that a lot of people having mild corona symptoms, and if they follow the right practices, taking Tylenol and things like that, they get rid of that symptom. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people, those carriers were mild corona symptoms, and after a point of time, they realized that they had corona. And there's a testing going on in US, especially on the pregnant women who are about to deliver. They are just trying to check whether they had previous symptoms of corona, because they are giving a birth to a newborn. Mm-hmm. So a lot of lot of women came across and the doctors realized that they had some kind of mild symptoms, but it's all vanished. And there are a lot of stories around that people having coronavirus and they were positive, but they use the homely medicines and Tylenol and just wait for a right time and try to fight it out using their internal immunity, and they are get rid of coronavirus. But it requires a lot of mental support, mental health, your family support, and a lot of good food and vitamins to make sure that you are doing good. Because people who are fit, they can only fight it out. But people who are already having some kind of problems, or they have a chronic disease, or they have some kind of disease going around, they are having a tough time fighting with this pandemic, basically. That's what
Yeah.
that's
I
what
can see why. I'm very healthy. I'm a vegetarian. I'm young. I'm actually a kidney donor. And what made me a good candidate to give a kidney is because I'm so healthy. And yet, I suffered. Again, I had 1 week that was pretty severe, but overall, I think it was pretty mild. It was 3 weeks of very mild symptoms, manageable. Just 1 week where it really affected me, almost like the flu. It takes a minute to get over it. But all those things that you just said, that's all you can do. You take Tylenol. And what was really interesting, when I was sick, all I wanted was salad. It's like my body was craving those nutrients, and which is weird. That's not comfort food. You think when you're sick, you want something else. And I was eating a ton of greens, a ton of vegetables. That's all I wanted. So,
but I think so. Whatever you are saying, I can just realize one thing, that you are a strong personality and you have a strong mind. That's why you are following all those best practices, and that's why you wanted the salads and you wanted the right practices. Because people who have strong personalities and especially a stable mind, they can do anything.
Well, thank you. Yes.
I think instinctively your body realized it needed more iron, so that's why the salad came up. Because that's where it sort of destroys your alveoli, where your gas exchange happens. So you need more efficient red blood cells. So that's why the body was asking you to keep going for salad, because that's full of iron.
And that's interesting you said that, because I only have one kidney, and your kidneys are what produce your red blood cells. So I bet my body was trying very hard
bone marrow and your kidneys both produce red blood cells. So it's very, very interesting that you listen to your body. That's really amazing.
Yeah, there was, friends were bringing food, and everyone's trying to help, and they would bring, pizzas, and I was like, just bring me a salad. That's all I want. So,
So let's talk about Status Life with Leta. So
Okay.
what is life all about, and how you already tell that how you have started, but what kind of podcasting you are doing, and also tell us something about your business.
Sure. Okay. So this has been a lot of fun. So Status Life with Leta, that is the podcast. And again, it's a lifestyle podcast. It is meant to be a place of storytelling. I bring on guests who have really good stories. Everybody's been through something. And for example, my last guest, I brought on a fellow kidney donor, and she donated a kidney to a complete stranger. And that is something that I think, would really hit with a lot of people. A lot of people wouldn't do that. She just saw a flyer in a karate studio and decided to donate a kidney. And since then, she has started a nonprofit trying to match kidney donors with organs and tell their stories. So the Status Life with Leta is the platform where I want all sorts of different stories like that, because everybody has a story. And so again, that's who I am, is just offering the place to really give these stories more life. I've also, since the podcast came out, I've done 6 shows. I've taped 6 podcasts, and this last one, my numbers hit 100,000 downloads. So I'm seeing huge numbers. I co-host another podcast, and it's completely separate from Status Life with Leta. I teach interior design trends. And again, we're doing a weight loss challenge right now, and I bring on people doing nonprofits. So that's more of a feel-good, a lifestyle podcast. But the one that I co-host, or I am the host of, is called Injury Insider. And he's an attorney. He is a personal injury attorney. And he gives all sorts of different legal advice. He talks through insurance and claims, and he'll debunk myths. We talked about the McDonald's case where the woman, there's all these myths about what happened with the McDonald's case. Just really interesting. We bring on guests with him talking about different things in the medical industry. And that show, so it's Injury Insider with Derek Hayes. And so I'm on two. Again, I have my own show and I host Injury Insider. And Injury Insider is also just hit close to 100,000 downloads. So both the shows that I'm doing are taking off. I've done 6 of each. I've done 12 shows total, and I'm at now about 200,000 downloads between the two shows. So they're really taking off, which is exciting.
Great. So for the podcasting company with whom you work, they might be having a lot of other shows as well apart from your show.
Yes, that's a whole platform. Yes.
Yeah.
So just coincidentally, I was drinking my coffee this morning. I don't know if it's going to show you backwards, but it says Business Radio X.
It's all right.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the logo. So that's the platform that I'm on. I'm on the Business Radio X platform. And so we tape in a radio station with producers. It is a big production. I'm not doing a podcast on my own. I'm a part of a very big platform. And I believe I had sent you some of the stats. Business Radio X is one of the top 5 websites in the entire world. They get 39 million hits every month. And so I think that's why we're seeing such huge numbers, because sitting on their platform, both of my shows get a tremendous amount of publicity and a tremendous amount of organic traffic.
That's nice. So you were covering mostly in American. You are mostly covering the United States of America, or you have people or shows for different other countries as well?
Well, I think it will reach other countries. I think because I'm only 12 shows in total between the two shows. But yes, I can absolutely see this going international. I have, we talked about my store, Status Home Design. That's in the, greater Atlanta, metro Atlanta. I have an interior design firm also in metro Atlanta that is also called Status Design Studio. So Status is really the parent company. Status Life with Lita is the podcast and the new blog. But I also have an e-commerce store that is the Status Market. So I have four businesses. I told you I am a true entrepreneur. So I have just recently started shipping international with my e-commerce business. So I think one is really growing the other.
That's nice. And it's all interconnected, and it's easy for you to market your products on your podcast. If you have
it is. It's all Status, right? It is. I am the owner of the Status companies, and there are 4 of them right now. Well, truly 5: the podcast, the blog, the e-commerce store, the interior design firm, and the retail store. So easy is not really a word I would use. It's easy to market, but yes, being so many different branches is challenging.
I know nothing is easy, but a true entrepreneur knows how to make it out. I mean, in bad times and good times, and medium times as well. And if you have a good platform to work it out, I mean, nothing better than that. And if you're able to manage those things, and if you're able to directly link between them, because if you are doing marketing for one show or maybe for one product, it will automatically reflect to other businesses as well. Mm-hmm. That's what's happening. So we just have to create an audience where people can either buy A, B, C, D, E. Whatever they'll buy, they're there.
That's right. Yep. Absolutely.
I figured I'd beam in here because I was listening, and then I went backstage to listen to Lita because she has a very interesting story to tell, especially the podcasters. Okay.
Well, thank you.
But you wouldn't believe what the interesting story is, because we get this all the time. IBM TV. The other thing is, I believe you're in the United States, right?
Yes, I am. I'm in
so you're
Atlanta, Georgia.
You're in Atlanta. I used to live in Atlanta. Actually, I lived in Sandy Springs, if you know where that is.
Okay, I know where that is.
Right north of them. And my son went to Georgia Tech and North Springs High School. But I've been all around the U.S., so kind of know the place. And I'm in Raleigh-Durham right now. So I was listening. I was going, well, no one here is from the United States. till Kim beamed in now. Rakesha's in Hong Kong. Alexander Starr's in Canada. I know all these people. Ankit is in New Delhi. And I'm going, here's the American all by herself being ganged up by an international audience. I was going, this can't be fair.
That's
So,
okay. It didn't faze me one bit. I love it.
good. I'm so glad. But here's the interesting thing, because we IBM TV, we serve what I call underserved communities, because PBS won't do it anymore. Not bad or good. It's just the nature of the beast. They basically tell you we can't serve underserved communities anymore. We're too big to fail and too big to be successful. So whatever. But the thing is, so we started to serve the podcasting community on Thursday. We do startups on Wednesday, medical doctors on Friday. Not that they're underserved, but they tell us about the coronavirus. Chess on Saturday. That's where Alexander Starr shines, because he's a top chess player. And so the podcasters came aboard, which was a very interesting community. We've never been involved in that community before. And one thing they had was we're looking at certain goals of reaching 10,000 or 100,000 podcast downloads, okay, which you've already reached in a very short period of time. They're highly interested in that. So can you explain again, I hate to say it, to the podcasters, how do you get from, especially in a very short period of time? Now, if you said, well, I've been doing it for 20 years like Walter Football, well, that's a different story. But you've done this in a very short period of time to get 100,000 downloads. How'd you do it?
Okay, so a lot of it I have to give credit to the platform that I'm on. So I think it's, and I have a lot of friends in the industry.
Sure.
I see, different numbers. So if you try to take on a podcast and you're doing it yourself, how are you going to get that reach? It's going to be a very, very, very slow build.
Right.
So where I came out of the gate a little bit different was joining a platform that already had that huge following, top 5 website in the world, 39 million hits. That is coming out of the gate with a whole lot of steam. And I think that has been really the force behind the momentum. If someone heard it and they liked it, they subscribe, they download. So again, I can speak to starting from scratch and trying to tape your podcast on your own equipment and trying to push it out on. I think you have to get a certain amount of hits before Spotify. It's either a certain amount of hits or a certain amount of shows that you have to hit before Spotify and iHeartRadio even pick you up and get you high enough.
What's the name of that platform that you're using?
Business Radio X. And again, this is completely coincidental. I'm going to try to show it. That is the logo. So I am on the Business Radio X platform.
Okay. Right.
And so I tape. There's a studio in the county that I live in. I am in Gwinnett County. So I
know where Gwinnett County is. Yeah.
Yes, I'm in Gwinnett.
Right.
So I tape at a radio station in Gwinnett County.
Right.
And so once the show is taped, they give me a copy of the show, so it goes out on all of my social media channels, and it also, but they get the show and they push it out on the Business Radio X platform. So I think it was my 3rd show already hit Spotify, iHeartRadio, Podcast, Apple within 3 shows. But again, when you're seeing 50,000 downloads in 3 shows.
That's good.
There it is.
Now we understand also that the title of the show is very important. As a matter of fact, for most marketing, one of the key things is the title. What is the title of your show?
Status Life with Lita. And Status Life with Lita. So now again, this was something that came very easy to the title of the podcast because I already had a blog. But coming up with that probably took 5 years. It was not something that I probably changed it. It used to be Status Home by Lita or Life with Lita. And then I used my nickname and I thought, well, I don't need a nickname. My real name is so unique. It's like Cher or Madonna. There's not that many Litas.
Too many Litas running around.
It was a very, very evolved process to come up with what that was going to be. But my brand is Status. Right. So that was very fitting. Yep. Life, it is a lifestyle podcast, and I'm Lita. So it all fits.
So Status Life, that's like Martha Stewart, or what does Status Life do? I'm just curious. Right?
Yeah, no, it's great. Okay. So I have a branded hashtag, and it is Design Your Life, and that is my platform. That I am here to help anyone, because by trade I'm an interior designer. That is my background.
That's good.
but yet I have a lot to offer. I mean, the lifestyle aspect of it. We can talk about interior design, and I can help you design your home, or we can talk about weight loss. We can talk about Corona. We can talk about being a single mom. We can talk about giving a kidney.
Sure.
I mean, divorce. I mean, everything under the sun is lifestyle. So Status Life with Lita, hashtag design your life.
Yeah, especially if people move to Buckhead.
Right.
Excuse me. You would get that. Anka has
and living in Atlanta.
Okay, right. Atlanta, Buckhead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, excuse me. Right, and every place has stuff like that. Now, here's I have a lot of other questions because I'm interested in the whole topic of marketing, and I think our podcasters are too. How do you capture people's emails? I've talked to people that specialize in marketing. Okay, and let's say you're running a podcast, you're running it through this biz radio network, whatever it is. Okay, how does your show capture email address or data from the viewers so that you can continue to engage with them? I'll use the word engage rather than market to them.
So my email filter, I have 3 channels that I collect email addresses. So on my website, and it's all connected. I have one website, Status Home Design. But in that website, I have 3 different domains. So you can go to the e-commerce store, which is the Status Market, and you can drop your email there. You can go just to the main website, and within 2 to 10 seconds, the pop-up comes up.
Stop right there. You actually have an e-commerce store on your website right now.
Yes.
Okay. What do you sell through your e-commerce store?
Home decor.
Home decor, really good. Okay. By the way, you're a very sharp business lady.
Thank you.
I smell that all the way through to Raleigh, Durham, where I live right now.
Oh, well, thank you.
She's got this part down, which, by the way, is very important for the podcasters out there, because my analysis says that, like in the industry, I'm in 95% of them will fail with a big F. In other words, because they at least fail to monetize. Now, if they're doing it as a hobby, that's a whole different story, but in terms of monetizing media, there's a big gap between being in media and monetizing media, as you will probably know. But you're doing what I would say is the right move, because you already have a website and you're also doing the pop-up. So who trained you in terms of this, what I call leading edge marketing theory? Don't tell me you did it yourself, trial by error.
100%. 100% did it by myself, trial by error. I take every webinar I can take. I sit on I'm just constantly learning. If something, I get an email from someone that I follow, I see it on Facebook, I see it on Pinterest, I grab it and I grab a seat. Okay. And it has to be. There's so much information out there.
These are educational seminars as to how to market your podcast. Would that be correct?
Absolutely. How to do a podcast, how to do an e-commerce store, how to do Shopify, how to write a blog. Okay. I own a 12,000 square foot retail store. That marketing that was a huge challenge.
That's a big one. Right?
Yeah. How to get foot traffic, how to do a good event. I mean, anything under the sun, marketing. I learned.
Let's talk about Spotify. Since I come from an old school learning and everything, what is Spotify? And also realize we broadcast internationally, and there's some people out there that see our broadcasts that have no clue. And I'll add myself to the list. I have no clue what Spotify is. Tell me what Spotify is.
So there's Spotify and there's Shopify. Okay. So one of them is Shopify is the e-commerce that I built my e-commerce store on and attached it. Okay. And then Spotify is music, podcasts. It's a streaming service. You can subscribe, you can build playlists, you can
why would I subscribe to Spotify?
Again, building music, you can get connected with other people. So if there's someone, a friend or someone, a playlist, you can grab other people's playlists. I know I went to a class and I just happened to love all the music that she played. It was like a meditation. And she said, well, I'm on Spotify. So I connected to her and grabbed her whole playlist.
Really? So you found it to be a useful platform. So I would say.
Yes. And especially for the podcast, people will go and you can just search what you want to listen to and it comes up.
Now let's talk about your 11,000 square foot showroom. For people who don't know that, because I used to have a 10,000 square foot office, Class A building in the Seattle area before I moved to Raleigh, and basically turned my company over to someone else. I could do something else. Okay. I know that it is not cheap to have an 11,000 square foot anything. Is that place like a hub where people can go visit and see the interior decoration that you do?
Yes. So like
Okay.
my other ventures that we're talking
Right.
about here, it's called Status Home Design,
Sure.
and it is actually 12,500 square feet.
Oh,
And
okay.
it is big. It is,
Yeah, it is big,
in a shopping plaza, and it is 3 suites. And it is a hub. So I have
Sure. It's a
70
hub.
individual vendor booths inside the store. So I
Right.
have 70 individual stores inside my store.
Okay.
Very upscale. It's built almost like an antique mall, but
Okay. Yeah,
very
right.
few antiques.
Yeah,
It's
my
upscale
wife
home
likes
decor.
Henredon furniture, I found out,
Yeah.
and so the thing is, it's not cheap, I find out,
Right.
So, okay, so
It
what
is
you do is
not.
you have the,
So
you
my
have the
interior design,
upscale furniture, right?
yeah, so my interior design firm is
Okay.
housed inside the store. So there's about 25% of the store that I have. That's where the interior. I've got 4 interior designers. They have their own kind of desk and workspace, a big design studio, really,
Right.
and then we have all the new furniture on one side of the store. Then you
Right.
have all the 70 vendor booths. I have a
Okay.
classroom. A large classroom inside the store where we teach DIY classes on painting and wreaths and flowers. And
Right.
I have a seamstress, upholsterer, who has a
Really?
very large workshop
Oh,
inside my
wow, because
store.
I need one on my Henredon furniture. It needs to be all redone, and I know it's
Yep.
gonna be expensive, but
And
it needs to
that's
be
a
done.
dying art. It is
It's
hard
a
to
dying
find a
art. Yeah.
seamstress. So
Yeah. Okay.
between the designers and again, it's design your life. The
Sure.
store is one-stop shop. You can shop the
Okay.
merchandise, you can hire a
Right.
designer, you can hire a seamstress, you can hire a carpenter.
So
We
you
do
have
it
a
all.
website, and I could actually do a share screen and take a look at it if I knew how to
Sure.
do it.
Sure.
Okay.
It's
And
Status Home
just how to do it.
Design.
Yeah,
And
but the
again,
thing, I'm not a tech guy. So the thing is, I was going to practice on how to do the share screen, and Kit might be able to do it. He's a tech guy from New Delhi, and he knows 1.3 billion people over there, which tend to watch our show. So he might be able to. What's the URL on that again? The website?
Status Home Design.
StatusHomeDesign.com. Yeah, we'll see if he'll be able to do it. Now, one thing we found out though is that like he beams in from New Delhi, and it's like 7 o'clock in the evening or something like that. But because of the bandwidth that's been changing around the world, we beam people in from all over the world. Now, when you're doing interior designing and you have an interior design shop in Atlanta, the problem is, how do you monetize in New Delhi, or is that even possible?
E-commerce. That's the
E-commerce.
only way to do it. It's
Seriously.
that is why
Okay.
we built to get out of becoming regional, to go national and to go international. We had to go e-commerce.
Okay, all right. Now the thing is, okay, here we go. How to help design your life. I think we found it, right? Is that it?
That's it. That's it.
Okay, now, and you have an e-commerce site.
So that is up there. If you see all the categories at the top, it is
Stores,
home store, carpentry,
design, which I'm
events,
interested.
blog.
Join our team,
podcast is up
events,
there.
blogs, etc. Contact. Where's the e-commerce site though? How do you
Market. Where is it? Shop.
shop? Where's
Yeah.
shop?
Sure.
So that's some of the designers. Hold on a second. Go to the where it says market. And that'll take you to a different URL, but it's all connected. So that's my e-commerce
Oh
store.
wow! Well, you got some nice stuff. That's pretty cool. Okay, so on e-commerce, not that I'm familiar with this. Also, your distribution, usually you have to have distribution centers and be able to distribute on a worldwide basis. The United States, you can have, and we have an e-commerce sponsor of our show, actually, the Dollar Store Online, and they have centers in the U.S., but they don't have them internationally, so they don't ship internationally. Okay, so let's go take a look at some of these products. I'm just curious. Let's say if somebody wants a white lantern set. Okay, in the United States, they can drop ship it, from what I understand. How do you sell this to our 1.3 billion viewers in New Delhi or in India?
It's all in-house. So my distribution center is in the store. So
Seriously.
what you're seeing there is in stock. Now, if I sell overstock, I'll just order more.
Yeah.
Get it to me. I'm only drop shipping furniture, which we haven't even loaded yet.
Okay.
Because it's too big. I don't want to handle the shipping and the
But
packaging.
even the White Lantern set, if you wanted to ship it to India, aren't the shipping costs astronomical?
Yes, it is.
That's what I was afraid you were going to say, because
It is. It's yeah. You got to get it overseas.
we were going to do some shipping to Africa, actually some books, and I was going, wait a minute, the cost of shipping far exceeds the cost of the book.
Right.
I was going, oh, how do you ship internationally without having, in other words, unless you have a distribution center inside of that country, it just doesn't seem to make any sense. And we see Africa obviously being a big demographic for what we do, and but the e-commerce products end basically today at the borders of the United States, although this guy does plan on putting distribution centers in two places we beam to, Australia and India. And so I'm looking at all this nice stuff. I'm saying, hey, that's great. But if you're in Australia, Willie's not here. He's usually on Wednesday from Australia. How do you ship it to Australia without just getting whacked with huge...
But the shipping cost has to fall on the buyer.
I know.
If they want it, and it's something they can't. I mean, this is home decor. I mean, chances are they're going to find something. If there was a one of a kind, unique piece, think about eBay. If they're finding some kind of collectible, they're going to pay it. If they really want to get their hands on it, and it's $50, $60, $75 for me to ship. I'm sorry, I can't cover that. I don't have that much profit in the piece.
Yeah, right. Yeah. In other words, the things you have to pass on the shipping costs because of that. And Australia and New Zealand, they do have a problem in terms of getting products from the United States. My wife used to live in New Zealand. She went to high school there. And she said the funny thing is that, these old Ringer laundries, those were the modern laundry in New Zealand, because they had all old products because it's so expensive to ship to New Zealand. So it was what I call an issue, and I'm not sure how you get around that particular issue in terms of, and I don't even know what they do today to be able to have top level products in the country, unless you set up a distribution center and you mass ship the stuff there. Okay.
So I've been approached by an industrial plant in Vietnam, to start producing my own merchandise, my own private label.
Sure.
So that'll be a whole nother, I got a lot on my plate anyways.
Yeah.
So to really come up with an R&D team and decide what status Life with Lita, wants to manufacture, but they want to use the Status brand and again, start producing product out of Vietnam.
Right. Yeah. When we have,
I have a question. Why don't you choose Amazon FBA instead of Shopify? Because if you choose Amazon FBA, they will be handling the delivery worldwide. If you compare with Shopify.
Honestly, it was just the way the site was built. My graphic designer, my web guy, he was very familiar with the Shopify platform. And I just let him have the reins on that. He just built it. I don't want to say a whole lot of decision making didn't go into it, but when you're working with someone and that's what they're recommending, we just went with it. And again, we do it all in house. At that point, I didn't even think about outsourcing the shipping.
We can talk offline, but Shopify is a platform only for e-commerce. But if you want to do a global e-commerce, you need either you'll do it on your own or you need a partner who runs globally.
Right.
So Amazon is someone which, if you do it with Amazon, you can deliver around the world. And they will take care of the stock. They will take care of the delivery. You just have to focus on the good product, and that's it.
And that may be something that we look to, the bigger that we get. I have an Amazon facility, probably 10 miles from here, where if we partner with Amazon.
It's not about the facility. It's all about how you partner with Amazon. So we are tech partners. We bring people on board with e-commerce on Amazon. And so is Shopify. So we do Shopify for smaller people who are starting it up, and people who wanted a bigger market. Then we move them to Amazon.
Then we move them. Okay. Well, good to know. That's probably going to end up where we go.
Because your website is live and you are showing the price, which is $20. So the $20 price is for US. But if someone is ordering from some other country, they are also seeing the same price, $20. So they will buy you for $20, and it's not written anywhere that what is the shipping cost or what is the price for a UK company, or maybe an Indian price as compared to US price. So it should be a disclaimer that these prices are only for the US.
For the US, sure.
Right.
That is
Yeah.
Yeah, because the distributing like videos and distributing blogs and podcasts worldwide is they've scaled it, so it's not really a major issue as it was years ago. But distributing hard products is still an issue because of the distribution points and the distribution centers. But see, what we do also is like we'll do this interview like that, and can actually cut it up to one piece that goes to the people that are interested in that one particular piece.
Nice.
And a lot of them, the thing is, one of our marketers that is the largest seller of chess videos in the world, and I'm going like, what a niche market. I mean, and what he does, he's got a whole platform that, and he showed me where to go get it, that breaks down all the emails and all the people that come to his site to their level of interest in particular items. I mean, he's got this down to like a big science. I was going like, wow. I didn't record him, but I'm going to bring him on and record him, because there is marketing that you learn in school. And I hate to say it, it's really grade school, even though it's in college. And then there's marketing that you're doing, which is like light years ahead, unfortunately, which is not presented at major universities in the country. And I'm a professor at Northeastern University, good school, but at the same time, there's a big gap between formal education today and, frankly, a lot of good education you can learn on the internet if you can find it.
Right.
Because you had to go actually decipher through the places to actually do that. Okay, so you're basically into interior decorating, upscale, sounds like, and being able to distribute all over the world, aka Martha Stewart, who is eventually going to fade out of the system. It's just a lifestyle of, eventually she's going to be replaced. I mean, that's just the name of the game. Okay. And the thing is, there's no one taking her place right now except you, it sounds like. Okay. So as that, she actually used a hardcore magazine. What are your thoughts about that? I mean, she has this Martha Stewart Living magazine. We get it at our house. I'm going like, but isn't that kind of old school, or what's your thoughts on that?
On print magazines as a way of marketing.
Yeah.
I have heard, and I have friends in editing and publishing, and I do a lot with the magazines here in Atlanta. I've been featured and things like that. So I know they're still out there, but when you hear the numbers from a marketing perspective, everyone, even a few years ago, they kept saying print marketing is dying. Print marketing is dying. But I don't know. I mean, you go to the newsstands and they're still there. I mean, I'm not in publishing, so I don't know what happened to their numbers. Meaning, if they used to do 1 million and now the run is only 500,000 because that many people aren't buying. Now everything is digital. They're looking at the magazines, but they're looking at them digitally. So it's not my expertise. Would I love to have my own magazine one day? Absolutely. I think that's, the bigger that I can grow the brand, the better. And the more people that I can help and use my hashtag Design Your Life, let's do it. That's always been the platform and the intention. But, again, like I said, I do a lot with magazines. I have a lot of friends that are editors and publishers, and they're going strong and very successful. So, but you still hear it. Like I said,
Sure.
Print is dying.
Yeah. Well, I just see it, as a stock going down. But like a lot of stocks, they go down, but they just don't. They don't completely die. It's still out there. You can still buy the New York Times hardcore. Like I was in New York City in the end of January, right before this COVID-19 hit, and we bought the New York Times right off that. But we also have it online digitally, and we tend to today read more digitally than not. Do you guys work in publishing articles off of some of your? There's a program, I believe, that actually will take a podcaster and turn it to an article, then from an article into something you put on your web that gets picked up by the internet and increases your SEO response. Do you have anything like that going on?
I don't, not with an outsourced company. The only thing that I do personally, and this is really where the blog really stemmed from the podcast,
Sure.
is I take my topics and I turn them into a blog post and put them on my own website.
Right.
So it's not a company doing it for me. It's just me taking the topics.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Well, I'll bring Will on. There's apparently some automatic program that does that. In other words, let's say you do you do your podcast. What it does, from what I understand, it takes all what you just discussed, puts it into an article that you can then put on your website. Then you put these hashtags on, driving more traffic to your site. Like I said, this guy is a little nuts when it comes to marketing. And then he talks so fast, I say, Will, slow down, man. You got to
connect me with him. Because the writing a blog post is a tremendous amount of work. It's about 10 hours per blog post. So if I could do the podcast and just have it out there, that's
what I'm saying. You do the podcast and
But there are a lot of tools available in the market. So what you can do is you can convert your podcast into a blog. And also, whatever ways you are doing it, to put your blog on a website and then link it to social media and things like that. If you have steps ready that you have to do these steps every time, you can create a bot, and the bot will do it for you. You don't have to do it.
Nice.
Yeah, and he said there was some certain software, Cav.
It's all about good tools. It's just about good tools.
Oh, there we go. Good tools. Right. He said there was some certain software like Cavio. Have you heard of that? Kavio. It's an email software that produces the tags. And then he told me there was one other thing. He moves so fast. He goes, you got to use tripwires. Like, what's a tripwire? And then there was another thing he wanted to use here. And like I said, it's called Stamp.io for reviews.
That one I have heard of. Yes.
Oh, really? Okay,
yes.
Right. And what I'll do is I'm going to bring him on and do a recording of him, because we had a private conversation with him.
Okay.
And I started thinking, because some of the people that get into the podcasting area, the first thing they ask us, well, how do you get the traffic, and how do you do this, and how do you do that? And I said, well, that's a good question. And you really have to learn from people that have done it before. Some of them are what I call early stage. I don't know if they're going to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds to me you had an operating business first.
Right? I did. Yeah. So the interior design firm was first.
Right.
And that grew into the store. The store was really born from the firm.
Right.
And from the store came the e-commerce. And from all three of those, I was being interviewed about those on this platform. And then that's where the podcast was born. So one has just really been the catalyst for the other. And then from the podcast came the blog. Mm-hmm. So it's ever evolving.
Yeah, but you didn't start with 11,000 square foot or 12,000 square foot design. Where did you start?
I started with the interior, just myself opening an interior design firm in 2008.
2008. How many square feet did you?
None. From home, from just a little office in my basement, just helping friends and getting some clients and just building my clientele. That is my background. I went to the University of Georgia.
UGA.
Yes, and I got an art and an interior design degree.
Right.
And I went to work, for many other firms. I had a lot of mentors. I was more building houses. I went to Florida and built a ton of houses for 10 years.
In what city?
I was in Palm Coast, which is between St. Augustine and Daytona, right there on the coast.
I've been to Palm.
So I worked down there for 8 or 9 years, and when I came back to Georgia after Florida, it was kind of what's next. And at that point, I really realized I was ready to be my own boss. I was ready to take all the tools that I had learned and start my own firm. And that, again, that was back in 2008. And then in 2015, I had the idea to open the retail store.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the thing is, it was because we also on Wednesday, we host startups. And here's the statistics, the failure statistics, which they don't realize. It's around 95% funded ones. In other words, when they're funded. Okay. Now, were you funded as a startup, or did you bootstrap?
Bootstrapped.
That's what I thought.
100%. Yep. Not $1 of funding.
Yep. Okay. And bootstrapping is an experience. But here's what I found out about the startups, and they don't show up. In other words, the thing is, And this is my experience with them because we started off about 4 years ago interviewing CEOs of major companies. Like if you go to our website, you'll see the former CEO of Apple Computer, John Scully, the current CEO of Pegasystems. No one knows who he is, but he runs a multi-billion-dollar company. And they all, when we set up the interviews, they all showed up. Okay, I'm just saying. We interviewed the CEO of Office Depot. He shows up. All these people show up. They're CEOs of major companies. You set the interview, show up. We did we were working with IBM to do a series of interviews with startups at CES in Las Vegas. We had this mansion. We invited 20 of them to show up. 2 showed up. 18 of them blew us off. Okay, and I was going, are you kidding me? But here's what we found, Lita, with the startups. It wasn't personal. It wasn't anything except they operate like that all the time, and then they end up in the failure category. As a matter of fact, 95% of them end up failing that are funded by venture capitalists. And I told Ankit, because this goes on all the time, I said, look, I'll bring the venture capitalists in because John Fanning, the founder of Napster, has been on our show many times. But, I'm not going to invite them and have John Fanning sitting there, with all these venture capitalists sitting there that have buckets of money to fund startups, invite the startups and they don't show up.
Right.
And bootstrapping I'm totally familiar with, but for some reason they always want to they have their hands out, fund me. And I'm going like, why when you don't even bother to show up? It just doesn't seem to make any question.
Well, why do you think? What's the why? Why wouldn't they show up? That's a great opportunity.
No, I know why they don't show up, because it's easy to be a startup, but it's not easy to be consistently doing a startup. So people do startup just for the trend that, okay, he's doing startup, I will also do a startup. And startup means they think that startup is like a trending word, and they will be in a different zone, and they can work from anywhere. They can enjoy all those startup culture life cycle. But they also should know that startup means you have to work 15-20 hours a day. It's not like you will be working 1 hour a day and then you will enjoy your startup life.
Right.
Yeah,
people,
right. They think
it's good from the outset that startup is, it's a different world and people are enjoying, and they don't have an official culture. They don't have 9-to-5 job, and they are working from home, doing at home from WeWork, from Starbucks, from places like that. But it means 15-20 hours a day, and that's why they don't show up, because they don't have a plan. They wanted to do it, but they don't have a plan.
Well, what he said is they really don't have a plan. Lita, they really don't have a plan. I don't know. Have you ever been, Lita? Have you ever been to one of these? They have these startups. I don't know. They have these startup meetings. I don't know what you would call them. Hackathons or whatever. Have you ever been to one?
No, I haven't.
Okay, and then if you hung out with them, I guess you'd find it interesting. But a lot of them are tech people, and the real problem with the tech people, it was written in Peter Thiel's book, 0 to 1. I don't know if you read that. Anyway, Peter Thiel founded a company called PayPal years ago, and he's done very well with it.
I bet he has.
But where he did better is he actually was one of the original founders of Facebook. Okay, so when you get to know these people, it's like John Fanning founded Napster, but here's where he made his money. He didn't make it in Napster. He was one of the original founders in Uber, believe it or not. And I saw his U1. They call it the Form U1 by the SEC, and I'm going like, okay, this guy made a pile of money through Uber, but not Napster. Napster got hammered in court, but he made it in Uber. Well, Peter Thiel said this. He goes, the problem with the startups, they don't recognize you've got to market your product. In other words, they all think, hey, I got an idea, a great idea. I'm going to keep working my idea, and don't realize there's this thing called marketing and distribution. And they snub it, basically. In other words, it's kind of like, market my product. Why should I? I have the best product in the world. And so I'm not going to tell it. It doesn't realize you could have the best product in the world, but if you don't market and distribute it, so what? And that's part of the problem out there. It's a anti-marketing attitude among tech people. Okay, now if you said, hey, look, I'm an interior decorator, I'm great, I've got the best stuff in the world, but I'm not going to market it, how would your business go, Lita?
It would, it would fail immediately, and that's probably why what you're discussing, the failure rate is so high. And I can tell you from personal experience, I opened a retail store, beautiful store. It's got a really unique look, new in our area. There's nothing really like it right here, you know, in my backyard. And I just thought, again, this is naive. I had an interior design firm, but I had never owned a retail store. And I thought, well, I'll just open the doors and here they come. Not the case. We had a lot of lookers, you know, people, just wanted to check us out. And that's great. But that is not what is going to sustain a business. They may look, they may check out your website once, they may hear your podcast once, but that is not your customer. You have to continually market. You have to get them to be a repeat buyer. You have to get them to be, I need my customer. And now we're at the point, because of so much marketing in the last 5 years, I would say 90% of my foot traffic is repeat. And same thing with the podcast. If they've listened once, now they're subscribing and they're clicking and they want to hear what I'm talking about each week. But it is constant marketing. It is taking each show and pushing it out there. It is trying to do opportunities like this, whether I'm online or whether I'm at the store. But yes, that is, it is probably one of the hardest things. You can get somebody to kind of show a little interest, but to get them to truly be your customer takes a tremendous amount of work, and that work also translates to a tremendous amount of money. Yeah, it is, and you have to continue. The minute that you slow down and pause your marketing, they're done. They're on to the next person.
And you and I are on the same wavelength on that, because one of our podcasters was saying, build it, they will come.
No.
Look at the Field of Dreams. You built this beautiful baseball thing in Iowa, and a bunch of people showed up. And I said,
that's
look,
a fictional movie.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, I said, that ain't true. That ain't going to happen.
No, you build it. Yes, build it, and they come, and they see, and then they're gone. How do you get them to come back? We call it the champagne. You have to give them something. My podcast makes them feel good. They want to hear what I do next. If you come in my store, you get a loyalty card or a free gift. Whatever it is, you have to grab those people and make them your customer, make them fall in love with you. And, you know, some of that comes with intention and being genuine and having mission and wanting to serve. And, you know, that is a whole nother part of the marketing and really pushing your mission statement out there. People will grab onto that. But it also is again, whether it's an e-commerce site and they get your package, and in the package, you've made it really beautiful. So opening the package is just as fun as the item that you're getting. You have to think about all of these things that go into your brand and go into your marketing. And so they want to order something else. They want to go back to your site next time they need something. If you just ship them a cardboard box and there's no thank you card and there's no logo or nothing, then they're going to go to the next store or the next ad they see on Facebook. They're going to forget about you. You didn't make an impact. And that's the biggest part of all of the ways that all of the businesses, whether it's interior design, that's easy to make an impact because you're truly changing someone's home. The whole point of interior design is to make an impact, but the store is harder. You know, my staff goes through extensive training to know how to make an impact and to truly connect with our customers. And we try to translate that online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is, training your staff. How many people do you have working in the store? How many are independent contractors? How many are employees?
I have 4 interior designers that are independent, and I have before the Corona shutdown, I had 8.
Okay.
8 worked the front end of the store.
Right.
And 4 were the independent contractors.
Right. And how much time do you spend actually training them in customer engagement on a weekly basis?
I would say more monthly. My business mentor, I am extremely grateful to have him. He, by title, this is what he does. He is a sales trainer, national, and I couldn't even go into his resume, but he is a dear friend of mine, and training teams to sell, training sales staff is what he does. And so we set up monthly, sometimes quarterly meetings, and he comes in and, you know, we do role playing. We do, you know, how to, what does he call it? when you have a sale, but then you put all the add-on items on a sale, and then he'll do consultative
You mean
sales.
upsale?
Well, yeah, the upsell, but he's
Yeah.
got a coined term.
You got a coin term, really? Okay.
He's the expert.
Sure.
I still learn, from him.
Right.
But I know he'll do consultative sales with the interior designers, and there's all these different sales tools
Mhm.
that he comes and brings to my staff. But again, it gives us that higher level of customer service that other stores like mine don't necessarily have.
Right.
It's not cheap. I mean, training your sales staff is the best thing you can do, but it's very expensive, and
Right.
I think it gets overlooked.
Right. So, but you actually bring a national trainer in to sell your sales, to basically work with your sales staff. Is that correct?
Yes, we have for years.
Really? Okay.
And if somebody new comes on, they have to go through the videos and they have to go through the notes. And yes, they have to get up to speed on what everybody else knows.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah, because I do think that's very important. They actually have a very good trained staff, in other words, of salespeople that are out there. Okay. So you've been in business for quite some time, and you actually have the brick and mortar and the e-commerce store. Which one is doing better today, the e-commerce or brick and mortar?
Brick and mortar only because it's older.
Right.
E-commerce we just launched at the end of 2019. So that is still taking off. I will say since Corona hit, it has really taken off with everybody ordering online and not coming into the store.
Right.
But by far the numbers are far superior, but it's a huge store and it's been in place for 5 years. So
Right.
It's got way different numbers. Hi.
Right. Okay. All right. So the thing is, it's really it's because you have a history of that brick and mortar store. It's doing better because
Yeah, credibility. Yeah.
It's older. Yes.
it's
Yeah.
older.
It's
But the thing is,
established.
the
right.
growth
Yeah.
is actually in your e-commerce. Pardon?
It's older, it's bigger with different brands and different high scale brands as well. And you are doing it from past 5 years. I
Mhm.
think you need some time to match it up with the e-commerce thing. But
Right.
once e-commerce picks that up, you won't be able to look out the brick and mortar store because we have a lot of work on the e-commerce line.
Yeah, I'm not sure how brick and mortar is going to. I think it'll be around, but it's almost like radio is still around, but it's
Mhm.
not. I don't see how in the future it's going to be the high growth industry. It'll still be
Right.
around. 'Cause
I
people
see it. We see it now.
Yeah.
I mean, I see
Right.
it every day that we'll work with someone, even in a design capacity or a
Sure.
retail capacity, and they go click on Amazon and buy whatever we're trying to show them. Even if we can match it, or
Sure.
Wayfair kills us.
Mhm.
Because they do the free shipping. And so, yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason we jumped into the I'd say we, like, it's just me, jumped into the e-commerce business was because we have to set ourselves up to be able to compete.
Right. And when you're
That's
setting,
the only way you're going to do that. Even Dollar Store, if you know who the Dollar Store is.
Oh, yeah, sure.
They're actually one of our sponsors, the one of the franchise, and you can click on IBM.TV on the green button, but you can get all your stuff delivered to you from the Dollar Store now.
right.
Wow. I
So-
did not know that. And I do need to go there today.
No,
That is on
Oh,
my
no.
list, so-
Go to IBM TV.
Yeah, now
press
I'll
the
just have it
button,
sent right to the
press
front
the
door.
button Dollar Store.
And you
Okay,
don't have
order
to
everything
go.
online.
No risk. No risk.
Wow.
Then
Good
you
to
don't
No
have
know.
risking. You don't have to wear a mask, right? We don't have
Well,
to
well,
wear
well,
a
all I
mask
would
and go into the
but-
store.
See, Lita, here's the difference between the dollar store and what you sell, okay? Because the dollar store is what I call low-end products. You sell high-end products. It's a whole different cat.
Yeah.
In other words, the thing is,
She's different, but
it's-
the same thing had to happen. They had to switch the
e-commerce.
platform, right? Nick?
right?
Yeah.
Same thing. No, she is the high end,
But-
but here's the thing: it's more to me what she does. You can talk to her. It's more consultant. It's more customized. It's the old fashioned way of, and the fact that she went and she's doing podcasting on all of this,
Well,
coffee
she's
shop
successful at
style
podcasting.
talk.
I mean,
Yeah.
See, here's the real problem. That's the reason I wanted to have her, and then we'll cut her snippets down for the podcasters, because the podcasters we meet, I'm listening to what I would call their horror stories, in other words, and the going nowhere stories fast. And the thing is,
She's going somewhere.
she's going somewhere real fast. And I'm going like, whoa.
I've been listening. Even though I can't be on, I've been listening.
I was sitting there not backstage listening. I was actually just listening on my mobile. Okay. While I was traveling, and I was listening to you, and I was like, whoa, this person is moving fast. That means there's a story behind it. And certainly it'd be very helpful for some of our podcasters who want to get to 100,000 downloads. In what period of time did you do that again?
6 shows.
Okay. Oh, Kevin, speaking about a podcaster who wants to go somewhere, Kevin has just joined us from New
He's
Jersey.
going somewhere. He's sustainable.
Yeah. But the thing is, I want Lita to repeat this for Kevin's edification. Okay. You went to 100,000 downloads in what period of time, Lita?
6 shows. And that's a show every other week. So we started the first week in February, and just I was at 90,000 last week. So and I taped another show yesterday. So again, I'm on 2. I have Status Life with Lita, and I'm the host of Injury Insider with Derek Hayes. We taped his yesterday, and before we taped, he was at.
Oops.
Did I cut off? Am I here? Hold on.
Second. We expect this. We're good at this.
Shoot.
Yeah. I want to give Kevin the secret sauce about how you got to 100,000 downloads in 6 shows. So you may be repeating yourself, Lita, but go ahead and give it for Kevin's edification.
I'm all ears.
I thought he would be. Okay, Lita, are you there? Can you hear us?
She's there. She's fixing it.
Oh, she's fixing it. Oh, well. We'll bring her back in just a minute.
Namaste, Kevin.
Hi, how are you guys?
Yeah.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
We'll bring Lita back. If not, it's been recorded, and Ankit will cut out the section. But she gave us the whole, education on how you get to 100,000 downloads in 6 shows, and her secret sauce. And I was going like, wow. But see, Lita actually has a real company. She has a real company, a 12,000 square foot building that houses her interior decorating business in Gwinnett County, which is right outside of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm totally familiar with it. Lita, who's very advanced, actually even launched an e-commerce site based on her brick and mortar business, and has the podcast, which has 100,000 views after 6. So Lita, I would say, knows what she's doing. I give her an A in terms of.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, I thought you'd be able to help Kevin, because Kevin has a podcast. Tell Lita a little bit about your podcast and what you're doing, Kevin.
Sure. Hi, Lita. I'm Kevin Goatee. I run stand-up comic for 10 years now. This is my 3rd podcast, but we're taking this one seriously because it has the best legs, and it's been off to a pretty fast start. So what is it? It's called Gutting the Sacred Cow. Gutting the Sacred Cow. And what it is that myself and another stand-up comic host it, and we invite other comedians and podcasters on, and the guests pick a movie that they hate or find insanely overrated. And then, but here's the twist, the film that they pick has to meet one of 3 criteria. It has to be either a financial success, or a widely beloved film, or a critically acclaimed film. And then they have to convince us they have to convince us to see their arguments. And then again, it doesn't take much brains to take down Friday the 13th Part 5, but it's going to take a lot of skill and effort to try and convince us that Goodfellas or Back to the Future or Pulp Fiction or something of that ilk is not good or overrated. So that's the show. That's what we're trying to do, and really separate ourselves from the pack of movie podcasts, which typically are just a bunch of guys, sitting around and just shooting the breeze about what their favorite films are, what films they hate are.
Okay. Can I ask you a question about your podcast? When
Sure.
you do a show, typically how long is it?
45 to 60 minutes, no more.
Okay. Can I give you a little critique? Is that what we're here
why
for?
I'm here.
I mean, are you sure? Okay.
I can take stand-up comedy for 10 years. Believe me, I'm impervious.
Okay. I'm saying this. I don't know you, but I want to say this 100% just to help. Okay.
Sure.
The average commute wherever you live in traffic, the average commute is 20 to 30 minutes, possibly 60 if you live way on the outskirts. Okay.
Right.
The second thing, when women exercise, that is one of the between a commute and women exercising, those are the two times that are most downloaded for podcasts. Women get on a treadmill, or men, or the exercise bike, or run around the park at 30-minute increments. So having a show, even if they're listening, they're not going to get to the meat and potatoes, to the climax of the show. They're already done. If you're not getting to the meat and the potatoes at about the 30-minute mark, if you're going to 60, people are still, it's too long. It's a little bit too long. If you could even try to shorten it a little bit, and you got to think of what people are doing. Very, very, very few people, and maybe they're cooking dinner and they listen to a podcast. That's 20 to 30 minutes. Again, exercising, 20 to 30-minute increments. Driving in their car, 20 to 30 minutes. If you're doing a 45 to 65-minute show, you're already cutting your window of listeners. The shorter, the better.
That's interesting.
And so the other thing that I would say, just critique, you're a comic. You're bringing on other comics. Just be funny. Bounce off jokes. People want to laugh. The number one shows are the ones that make people laugh. They want to sit in their car. What if they do not care about the movie? They are not going to listen. And I'm just being honest. Like from a podcaster and from a listener standpoint. If that's a movie that I've never watched, I've never heard of it, I would tune in every week to hear a funny comic. Every week. I wouldn't be able to get enough. But the topic, you're already cutting your window of listeners. Again, everybody's seen Pulp Fiction, but it's kind of old, it's kind of dated.
It's a very beloved film. I mean, we
beloved. No. I get it. I get it.
We
and
have different. We've done
maybe...
Grease. We do a whole gamut. And again, everyone picks the guest picks the film. So we run the gamut. I mean, we've done Titanic, Grease for the women. We were doing Forrest Gump. That's going to come out next week. Usual Suspects.
Love it. Love the movie. But
so we span the globe. We span the themes.
Show. Maybe it's part of the show. Maybe it's part of maybe to get a guest on, you have to do that. And so that is part of it, but it is not the entire show.
I think
because,
you
again,
are.
You want to broaden your
you
audience.
are the show.
Yeah, we're the show. It's the guest comes on picks the movie. Yeah.
I think because let me explain something to you that happened last week that was like magic. It was like magic on our show. I don't know if you noticed this, but you and Nick kind of got into it in a very funny way. It was funny. It was funny. We all were laughing so hard we couldn't breathe. We just cut us all out, and you two were at it. And I was laughing so hard. But you weren't really ripping the movies apart as much as you were just being funny to each other.
All fake.
Right. So it's your comedy. It's you that people want to hear and laugh about. You're good at it. I've seen you. You're very good at making people laugh. And so is Nick, by the way. It was so funny. I haven't laughed like that in a very, very long time. Just sitting and listening to people just being themselves and funny at the same time. It was hilarious. It felt good. I think Lita's right. I think, what you're doing is very unique, and it draws that very unique crowd, which is, that's good because you've got to be unique in podcasts. But I think she's right, dead on. People are going to want to listen to you because you're funny.
Right. Well, no shortness of that, I think. I hope at least. But yeah.
It's hard to be funny. It's hard to pull the jokes off. People.
You're talking to someone who's done it for 10 years. I know.
You're going to have a dynamic personality, and I think you're going to have a huge following. And I'm not saying lose the focus of the show. I'm just saying focus. Again, always do that. It's like Jimmy Fallon or any of those guys on TV. They always do the game. Every celebrity that comes on has to have a game, and they do these things with them. And they've practiced, the lip syncing games and that kind of thing, and it works. But them talking and the banter between them is what people tune into night after night after night. They don't necessarily care about the lip syncing game. It's just something fun that adds to the show. But they're going to get to know you. You're the star. So you be funny and you bring your funny friends on, and I guarantee you're going to be wildly successful.
Yeah, that's what we do. It's me and another comic is a co-host, and we're a lot of times we agree, but when we don't agree, it's we go to the mats. That's for sure.
And
So-
that's funny.
That's
And
funny.
That's
Yeah.
the funny part. I mean, it's kind of like who was it? The Beast and somebody else. People didn't start watching him. He's got millions and millions and millions of viewers. It was because his opening every week he flopped, or every time he came on, it was just a stupid. And he never cut it. He just kept. And people started watching it because it was just hilarious. So you kind of, but you're right. I mean, but you are naturally funny when you get on a roll. It's kind of funny to sit back and watch you, and
Thanks.
Nick especially.
Yeah. Do we have any clips for Kevin? Matter of fact, I was trying to do it. But I'm not,
Nick is like, Kevin's coming back. Oh no, this is.
I know. I was going to get some. I was prepared for him for this whole role.
You're right up Nick's alley because he loves movies. Like Nick.
I hate movies.
Nick, I tell you what, when we air Forrest Gump next week, have me back on, and I'm going to absolutely just tear your heart right out of your still beating heart right out of your chest.
I'm
Kevin.
having a hard time with that Field of Dreams. I think you were the guy that had that Field of Dreams deal that doesn't work, but that's okay. I'm trying to
I tell you what, maybe if Fauci can find the cure to COVID, he can also find a cure for common sense and give you that pill, because Field of Dreams is a goddamn masterpiece.
He thinks it is. That's what I'm telling you, Lita. This guy
Don't come to the JV squad game trying to play the varsity
guy
boys.
lives.
Well, I look
Baby.
forward to
I'm
listening
trying
and
to get him
following.
into the world of
Right.
reality.
So Lita, what I'm
So-
going to do is I want to talk to you about your definitely about what you're doing in the lifestyles world, because nobody else is doing that. So
Well, I appreciate it. I was
Right.
going to say, if you're, I've been on almost 2 hours. I do have to get ready to sign off. I've been on
well,
an hour
thank
and
you.
45.
Yeah,
I
I
have
give you
two
an
little
A.
kids. With Corona, I've got to be the school teacher now. So
I know.
I got to switch hats and
But we're
be
going to see you
mom.
again.
But if you want to ask me anything, I mean,
Yeah.
finish up with a couple questions. But I
Yeah.
gotta
We'll put you
think
on.
about starting to wrap
We'll
it
have
up.
you again.
But I can
Okay,
come
all right.
back.
Thank
I
you,
mean,
Lita.
email
All
me
right.
and I will come back
We'll have you
anytime.
back. Thank you. You're
Well,
great.
we'll have you back.
All right,
Love
definitely.
Please do. Thank you for having me
Good
today.
upstairs.
This,
Take
this
care.
was
Tell you.
really fun. I appreciate it.
All right, thank
Yes,
Thanks.
it is. And you
All
were
right.
fun. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Ah,
Oh, Kevin.
she's great. Matter of fact,
Yeah.
did you give Kevin the secret sauce, that Biz Radio, whatever the heck she broadcasts through? I have it down on copy. I mean, when Ankit cuts it down.
You talking about Biz TV Radio?
No. She broadcasts. What's the name of where she broadcasts to?
Business Radio X, and they do a lot of radio podcasting around US.
Yeah.
And they have multiple shows running around every day, and
Right.
she's doing a couple of podcasting shows with them.
Nick
Called
and I have
Biz
come to-
Radio. Okay. X.
So how's life in the podcast world this week, Kevin?
Good. We did 2 episodes Monday night. We did Forrest Gump, the aforementioned, and Usual Suspects. And then we are going to do another 2 next week. We're going to do Philadelphia. Someone brought up Philadelphia, and someone else brought up Parasite. So I watched Parasite last night. That was solid. Very good film.
Solid. Are you kidding me? Okay, the
Oh.
thing is,
No, wait, before
Sorry.
you
Sorry.
do
Is Nick one of these guys that complains he has to rewatch it once in a while?
Okay, so folks,
where's my Home Alone Kevin thing?
here we got Kevin Godey, who does Gutting the Cow
Yeah, sure.
podcast and TV, and in the other corner we have Nick Palaveda, who is the senior executive producer. But it's quite interesting to watch these two guys destroy a movie or build it up. But I want to understand, Kevin, before you get going, share with us all the homework you do before you do your podcast, because you just said you were watching these movies.
Mhm.
Explain to us what goes into it.
Well, I sit down, I watch a film, and I have one of these puppies next to me. Yellow legal pad. I write notes, I write jokes, I just find things that are funny. And then the research goes into, here are the segments. Here, I'll just break the show down. The show starts out with, I talk to my co-host for a minute or two, just a quick hi. Then we get into the facts and the figures of the film. How much did the film cost to make? How much did it make? How much, and if the film's older, how much did it cost him? How much was that money back in 1975 when Jaws came out? $40 million back in 1975 is not what it is today. So I do the conversion of what $20 are. I do the IMDb score. I do the Rotten Tomatoes critics and audience score. And then we call 5 fun facts. So I'll Google fun facts about Forrest Gump, and I'll do my favorite 5 that jump out. And then we jump into the meat of the show, which is where the guest then gets into why they hate their film. And they present their argument. We say very little and give them the floor. 99% of the time is them talking about why they hate the film. Then after that, we do our critics 5-star reviews, then critics 1-star reviews. Then we do the Amazon 5-star reviews and the Amazon 1-star reviews. And then we give our opinions and summarize and say, I like this film or I hate this film. And then I always ask, Kevin, did he gut the sacred cow? And that's the end. So the research is learning about the film, learning the facts about the film, and having enough notes and jokes. Oh, and we give our notes at the very end with jokes and observations. So
Wow.
that's like the film. So we watch.
That's a lot of homework. Yeah,
Yeah.
Walter did a lot of homework similar to what you do. He would watch every football game 4 or 5 times before we did our analysis the next week. Fortunately, I didn't have to do that. I just had to watch it once. But but he actually had a special tool or something where he only watched the real game. Like he didn't have to watch the commercials and speed up. He had it where it divided up. But anyway, you do a lot of homework. It's a lot of effort to do that and make it funny. But I'm going to let the two of you go at it because Nick's been waiting all week to talk to you again.
Take a number, Nick.
So you guys have fun, and I'm going to laugh.
Fire away. What do you got, buddy? Oh, he's on mute.
Wait a minute. I got
There you go.
Screen. We're going to test this out. This has been a real pain for me, is trying to get this thing to work. Gosh, I hate it when it doesn't work. Application window.
Glad you came prepared.
It has to wait. I'm definitely prepared. Yeah, I got that. I just got to get this. I just got to get my application window to work.
So, and I just want to share, I do think Lita's right. Be funny because that's your skill set. You remember when you told your story?
And she doesn't know me. She doesn't know the show, but that goes without saying. That really does. It's just no shit. Be funny. Duh. It's a movie comedy podcast. Of course, we know that, and we've got that covered. But
I haven't got it. I've not had time to listen. I've been busy cleaning up technology.
Got it.
But I will do that. I'm gonna go on and listen. If anything, listen. I am excited.
Subscribe. And we now have merch. So Kimberly, feel free to buy a shirt, mug, hat, hoodie, whatever. We're open for business in the merch store at guttingthesacredcow.com.
Oh, I gotta buy it. I'll wear it if you send it. I'll drink.
I don't have. Listen, so this is funny. So this is the first time I did this for my show, Comics Watching Comics. I paid a lot of money to have a bunch of shirts printed up. Whereas now this website, what they do is they print everything, they ship everything, and they bill everything, and I just get a cut of it. So I don't have anything to give away. Although I don't have like a stash of shirts like I did for Comics Watching Comics.
I'll tell you what, it's so much better that way, not to keep stock. So no, I agree.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting because when you move to that factor, Walter was the same way. He said, I got into it over my head. How do you monetize on selling your product? So I'd like to know where you went to do all of that. Maybe we can swap on that information as well. But I think what you're doing is great. It's different. It's just nobody's doing something where you do it that way, but it's got to be funny. Nick, did you figure this out? What you're trying to do?
I can't get Kevin to share. Okay, maybe you can do it. It's the Home Alone where the lady goes, Kevin.
Okay.
I mean, I'm having real problems with the
computer. Nick, let me
all that build up for just that. Oh,
I know.
Hold on.
No, she's got more stuff, man. We got a bunch of stuff to throw at you. That's just one of it.
Wait, Nick, do me a favor. Click on share screen. Just click on share screen.
I did.
For all of you viewers out there, this is how the fudge is packed.
That's right.
It won't share.
Nick, okay, I don't know why.
The app is running in the background, but it won't share. It's just awful.
What you're gonna have to do is send Ankit or myself your.
When I move to Raleigh, I'll have a higher bandwidth because I can't get it to share at all.
Well, what you'll do is we'll sit down and have a training session when we can get together. The problem is we have not had one sit-down meeting for 2 months because Nick and I get together about once every other week, have lunch, and we train and we go over tools and everything.
Well, I just think it would be a good introduction for Kevin when she goes, Kevin. Perfect. You know, and the thing is, it would be perfect, but I can't get the stupid thing to work. You know, in the share screen.
What do you want to share? I mean, I'll do it.
Okay, Ankit, since you're more computer oriented, okay, it's actually in Home Alone. There is a thing called Kevin, where they discover that Kevin was
where he it's where he shaves. It's where he shaves, and then he puts the cologne aftershave in his face, and then it burns
she's on
them.
the airplane, and she goes, "Well, Kevin's missing." She goes, "Kevin," like that. It's perfect. It's the intro.
He just realizes Kevin's gone. I know what scene you're talking
You know
about.
what scene I'm talking about? Yeah, because we know movies. We're not like this guy, you know. So
Oh my God! Here we go. He's
I'm
gonna,
waiting for the funny jokes to come out of Nick's mouth. But what do I expect from a chess guy?
Oh, no, there isn't anything funny. It's all factual. You just have to get used to it.
You might crack up Bobby Fischer, but you're not cracking up the world there, Nick.
Funny guys don't deal in
you've
fact.
been doing your homework, haven't you?
I know this is not even homework. This is easy. This is just.
Well, I'm shocked.
Bobby Fischer.
Read.
You know Bobby Fischer?
Listen.
Who doesn't know? There's a goddamn movie called Searching for Bobby Fischer. I mean,
Yeah,
when
it
you
was
think of
famous.
chess, you think of Gary Kasparov and chess and blue. That's the only three things. It's like the word
Just
association you have.
Kevin, admit two things. One, it was a great movie. Two, it was way above your head.
Never
Just
saw
admit
it.
Well,
Never
that's what I'm
saw
saying.
it.
Way above your head. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't see it.
Oh,
You know?
Not my short list.
So, would make that would make total sense to me that you wouldn't see something like that because it's like, whoosh, you know.
Hey Nick, you may win a Bill Gates lookalike contest, but you sure as you're not going to win a comedy contest.
Oh no, I don't do comedy, dude. I'm a
I know. We know.
You know? I mean, the thing is, look, I like to eat well, so I don't do
I
comedy.
can see.
You know, I do eat well. Yeah, it's really
I know. I
good.
can see the.
You know, I'm not a sit down comedian. I mean, Kevin. See, the thing is, you should actually eat better than I do because of all those apples that are thrown at you when you get up on stage. I mean, come on, you
It's tomatoes. Do your homework. Do your homework. It's tomatoes.
you got apples and tomatoes.
Oh, it's tomatoes. That's
what you
the
happen
advantage.
to have. Okay, but so you get fed really well as a comedian. I can totally understand that.
What do you got? Let's do this movie thing here. I'm listening.
Yeah, show me what you're doing in movies. You know,
Wait,
besides
what am I doing in a movie?
Field of Dreams, since you live there. But we're going to help you out of that field.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Into the world.
that's the homework, huh?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you know, the people that live.
They said came prepared, Kim. This is not prepared.
Well, actually, she has the videos on there that we're going to send the attack videos in very shortly. As soon as
Listen,
our
here
IT
we go.
guys get together and get her done. I got my IT department working. I got a whole team of people working.
Listen, Nick, do me a favor. When we have a discussion, don't ever quote Larry the Cable Guy. That's about as funny as a bread sandwich.
I don't know even who this guy is, and I don't.
You
want
just did. You said get her done. That's exactly what he's from.
That's what we do down south. He doesn't own that. He doesn't own that. No.
He pretty much.
Okay, let's hear the audio on this. Let's hear the audio on this. This is the introduction of this guy. Let's hear the audio on this guy. Okay, we're going to play it back so you know who you really are. This is what we think about when we think about you.
I
Okay?
hope.
Especially a person who, quote, purportedly is into movies, but can't.
Yeah, I'm into movies. It's just a matter of expertise level, which is pretty high.
Expertise level. You know, you said you do comedy in New Jersey. You don't even go to Manhattan. We're the real comedians.
That's all I do. Comedies in Manhattan.
You do comedies in Manhattan?
I'm 5 minutes train right in the city.
There we go. This is all about you. There we go. The introduction, baby. Woof, woof, woof. That's
Nick,
the
I've seen more rhythm from a corpse than that.
Yeah, well, probably so. Especially, you see a lot of corpse in New York right now, don't you? You know, I mean,
Especially watching those sketch videos, they'll put anyone to death.
you're probably even working in New York right now. You're probably sitting at home because you can't go to New York.
I mean, I am at home because it's pandemic kind of.
Yeah. You know, the thing is,
not biggest
Okay,
pandemic in the biggest hit area. So
I was in New
that
York.
kind of makes sense. Oh, Home Alone 2. Don't bring this out here. Home Alone 2 is terrible.
This is one of your favorite shows. Just admit it. Okay, it really is.
Here's Nick. Where's the straws?
You know,
Straws. There you go.
Wait. What? Who is this guy? Oh, there we go. Yeah. What is this scene? Do you know who this guy is?
Yeah, this is where he plays a movie to scare him away. He does it in the same thing in the first one.
Yeah. So this is one of your favorite movies?
No, that is not. I hate Home Alone 2. Home Alone 1's good, but 2 is terrible. This is a funny scene, though. It's just a retread of 1, but.
Yeah. So that they had a couple, but we can't hear the audio. We need our IT guys to turn the audio on.
Ankit, where are you, buddy?
Ankit, audio.
Audio.
And you were smooching with my brother.
There it is.
Audio there?
I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir. Don't give me that. You've been smooching with everybody. Snuffy, Al, Leo, little Mo with the gimpy leg, Cheeks, Bony Bob, Cliff. No. That's a lie.
It feels like I'm watching a movie back in 1995 on dial-up. Like I'm waiting to connect to AOL.
I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Or a kung fu film from 1974.
I believe you. But my Tommy gun don't. Get down on your knees and tell me you love me. I love you. You gotta do better than that. I love you. Maybe I'm off my hinges, but I believe you. That's why I'm going to let you go. I'm going to give you to the count of 3 to get your lousy, flying, low-down, four-flushing carcass out my door. 1, 2.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
And a happy new year.
Okay, that was a good scene. Now, since you're the film expert among us, who was the actor that was in playing that guy who's shooting the Tommy gun?
No one. That was a made-up film to do that film. Everyone thinks that was a real film that they used to air, but it was actually a guy. I don't know who played the guy to.
Really? Okay, so that whole scene was fake.
Yeah, the film. Yeah, the film they were watching. He was watching was fake.
Oh, really? Okay, so I didn't know that. You know. Okay, so that was actually a pretty good clip. Now, since you do you do podcasting, right? So you can't show videos like that on your podcast. Would that be correct, Kevin?
No, we don't, because again, it's about us. It's not about the movie.
Okay,
and
podcasting is superior to visual podcasting because fill in the blank. What's the reason?
Well, who knows? Because I do both. I do video and audio because you can find Gutting the Sacred Cow on YouTube. Zing!
Oh, you can? Well, I didn't know that.
Oh,
so you have your own YouTube channel?
It is. We just started our YouTube channel, I think, 3 weeks ago. I started a YouTube channel 3 weeks ago.
Really?
So there are 2 episodes now and some vignettes on that.
Okay, so I can actually see it on video. I can actually watch it on podcasting. And if I go to Manhattan, which I go to a lot.
You do?
Coronavirus, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course. Like I know you outside of here. We hang out and shoot.
Oh, you
Don't you see me hanging out at the TJ Fridays in Times Square?
Yeah, I look for good comedians, but I might want to go see you also.
Sure.
So the thing is, where do you actually perform at? Do you perform in the Bowery, or do you perform in Morningside Park, or do you perform in Brooklyn? That's part of New York.
All over. Morningside. You picked 2 random. Morningside Park is so uber specific. It's like I want to show them I know the city by shouting out somewhere a little bit off the beaten path. All over. All the boroughs. All the boroughs. You find me around all the boroughs.
All the boroughs. Now the thing is,
Long Island. I played Connecticut. I played up and down. Played Vegas. I played around. So
okay.
In the city, I'm mostly Manhattan. Mostly Manhattan.
So if I go to a nice theater, like the Schubert
Theater, I wish
or Carnegie Hall, or do I have to go to some dive bar? And that's
no, you have to go to a dive bar straight up. Carnegie Hall's for a symphony and Jerry Seinfeld.
Other performers if they're good, but the thing is, I don't see you there, so I figured that.
I like the dive bars. I've heard some really great.
Kim's my kind of gal. Let's go to a bar off the beaten path. Carnegie. No one goes to comedy at Carnegie Hall, Nick. You're very out of touch.
What I like about the dive bars, you're up front and right there.
Yeah, but I'm
right there with the comedian. You're not out back here. You're right face to face with them almost, even though they're on a stage.
Yeah.
And I love it because I've heard some really famous people at some of the dive bars before too. I've just happened to be there when they were there. So no, it's to me, I like it.
Yeah, yeah. But I won't find you on the Upper East Side or anything like that, right?
Upper East Side doesn't have any clubs except for Comic Strip and Dangerfields, to which both may not survive the pandemic. They were almost on the way out before it hit, and they're pretty much in danger of going under after everything reopens.
So where are these comedy clubs located at?
All over. There's Broadway comedy clubs on West 53rd Street. You've got New York Comedy Club on 24th and 2nd. You have the Stand on Union Street.
Far down in the middle of nowhere.
It's in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Someone thinks he knows New York, does not know New York.
Yeah, I do. If you like,
No, you don't. You know Times Square. You know Upper East Side because you know that's the most expensive zip code, but you don't know about it or been there. And give me 5 places to eat on the Upper East Side. Go.
5? Oh, of the Upper East Side. Well, the thing is, there's.
Don't look at the computer. Look up as you talk.
Okay, there's 65. There's the Russian Tea Room.
That's on the Upper East Side. That's wrong.
There's the Tavern on the Green.
Good try.
Okay, but I'm all for the good places that are up there. So
you don't know the Upper East Side.
I can't think of all that.
Yeah,
there's a French breakfast place I like to go to, but that's more in the middle on 20th.
Yeah.
There's a million brasserie.
Quite a few.
23rd Street, between 20th.
23rd Street is way down in the Bowery.
I know, that's where my son
No, it's not the Bowery.
No, he probably goes there.
Bowery is at the bottom by Bowery.
On the Lincoln Tunnel. It's close.
Dude, you don't know New
Nobody
York.
goes there. You know.
I just go and I wander. This is what I like to do. I just go wander and something happens. It always happens. Something great always happens. When
I ask you for money while pooping on the subway?
Yeah,
No.
well, that's probably what happens.
No, it definitely happens.
You know.
No, but, I mean something good. I wander the streets with my sister. We just hang out and have a good time. Or when my son was living up there, and we just have a great time.
That's great. Can be great.
I never remember a restaurant. I just remember where it's at.
Listen, if it's 23rd Street, it's south of
Dim Sum. I like Dim Sum, but that's over in Chinatown.
south of Macy's. There's nothing there except
You're so viciously uneducated. It's sad how viciously uneducated you are in this topic. This would be like me trying to talk chess with you. I'd sound foolish. This is why I don't. But this is why
down there, you're
trying to talk about New York City with me when I worked there.
on the Upper West, Upper East Side.
23rd Street is not south by any stretch. 23 is it's almost the bottom of Midtown almost. 23rd Street, Gramercy Park is not downtown. It's not even close. So again, someone who does not know what he's talking about, I cannot take you seriously as a credible source.
You're a Jersey boy anyway. You're not a New Yorker. That's
right, I'm not, and neither are you. But I know where I'm going, and I know what I'm talking about. That's the difference.
Admit it.
I just said that I'm a Jersey guy, but I work there and I live there, and I know way more than you are because you're giving a lot of false information.
That's because you know where all the dive bars are. I don't go to dive bars.
I know of a few, and you think you know the places, and you're way wrong.
I'll go to the best place
on your demographics.
What do we have to say? All right.
Here's the Wicked Witch of the West. Great.
Yeah, there we go. We've got to get her to work though. Make her go to work. Where is she? Where'd she go? She must be dead.
Just keep going. You guys just keep going. I'm having.
I'm trying to find out where I can find this guy when I go to New York. You know, because he's not in Carnegie Hall. Let's see, he's not in the
comedy is not done in Carnegie Hall. And Carnegie Hall is only for those who are filming a special. Again, the
he's not
the ignorance of those when he tries to project of an air of I know what I'm talking about.
He's not the Schubert. He's not the Winter Garden.
That's like saying, "Hey Nick, let's play chess." All the great chess places are Toys R Us. That's where you play. That's where you find the great chess.
Toys R Us.
That's where you find the great chess masters.
Okay, so you must be in the South End in the Bowery or Battery Park.
He keeps saying the Bowery. Who knows where
all the hoodlums lie, and
Nick, where do they play chess at in the park? What's the main park they play chess?
Washington Square. Who would want to play there? That's a dive. I mean, come on, you know.
Washington Square is a dive. Okay.
Play at Harvard Square. Harvard Square is pretty nice, but
where is the chess club? I know where it is in the city.
Marshall Chess Club, which is
right where.
I don't go to the Marshall. I used to go to the
Oh, you mean you're not good enough to play the Marshall Chess Club? I thought you were.
which is actually in.
And by the way, Nick, the Marshall Chess Club's on the east side on 24th Street or right around there. So that's way south.
Did you go there to play chess? Oh wait, you don't know how. Sorry.
Well, I know where it is, but
It goes-
again, when someone says he thinks he knows New York, but he doesn't
Searching
know
for
where
Bobby
his
Fischer.
biggest hobby is, doesn't know what he's talking about yet again.
Do a review on Searching for Bobby Fischer.
I thought he said he did his homework, Kim. This is what I'm very disappointed at.
I thought you should.
Your ability to try and deflect is as bad as your
I'm not
your choice of
deflecting. I'm
movie.
trying to have a conversation with you, and you're going like,
This isn't a conversation. This is you spewing misinformation.
It's
This
not
is like Trump
misinformation.
trying to tell me about COVID-19 and what all the experts are doing.
You know, this is all the
Let's
reality.
talk
I'm
about
just
that.
in the world of reality. The elite go to the Upper East Side. They go to the Upper West
The
Side.
wannabes go there.
They
The
don't go
elite
down
live there. No one goes there. The elite live there. No one goes there to
I
hang
just want
out.
to explain something though. So Nick ate on his first styrofoam plate ever when he met me. So he didn't know what to do. He was like, I eat on this. So Nick grew up on China Crystal
You did eat decent, dude.
silver spoon.
Now this guy gets a lot of it because he gets
So
beers
he
every day.
doesn't understand these nightclubs that you and I are talking about. Like
No.
you and I grew up with. Oh yeah, this is great fun. Let's go do
Oh yeah,
that.
yeah. You get your
Oh,
wife to go.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
I can see Nick likes the conversation starter that he is. He's a ball of fire and energy.
Yes.
you go to a dive bar. Hey, I got a great.
No, we don't.
Let's go to a
There's one of
dive
the places we go
Let's
to.
do a
but
comedian.
again,
That's going to make us laugh.
Nick, can I get to the Statue of Liberty? It's on the East River.
Wait, you said you've been doing
No,
this
it's not.
10 years,
It's
right?
not.
10 years making people
Not.
laugh. Okay. So the thing is, what do you
see
think?
Nick hanging out at the M&M store and thinking that this is high end?
Oh, so
M&Ms.
we're in
Nick's looking for the nearest Pizza Hut there.
Wait, there's Nordstrom, which is up on the Upper East Side, of course.
It is not on the Upper East Side. You are wrong again.
Okay, it's
It's
Upper
on
West Side,
57th
same
Street on
thing.
the West Side.
Same thing. It's on the West
Again,
Side.
showing you don't know what you are
in
talking
Times
about.
Square. It's in Times
West
Square.
Side.
No, it is not in
Like-
Times
like
Square.
Around 60
57th, Nordstrom's 57th and Broadway. I walk by there.
57 and Broadway. Okay.
Broadway.
It's not even close to time. It's Broadway. Times Square is 42nd or on a bunch of area. 57th is almost at the park, at the
And
bottom.
yeah, it's up at the park.
Yeah. It's
Not even close. Nick does not know what he's talking about yet again.
a wonderful place.
You can take a look at the
Hell's
Plum Town.
Kitchen. Let's talk about Hell's Kitchen. That kind of a little bit. That's kind of fun to go to.
Performs, and he had to move from Hell's Kitchen to go to Jersey.
It's called Nick's Mouth Hell's Kitchen.
That's
That's
an upgrade.
comes out of there and the nonsense.
That's an upgrade. He goes, I'm going to upgrade my lifestyle. I'm getting out of Hell's Kitchen. Super.
Nick,
Go-
where is Hell's Kitchen? Why don't you tell me because you think you know everything else in New York?
I don't go to those places, dude.
You know you do. You think you know New York so well because I go there all the time. No, you don't know.
It's like you know New York because you go all
He
the
doesn't know. He doesn't know. This is why he's not answering the question, Kim. See?
No, I don't really care. I mean,
He asked him something about chess, he'll know that, but he won't know about New York. But he says he knows about New York. So again, this credit, I do not take this credit to people funny. This is.
Did you really want to live in the black hole of Calcutta? No. So you don't go there. I don't want to live in Hell's Kitchen.
That's your knowledge base of New York, the black hole of Calcutta. There's nothing there.
I
about
don't
it.
even know. I don't go to those places, dude. I mean, you know.
He just spouts out things he's read.
You know that
as it was our distinction.
Tavern on the Green.
So tell us about this latest movie that you're going to cut. Tell us about the latest movie.
And the subject change comes in when you've run out of ammunition. Okay, good. Now that
we want to hear about your movie deals, okay? Because the thing is, you're gutting some sacred cow out.
Kim, if I just have I put this wannabe heckler in his place, can I move on now, or do I have to continue down this road?
When you gut,
I don't know. What do you want to do, Kevin?
you're gutting this.
I've proven without a shadow of a doubt that he doesn't know what he's talking about with New York and other things.
No, I know. You're proven it's out of a doubt that I don't hang out. I don't
spinning
hang out
wheels,
in the-
as we say.
Dive bars in New York. And
So here we go, back to the dive bar. He's going to go back to some buzzwords and try and spout them
I
off. And
don't
try
live
and see if
in
he
the
can
dive
when
places.
someone doesn't know where certain things are, but adds
Here's
himself
what's
as an
going to
expert.
happen when we're re-entered, when re-entry has occurred, because I'm already getting invites to places.
No,
Yeah,
the thing is,
I'm not even going to go to just yet.
Kevin, I am
You'll come up to New York and you're going to show him
I'm going to go see
through
Kevin.
New York.
I'm going to
Not
go potatoes so I can.
Carnegie Hall, not
Let
Tavern on the Green.
We'll show him Nordstrom is on the Upper East Side, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go visit Kevin so I can.
No, we're going to go show Nick
I can make some
the
nice.
real the real places,
Anyway.
we're the heart of the city where comedians get their start or have been for a long time.
Kevin, do you
They're everywhere.
fresh
Starts
tomatoes?
everywhere.
When
Yeah.
you're a comedian,
Bars.
they throw fresh tomatoes
We're
at you.
gonna go eat Chinese
Oh, wow.
food. We're gonna go to dim sum, and we're gonna get dim sum soup in Chinatown.
We're not. No. We're not going to Chinatown. Not
No, we're not
anytime
going
soon.
to Chinatown.
No.
Not right now.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying,
I got a serious question for Kevin.
Even
Kevin,
that whole that's got to give another 2 months after I think it's brought.
that's what I said. That's what I kept saying.
Kevin,
I'm not going anywhere for quite some time, even though I'm being booked for events right now. I'm like, nope, not until.
I have a serious question, Kevin. Kevin,
Sure.
when you're a stand-up comedian, when they throw tomatoes, are they rotten tomatoes or are they fresh tomatoes? That's all I want to know. Which do you get?
I'm just waiting for the funny part to come in.
There's nothing funny about it. I'm just
Oh,
waiting.
you're right. There is nothing funny about it. Okay, cool.
If you get the rotten tomatoes, I'm not-
Another hack cliche coming out of Nick's mouth. Why am I not surprised? Okay.
So
Have
I
a
tell you
story
what,
in Times Square.
I think
listen, I
that-
don't know. He won't answer that question. But the thing is,
No one throws tomatoes. No one. This is not vaudeville 1924.
earlier that they throw tomatoes. I said they threw apples and said no, they throw tomatoes. You would know.
No, they did throw tomatoes. They don't. They haven't. No one.
Tell me what they throw at you. I don't know if it's
Lord.
apples or tomatoes. I'm
I think
not,
I got news for you. No one rides horses to work anymore either. How about that news flash?
you know, well, you don't live out west, do you? Where they do. Why don't
Oh, I don't want to live out west.
you know, because New Yorkers never go out west.
carriage riders,
There's anything outside of New York.
carriage
You're
riders.
in North Carolina. You're in the city of Raleigh. You're not exactly where there's a hitching post hanging out there.
No, he's actually in Sanford. They do horses in Sanford.
Yeah,
It's a big horse town. So
you're gonna have to open up your eyes and see there's a world outside of New York. I know it's tough for New Yorkers because they think everything ends at the city lines. Of
I
New
mean,
York.
it pretty much. There's a lot more here than there are in other
yeah,
places.
there's a lot of coronavirus.
I've been all around. I've seen
All right,
plenty.
yeah, you've been to New Jersey.
Nick's just said Upper East Side 18 times to make him think that he's one of the culturally elite looking out there, but we can move on from that.
That's the tri-state area.
I think we could definitely maybe do a tour in New York.
I'm gonna be making a mistake about this week. I mean, what movies are you reviewing this week?
We did Forrest Gump this week. We
Forrest
did.
Gump, and you finally admitted it was a great movie.
No, we actually tore it apart and said it's a saccharinized, sappy film, and the guy who chose to take it down hates it because he felt, which I disagreed on this viewpoint, he felt it was sexist and racist, which I disagreed.
Nah, it was just a great movie.
No. But that was his point. He felt
Okay,
it was
dude,
sexist. and
okay,
racist.
if you don't think it's a great movie, what'd they make in the box office?
Doesn't mean it's a great. Bad movies make a lot of money. You do realize
It
that.
doesn't matter. And
You know,
show us
it
how
does
we
matter in the sense of judging
Ankit,
film.
Ankit, I need
People are
you to
saying
show this American.
bad films make a lot of money.
Show Ankit,
A lot of
bring
money.
up Ankit, show this American how we
Not
make
just last week you said Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was awful, but that made a lot of money.
Yeah,
So that also
Okay, this is how we measure success,
it
Kevin.
made a lot of
That
money.
is how we move.
Bad
success.
movies can make a lot of money. So
There
that's
we go. No. The thing is, the problem with that crazy movie in Hollywood, it had the name Hollywood on it, so all the suckers bought it.
that's
Okay,
it.
it's still a
Exactly
bad
not the
movie.
reason why people.
Forrest Gump didn't have Hollywood name on it, and a lot of good people bought it because it was a good movie. So what you did
That's
is you
not
got it
even remotely markedly true,
So
Nick.
you gutted a good movie that was by all metrics successful,
It's,
and
it's
instead,
very successful. What is very successful, but it doesn't mean
if you
it's
don't think
good.
that's a good movie, what
What's
do you
up,
think?
Hank's got a
is good
question.
movie?
Kevin, what kind of movie you like, and what do you think is the movie which maybe generates a lot of revenue around the world?
What
Because
kind
you
of
have-
movie does it? What movie do I like that does not have a lot of revenue? Boy, there
Yeah.
are a lot. There are a lot of independent films.
Just name one.
That King of Kong, Euro Dreams of Sushi. Those are a few. We watched Parasite last night, but that made a lot of money.
That was horrible.
That was great.
Oh,
Fantastic.
Come on. You're telling me you didn't.
Nick needs a paint by numbers Forrest Gump movie to understand, but doesn't understand layers and nuance.
It was an Academy Award. Okay, believers like you go.
The guy to go through the South with a box of chocolates on a bus stop, telling stories of quasi-American history to understand.
I can't- Wait, you didn't gut Parasite. You gut Forrest Gump, a great
No.
movie.
The guy, no, not yet. The guy who chose Parasite is going to try and gut it. I am going to defend Parasite.
You're going to defend Parasite. Are you a lawyer? You have to be real good.
Parasite is a remake of a Tamil movie, Indian Tamil movie. You know about it?
I don't know. Tell me about it.
So,
I didn't know
so there's a movie in Tamil in India, basically the regional language, and Parasite is a remake of that movie.
I did not know that. Well, that'll make my 5 fun facts then. That's good.
And you won't believe. I'll tell you how it works basically. So in India, we follow a lot of Hollywood movies as usual.
Sure.
Okay. Then our regional industries follow our movies, and they follow Chinese movies,
Right.
and they follow and then those Tamil movies are followed by a lot of Chinese people around China and Mandarin and mainland China. And then again, if you see that world, and then again the Hollywood people and people of different countries, then they're following those Chinese movies. So it's
Yeah.
like a vicious
It's a vicious circle. I got you.
interesting this and this and this. So it's a circle.
I got it.
So
Yeah, that's good. It makes sense.
Basically, we have done a movie not similar to Avatar, but it's a different movie. It's a mythological movie with 2 parts, which comes in 6 months of time gap, and both the movies have done close to $1 billion sale.
When did that film come out? The one that was like Avatar. What year did that come out?
So our movie is Bahubali.
No. What year did it come out?
That's what I'm saying. Bahubali, the movie name.
No. What year did that film come out?
What year
Yeah,
did
yeah.
Bahubali?
It was 2018.
18. Oh, so it's recent. Yeah, because Avatar was 2009, and then that's okay. I was just curious to see the timeline. And now Avatar is doing at least 4. I think they're doing 4 other sequels. So I think there's up to Avatar 5 or 4. I know there are at least 3 or 4 sequels in the movie.
Have you guys been able to actually sit through that? I can't sit through that.
Avatar?
Yeah, because it was
Yeah,
horrible. I mean,
listen,
I can last
one of the
maybe
most
15
beautiful
minutes.
things you'll ever see, but the plot is bare bones. It's not. I didn't.
Are you
I
kidding
didn't
me?
like it.
Do you defend that movie?
It's absolute 10
Counselor.
plus on the visual, but the plot is just.
Counselor, do you defend that movie? That
No, I
thing
did
that
not
no
defend
one
it.
can watch?
We-
Good.
we-
Okay,
we
we're on
took
the
it
same
down.
page.
Yeah.
Okay, good. We're on the same
The
page.
guy who came
I have
on,
not
not
been
a
able
fan
to
of
watch
that at all, and we agree with him. He's like, yeah,
I can't last
So
15
that's,
minutes. That thing.
So that's a fact, Kevin. Can you see it?
I can see it. Yeah,
Oh, it's all about the money, man. Because the thing is, the rest of it's trash. You know?
$218 million worth in U.S. dollars. I was just curious to see
Yeah.
for
it's all
U.S. dollars
you
because
know.
yours is so over 40 billion. Okay,
Right.
Yeah. so 260. So a gross of 262. That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot for India. 262 in the US is good. It's not. It's very good. It's very good. It's not like light years. It's not Avatar, which was like 1.3 billion. So
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. It shows what people.
We are 1.3 billion in India, and then Indians are around the world 300 million. Okay,
Right.
and then a lot of people who are following the Bollywood. So we have done this movie in 6 to 7 languages, and then we dub in multiple areas based on the requirement. And the movie has got the maximum number of screening around the world. If
okay,
you count screens, maximum screens. And the best part is the movie started with part A, and after the part A, everyone was asking a question: who killed this guy? Who killed this guy? It was kind of a meme around the world, and we have to wait for 6 months to get the answer. So the part 2 automatically created a hype that who killed this guy, and
cool.
that's why.
I'll add that to the queue. Sure, let me do that right now.
Oh, you're gonna actually review that, Kevin?
No, I'm gonna add it to my queue to watch.
Oh, really? You actually watch these things? Okay, I don't
Yeah.
have an attention span for those horrible
And,
movies.
and also, if you remember, there was a Chinese movie called Cliff Ocean or something, Red Ocean. I don't remember the name.
Hey, can you put it in the chat for me, Ankit, so I can see it? Just put it in the chat box.
Put in the chat. Yeah. Hey, Ivan has joined us. Ivan, where are you from?
I'm from Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton, Ohio. Really? Okay, you got a good mic. Unlike Kevin, I'm working on Kevin to try to make his show better. It's a long haul with Kevin, but he'll eventually get there. It's going to take him time. But you have a great mic. You know, that's your mic. You need an upgrade, Kevin. So what sort of
Snowball? I do voiceover, Nick. I think I know what I'm talking about when it comes to mics.
Thanks. Notice the
I
word.
do. I make money from that. So I think I know what I'm talking about.
Thanks, Ivan. Ivan, what sort of show do you do? You probably do a great show, and Kevin could take some lessons and notes. What's your show?
Well, basically, I'm the GM and head coach for Next GC of the NBA 2K League. My podcast started from me being involved in the NBA 2K community. And basically, it was just spreading awareness and being positive throughout the gaming community, which sometimes can be looked upon as a negative, toxic environment. So the OG 2 cents is something that I started on Twitter, where basically I would just spread positive tweets, and then at the end I would put a hashtag OG2 cents. So after a year, I collected all of the tweets and basically just turned them into segments on my podcast, which I started back in February.
Oh, really? Okay. So what does your podcast do? You said it's with the NBA. Is that like basketball?
Yeah, it's a virtual 5v5. It's a professional esports.
A professional
league.
sports of virtual basketball.
Yes. And it started we're into our third season now.
Right.
Started back in 2017.
Really? Okay, so there's actually a professional league of virtual basketball. These aren't real basketball; it's virtual basketball, right?
Correct.
So your season didn't end, right?
Well, technically it does. We're actually just started this past on May 5th.
Mhm.
We opened up our season. Typically, it's played in a studio in New York. The first 2 seasons we were in Brooklyn Studios in Long Island City.
Right.
This season we actually upgraded into Hudson Yards and was going to be in Manhattan, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we've been pretty much playing remote now. We've been
Yeah, I was going to say, why do you need to go to Manhattan? I mean, then you run into Kevin, which is not a great thing. So the thing is, you could actually do it remotely, and then you don't have to go to New York and run to coronavirus and bad comedians.
Ivan, by the way, Nick thinks that
what do they call these
North
dive
is on the Upper
bars?
East Side, and he thinks everything. He thinks
Dive
24th
bars.
Street is downtown. By the way, just
You
to
know.
give you, Nick's one of these guys who thinks he knows New York, but when you're in North Carolina, you don't know it only because you've been there 6 times. So I live in Jersey, but I work in this city. So it's funny when Nick tries to spout off like he knows New York. So
Yeah,
when you talk about Manhattan, just
Right.
take it with a grain of salt and save
But
yourself.
see, the
man.
thing is, Ivan, let me tell you something about Kevin. He doesn't even know where Dayton, Ohio is. If you gave him, you can give him a big map like this, a big globe. Hey,
Northeast
hey,
Ohio.
Kevin, show me where Dayton, Ohio is. I think it's
I
down
just said
here
where it is.
somewhere. It's over
I just said
here.
where-
You don't have a clue because he's.
I
from
just
New
said where
York.
it is. It's just
These
Northeast
people in
Ohio.
New York don't know where Dayton.
No,
Ohio
Northeast Ohio. Next.
is. Northeast. Now notice what he said. Northeast Ohio.
Yeah,
Ivan,
just so-
Dayton, and Northeast
Am I right?
Ohio. Dayton.
Am I right?
Ivan, is he right? Northeast
Southwest.
Southwest. There we go. Not
Not
even
even close.
right.
See? Told you I didn't know where it is.
Kevin,
I know Cincinnati. I've been to Cincinnati. I'm not looking to go to
Yeah,
Dayton.
it's like 45 minutes
That's right,
away from
see,
the.
see, okay,
Cincinnati.
North
North of
Ivan,
Cincinnati.
Ivan, what we're going to do is we're going to ship one of these to Kevin so he knows that this is called the world. Oh, this is the world, something that New Yorkers don't know very much about. Oh, by the way, as you go over here, there's a country where, India, there it is. That's where Ankit's from. See, and we have to educate these New Yorkers because they don't even know where Dayton,
Well,
Ohio
think
is.
about this. We're getting Kevin some really good Indian fans,
No,
right?
we're
So,
giving
like we're building a new base over in India. We have doctors and lawyers and businessmen, pharmaceutical owners. They all watch this. They all support us. And now
And
they
hopefully,
get to know Kevin and Ankit's got 1.2 billion fans.
1.3 billion followers. Yeah. Now, I got Ivan a question. Okay, do you have 100,000 downloads on your podcast right now?
Not yet.
You want to get to 100,000?
I just cracked over 1,000.
Okay, we'll get you to 100,000 because we had a lady on earlier who cracked the code how to get to over 100,000 viewers, and we're going to create a little podcast on
I
it.
think her code was having an established business that your customers just followed her to. That's the
No, that's not
that's,
it.
that's a pretty easy pathway to create.
Dude, you're so smart. Come on, Ankit. Show us.
I'm not knocking. I'm saying that's
I'll tell you what
We're going to get Kevin to
Kevin
100,000
We'll
viewers.
play it
So
back in a minute.
We're going to
One
play
of
it
the
back.
things, though, I do want to share. As I'm going to be on one of the podcaster shows on Monday.
Lita?
I was invited, to be
With
on
Lita?
the podcast.
Lita has 100,000 downloads, and she's only done her 6 podcasts, but she knows what she's doing. Hello, other podcasters. Yeah, Kevin. Ankit.
Yeah. So basically, what Leta says that she's working with the Business Radio X, and they do a lot of shows. And she was talking about downloads of Business Radio X and not about her own podcast.
Not her own podcast. It was the business show. It was the business.
Podcast where they do.
What did I just say? What did I just?
Not just her show.
Not just her show, yeah.
No, it was the business show that she's doing. He's in what do you call it? That kind of I think law
Like a
when
network?
people get injured, that
Oh.
kind of thing. So yeah,
Personal injury. Yeah.
yeah,
totally.
personal injury. So
I know that like I know New York.
So she's so
You know, when you
good.
say
She's
you do
piggybacking is what it
product
sounds like, right?
Of course.
right. She
So there you
did.
go. Good for her. That's awesome. But when you say you crack the code, I can't take that seriously. When it says I cracked the code. No, you got on the hot. You followed in the wake. And
Of
you did
course.
that. That's great. You had an easier path, but it's not like you're blazing trails like
No,
Ivan
you're-
and I are doing. So
you're-
that's
you're-
what I just want to make the point of. So okay.
So
Yeah,
Ivan, I missed out. What are you doing? What kind of podcast show do you have?
Ivan, I want to hear from you. You're up.
It's basically from the 2K community. I started back in 2015 operating leagues and tournaments, and became pretty much a figure in the community. And I took upon myself to be basically a positive light in the community, which is looked at sometimes as toxic. And I started on Twitter, just tweeting out positive tweets, and I hashtagged it OG2 cents. And then a year later, I turned it into a podcast where basically it's blending culture and life and gaming all into one. So basically, that's my crowd that I speak to. Just motivational, positive.
So you believe in the power of positive thinking, right, Ivan?
Yes.
Okay, which is the motto of our company, the power of positive thinking.
Right
So,
here, baby.
there we go, baby, right.
Every day.
Power of positive thinking, right?
I
McCormick,
own
I want to use, so
hashtag.
I'm not sure about
The
that.
hashtag's
Okay,
mine.
so the thing is, the power of positive thinking actually does work, as we well know, right? Can you explain
yeah.
that to Kevin, because he needs a little education in this area?
Are you
That
kidding
doesn't
me?
look like that,
That's power of positive.
Well, the thing about it for me, I mean, it hasn't failed me. I've
won't.
just persevered through a lot of different situations. Failure, lack of success, and I just kept pushing through. And I mean, like I said, it hasn't failed me yet. I just stay determined, focused, and just keep my eyes on the prize. I mean, I know a lot of it sounds cliche, but that's what works for me.
It's
And
right
I said
here.
I won't change.
It's in my book. It's in my book, right? Perseverance, right?
Yeah.
Execute with excellence, as we say at NC State University. But no, perseverance, right? Stand on your convictions.
Yeah.
Believe in yourself.
But you were saying that
it's all there.
your community has negative vibes or something like that. Talk to me about these negative people. I never see a negative person on Facebook. I usually go to Facebook and I say, "Hey, I've arrived." You know, the thing is,
You're telling a story.
You're all say welcome. Nobody
You're
says
telling a story.
Nobody says anything negative on Facebook. They're all positive, right?
They all say
Yeah.
negative things to me. They hate me.
I think in the world of
I'm the most
gaming,
hated figure on Facebook right now.
it starts I think it primarily starts from just being competitive and just hating to lose. And a lot of times people rage out, lash out. I think most of it is probably done just out of competing and not wanting to lose, but some of it is like actually who people are. Like they're just negative people, unfortunately, and it just transfers over into them playing video games. So I try to like just not take things so serious, and try to, I guess, thin the ice a little bit between positive gamers like myself and negative gamers out there that exist. So I've been successful at that. That's pretty much my brand. That's how people view me and what they expect when they see me. So
okay, all right. So the thing is, so you're with the gamers and you're always positive. Have you thought about doing a political blog? Because all the people in politics are pretty positive, right? And then you can bring that energy, that positive energy, to politics and the political conversation.
There's no such thing. Positive and politics don't go together.
I was just about to say that.
We got positive dudes into politics, so
the younger generation, get rid of politics.
Can you bring a positive vibe
and get rid of it?
Ivan, can you do that?
There's no freedom in politics.
I seriously doubt that, Nick. Politics is not my thing. I mean, I try to stay up. The funny thing, we argue about politics as if we're not receiving the same information, and it's just a matter of what you believe at that point.
No, it's a matter of what TV news story you watch. Do you watch somebody with data, or do you watch the left or the right? Do you read the left or the right?
Yeah, but I want to see Ivan bring that power of positive thinking into politics.
But we
here's
data on
this
we
guy
just
is
do data.
solid.
I probably won't last long. I wouldn't last long, Nick.
Yeah, but you can bring it to sports, right? You do it to sports, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I don't think I'm the first one that actually do that in sports, but in my realm, probably
right?
Yes, but in sports in general, no. I mean, you have your positive, religious type of athletes and different things of that nature. So
Yeah, I mean, see, Kevin brings it to movies. He's really positive about movie. He's now positive that Parasite is a piece of trash.
No,
movie.
Parasite's a great
Should have
film.
never won the Academy Award for the Best Picture because all it is blood, guts, and gore.
But
And
Kevin, the one
Stephen,
movie
here we go again.
that sold that crazy
More,
movie.
this is Nick proving
They just
what he doesn't
kill it
know. There
at
was
the end.
hardly any blood, and except for the ending, which I'm not going to ruin. But it wasn't.
Oh,
there
no,
weren't any guts. So
you don't
this
have
is
to
Nick
ruin the
again trying
ending,
to count the
Kevin.
top of
They
Mount
ruined it
Highest and
for you,
pretend like he knows
Counselor.
something, but he doesn't.
They ruined it for you, Counselor. You don't have to ruin the ending. They did it for you, and they did it because they knew it would sell. Remember, as you know, if it bleeds, it leads, and that's what they put in the end of the movie.
Not even the basis of the
All
film.
the suckers would buy it, and the sad part is your fools in Hollywood bought it too. And the sad part, even that, is people like you who follow the people in Hollywood, and they say Hollywood, you worship it. Oh boy, it's Hollywood. It's got to be good.
But Gutting the Cow leads, Nick, so it's going to lead. Think about it. Paul Ferguson
it should lead its way right.
Nick, how much of that echo chamber you're in right now costs for you? I'm just curious.
How
You can
much
stop talking no one else. That's
Counselor,
someone
how
else.
much,
I
how
even
much
like
per
that.
hour do they pay you to defend that?
I don't like Parasite. Parasite.
we
Parasite.
go.
It's too
So you don't
bloody,
like
bloody,
it.
bloody, bloody.
Well, that's
Gutting
all.
the
Moving
Cow
up the
is bloody.
side.
Gutting the Cow is very, very bloody. So
Gutting
it's,
the Cow.
it's going to lead. You and I know that, just like Paul Ferguson.
Or positive guy Ivan would take that movie and tear it apart because it's that bad. He's a
Ivan,
positive.
did you see
guy.
Parasite?
He's a positive guy. Did you see
no,
that movie?
I'm thinking to myself, I'm gonna have to check it out now.
Yeah.
that it's been
Oh,
mentioned.
don't waste your money. Save
No.
your money. Put it in a mutual fund somewhere. Make some money off of it, man. Don't give it to these Hollywood guys that are trying to suck you in.
Yeah,
for
don't
these
give it to the Hollywood
horrible
guys
products.
that brought you
Are you
forward.
kidding me?
Right, Nick? Because that's
You know?
a terrible film.
And please, Ivan, don't take your advice from a comedian in New Jersey who wishes he was in New York. I mean, come on. He's
You're
not
right.
the guy you want to take your
Where
financial advice
the
from.
pandemic's number
You
one.
know?
I do not want to be there right now. That's why everyone fled
Yeah,
New
so they
York
escaped to New
and they
Jersey.
left
And New
the
Jersey
city
has a pandemic
ghost town.
too.
Again, Nick's
It's a
not
waste
knowing
of
what he's
time.
talking
He
about.
actually needs to leave and go to a place like you are in Dayton where it's safe. But he doesn't know where Dayton is. He'll end up in northwestern Ohio somewhere, lost looking for Cleveland, the mistake by the lake. So anyway, I'm trying to help the guy out, and it's really hard, as you all know, trying to help out to escape from New York, which was a good movie, except a lot of people didn't take that advice, so they're still there.
Are you
Anyway,
going to take advice from a guy who just lost a Bill Gates contest by one?
Bill Gates. Bill Gates contest. What are you talking about?
That
Bill
haircut,
Gates?
that glasses, that
The
means
look
time
alike. The
given
look
up.
alike.
Yeah, who looks like Bill Gates?
You do.
I don't look like Bill
Jesus
Gates. I don't know
Christ.
who the guy is. He's a
Hey,
computer
Jim, get back
tech dude,
on.
isn't he?
Honest to
Yeah.
God, does Nick
What?
put up Ankit? Put up a picture.
No,
of
it's
Bill
not
Gates.
even close.
Put it up
Not
right
even
now.
close. Don't
Does he
bother.
look like Bill
Waste of
Gates?
time.
Answer is an emphatic
No.
yes. Put a picture of Bill Gates up right now.
I'm sure
No.
Nick has heard
Wait.
that more than once.
Waste of time. Never heard of it. I don't even know who this guy is. He's a computer jock. That's all I understand.
Nick, you look like Melinda Gates too.
Yeah, well, she's worth looking at for sure. But Bill Gates, are you kidding me? Not happening. But anyway, he runs this podcast called Gutting the Sacred Cow, and he takes all the best movies. Like, let's ask Ivan, okay, because he's objective, not like you, Kevin. Okay, do you like Forrest Gump as a movie?
That's a no.
It was entertaining at times.
There we go, entertaining at
Did you
times.
see him have to think about it? He said no. Ivan, let me
He did not say no.
There you go.
It's an
Oh,
old
look at
movie.
He
that.
did say no. He
Look
said
at
it was
that,
entertaining at some
dude.
time.
Look at
What
those
sort of
pictures.
spin room do you work in, Kevin? I mean, the thing is, you must
Those
live in this
pictures
spin
and the
room.
guy on the left named
Maybe.
Nick Palpetta don't look
Well-
like the profile of a serial killer. I don't know what does.
What are you talking about? Who's this guy over here anyway?
Nick, I loved you in the film Don't
You
Fuck
know?
with Cats on Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, the
Oh, yeah.
thing is, you're okay. Ivan is a positive guy, so he liked the film Forrest Gump. Kevin is a negative person, so he hated the film
I did not like the
Forrest
film.
Gump. But saying anything that's good in life, like Forrest Gump, is bad to him, and everything's bad.
No, it
like
was just
Parasite, which
very
is a piece of
saccharine.
trash. He loves it, and he loves Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Which, by the way, did you waste your time watching that movie, Ivan? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Did you waste your money?
I haven't seen it.
Good. Save your money. Invest it in a mutual fund. You'll do a lot better than wasting your money on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Any movie that has Hollywood in it is generally bad. Okay, because it's a sucker's play. It's a Quentin Tarantino sucker play, and he sucked a lot of money in because of that. And then the Hollywood people worship him, not realizing it was another piece of trash by Hollywood. And that's the name of the game. That's the reality.
The last show I watched with Hollywood, and it is on Netflix right now.
What's that one?
It's a mini series. Like it takes place in the golden ages, like Rock Hudson and
Right.
those
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
It's
Why do they
basically
call it the
just-
Golden Age? What they did is they captured all the actors and they put them under severe labor contracts. It wasn't the Golden Age. It was horrible for them. I mean, seriously, they were enslaved to the MGMs of the world and stuff like that. Do you know what a cesspool is? Here's what a cesspool is, Ivan. Leave
Dick's
Dayton and go to
mouth. He
Hollywood.
says things like he knows about New York.
leave Dayton, which is a real city, and go to the La La Land. Then you'll find where the cesspool lie. Okay, and then you want to see its cousin. Go to New York and hang out with Kevin. There's the cousin right there. Most of the places are leaving places like that. They're going to real cities like Dayton, Ohio.
I'm not too far from Kevin. I'm actually in East Village, New York.
There you go. Oh,
East
Nick,
Village,
there
New
goes
York.
another theory that you just don't know what you're talking
East
about.
Village, New York. You need to leave now, Ivan.
Hey, Ivan, real fast, by the way. Nick thinks anything below Macy's is a waste of time. He thinks in the East Village where you live is a waste of time.
Yeah, I would leave there. If you're in the East Village, I'd get out of there. I mean, all is.
You have a ticket. You have New Jersey Transit ticket. Look at that, Ankit. That's hilarious.
I
got a New Jersey Transit ticket.
Well, he actually escaped. So Ankit is in New Delhi. He escaped from New York, which was one of the best movies and best advice.
And a Metro card.
Yeah,
Nice.
Metro card.
You can save those as souvenirs.
Ankit, don't get on those right now, man. They are just
they can't
overrun
with those,
with the homeless and they're shitting everywhere. That they should, for the first time ever, they've shut the subways down from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. to clean the cars every night because they've gotten bad.
And that won't help. By the way, they can scrub that whole place down. It wouldn't help. It's over. Just forget it. I mean, the thing is, it's dirty. It's built to stay that way. Go back to Dayton, clean.
Where'd you live in Jersey, Ankit?
What?
Where'd you live in Jersey?
Yeah, but
Edison, yeah, big Indian community there. Yeah, that and Parsippany, like the biggest too.
Really?
That's the biggest part of our esports.
I want to tell you guys something sad. It took 9/11 to clean up New York. Right, I used to go to New York a lot and work up there.
Kim, that's
we
not
would
true.
have
That's
to
not
be
true
in
at
by
all. Kim,
10.
that's not true. When Giuliani was the mayor, he got all the old Times Square you see in like Taxi Driver movie and all that. He cleaned all the porn stuff, all that out. It was clean before 9/11.
It was.
Yes.
Oh, you're telling me there's no porn stuff in New York right now?
Not
right?
very little.
People
Very
do give
little.
Giuliani credit.
little.
People do
Giuliani
give
watched
Giuliani
it.
credit even after.
Giuliani is why Times Square is what it is now. Bottom line. Bottom line.
But
You
he
mean
was there after
coronavirus,
9/11
right?
too, right? He was there after 9/11.
Yeah, he was mayor during 9/11. Yeah, it was
Right.
him and then Bloomberg.
But they said that he's what cleaned it up completely. Like after 9/11, he was able to really push a lot more things.
He did all before 9/11. He did
Kevin,
all-
are you telling me that
He did
New
that
York
before
is
that?
now-
In the late 90s, he was cleaning it up.
Kevin, Mr. New Yorker, are you telling me that New York is now a safe, clean place to be or
No,
not?
I'm saying it was safer, and that Giuliani was the reason it got cleaner than what it was. That's my
Okay.
point.
But I've heard that. Every
Listen,
cab driver I rode with told me it was all credit to
Look at me.
Giuliani.
Look at me. Okay. Kevin,
Nick,
we're talking about
Nick,
today.
if you don't live here, you don't know what you're talking about yet again.
Kevin,
I
we're talking
do.
about
You
today.
don't. So,
Can I
and
go
Ivan,
down to that past?
pretty much, I'm sure you're going to agree with what I just said. And if I'm wrong, you can correct me.
How is it today? Okay.
Well,
Is it
I
a safe
mean-
place to live today? Yes or no, Kevin?
It's better. It's much better. And yeah, there are places. Yeah, it is
Better,
better.
really? Okay. Today,
Depends what your version of nice is. Depends what you want. Your famous Upper East Side. What's more pristine than that?
pretty nice. Yeah.
Well, there you go. So it is a nice place to live. Jesus.
Well, I'm talking about now. Is it a nice place to live?
Yes.
Now, today, you would move to New York.
Nick, I don't know how many times I have to answer that question in informative ways as you try
Your
to
objection is
prove
asked
myself
and
right on
answered.
every
Yeah.
single point out there.
We're gonna have to train you. The objection is called ask.
Right.
This
no,
is what happens
Kevin,
when you run out of
question.
ammunition.
Mhm.
Now that we're on,
This is the end
on
of
this
Butch Cassidy, the Sundance Kid, where they're surrounded, and he's going to throw his gun at us because he's out of bullets.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a good one. Are you
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to
Of course, your reference is that everything's a movie. You're like a walking movie. You know,
I mean,
I
that podcast,
you have
like,
to say something, Kevin,
I
there's
can't do
real
that.
life.
gotta be on brand.
I can't do
Ivan
that.
explained to him about real life, and the world is not just a
Right.
movie.
Well, we're talking about movies, so that's what we're here for. That's why I'm here.
So I kind of
That's
want to
right.
talk about what is your opinion of New York when Uber kind of took in place? Because
Much
that kind
better, much better, much better. Competition, it makes everything better because you don't have to wait for it. There you go. You don't have to wait for cabs. And that's the best thing about it. And it's cheaper. All right. You can set your
I
pickup
agree.
time. It's a lot easier. And I'll even tell you what, Ivan's going to agree with this too. Cabbies were not picking up people of color. They would not pick up black people because they're afraid of stuff. Uber
They can't do that.
is a
That's
lot
the
different
law.
now
Come on,
because
Ivan,
you don't
come
know
on.
what's picking up sometimes, so they can just show up and go, okay, boom. But
Come on.
cabbies were not picking up black people. Danny Glover did a whole video about it 20 years ago.
They
So
can't do that. That's
Uber,
against the law.
it
That's
gives
against the
people
law.
who don't get picked up by cabs more chances to get picked up by cabs. Ivan?
Yeah.
I
Is that
I
true,
mean,
Ivan?
Yeah, I mean, it's been true in a lot of different cases. I mean, you never had that problem with Uber or Lyft or anything like that. They
Boom.
more than willing to pick you up and take you where you need to go.
Really?
wow.
Okay, but the cabbies weren't like that.
Nope.
Don't they know they're violating the laws of the United States of America? Do they know that yet? You know, they need a lawyer.
Yeah, right, Nick.
Yeah, that's
Come
against the law.
on.
Yet another point I'm right on.
Don't
Thank
come
you.
south. Don't come south.
You know. Yeah.
Uh,
that's
Okay.
Someone comes out is right.
nice.
Well,
Another point. You're right. See what Kevin does? He collects points when he's right. He's got like 2 of them right now. They're
Well,
not too
Nick
many.
going to come on and challenge you one-on-one to this little duel that Kim set up. So I'm done. I'm estimating him in the competition. So
If
that's
Kevin can get 1 or 2 points right,
There
I
you
didn't
go.
say
That's it.
that.
makes
Oh,
it
no,
stay.
no. Nick set that up, but I had
Oh, he
fun
did?
watching
Oh,
you
so he
two.
invited a lion. He invited a lion into the cage. That's not a good idea.
I'm
No,
right
I
with the Wicked Witch of
I
the
just
West.
love watching. I just this is
Nothing.
fun. I don't think I have this much fun. This
Yeah.
is like
So the Uber has definitely been a huge success. Now the only problem though is now that has caused the city to incur a tax. So you're going to have another tax. It's called a congestion tax. So they don't want cars in the city because they want people to ride bikes and walk on, but that's just not
Come on,
plausible.
where you been? Oh wait, that's right. You're in New York, so you don't even know they have that in London already. You've probably
I'm just saying that's one of the bad things that
They
came
already
with
have it.
Uber
Okay.
is that
You guys
more
are
cars
so far
became
behind in New York. You have no
There's
idea.
another tax
Oh,
on that.
Kevin, do you know where London is? They already have that.
I've been there. I was there.
Let me
year and a half
bring
ago.
this
There we
over
go.
to you. We'll go find London for Kevin. There it is. Oh, you got to go across the pond. There we go. There it is. There's London for you. Okay, we're helping him out there because see, New Yorkers don't know that there's a world outside of it.
Nick's a broken record over and over, playing the hits that never hit. He's
Well, he didn't know that
he's a
London
no-hit
already
wonder,
has
is what we call him.
congestion fee already over there to keep these crazy cars out and polluting the city, so you can't even see the.
No one argued that. I just said New York just implemented that tax as well. No one talked about London, Nick. So
About
nice
time.
to try to bring a segue in here that has no bearing in the conversation. So let's just
So,
stay in the
Kurt,
lane.
Kevin, you
what
need
do
to
you
clean up
think
that.
of
city.
this? Kurt, I mean, what do you think of this kind of banter? I mean, you do this power positive thinking type show. What do you think of all of this? This is energy.
The one thing about it, I mean, yeah, about being positive, but I'm not objective. Like, I mean, I still listen to everything, and it gives great insight. The one thing about me is my thoughts are not edged in stone. I can be thinking about a lot of different subjects and things like that, but when I hear other people speaking, I can be swayed if it makes sense or is better than my initial thought. So I love it, to be honest.
I do too. I do.
Okay, well, we maybe you get some points like Kevin. Kevin has 2 of them right now. You know,
A lot more.
a lot more. Yeah. Oh, you mean Ivan has a lot more? I wouldn't be surprised already. Easily passed.
He's doing a great job today too, Ivan. It's just Nick though. Nick thinks he's funny. He's like the
I'm
15th
not funny.
funniest person in his
I'm
office,
a
I
serious
think.
guy. You know, you're the guy who thinks you're funny. You're the professional
I mean,
comedian.
I'm pretty.
Okay, I am
Yeah,
not.
I
a
was.
professional
He was listening
comedian.
to the podcast.
Okay.
And hey, there's another guy. Hey, he invited me to do his podcast. There's another fellow that see.
wait. Somebody
Someone else
is
who was going to bring on his podcast. So I think the points are adding up way more than you think, there, buddy.
Okay, somebody's actually inviting.
Yeah,
Kevin to
Mark's
do a
show
podcast.
on
Yeah, Mark's.
Monday.
I'm doing Mark's show.
So-
Well, Mark, are you actually inviting this guy to do a podcast? Do you want your ratings?
I
to go
invited him
down
to
or
show
up?
up.
Yeah.
He invited me. I'm on his show Monday.
Are you
Nick.
kidding me?
Looks like Nick's not invited. Oh, I wonder why.
That's because I don't need to have an invitation.
Nick's
Like
the guy that
I
he
don't
walks into a
need-
party, everybody
I don't
goes
need-
in different directions, like when cockroaches see the
look at
light.
me. I'm the captain now. You know, I mean, come on. You know, I'm shocked in awe, Kevin, that they would actually invite you. You know,
Why not?
it's partially because I don't think they heard about the original story of what actually happened. Maybe they feel sorry for you, Kevin.
Maybe that's it.
You said,
Maybe
you said
maybe
earlier.
that's the
Hey,
reason.
listen, earlier on the
Maybe
show,
that-
you can look at it. I asked him, do they throw apples at you when you're on? He goes, no, they throw tomatoes at me when I get on. So he goes to Manhattan. He does his stand-up comedy. He's not funny. They throw tomatoes at him. I wasn't really sure.
Oh,
Isn't there an insurance convention that keeps trying to make people laugh? You know,
Mark and
just hang
Ivan
out
feel
there
sorry for you,
during a
Kevin.
lantern that says,
Okay,
Nick, I'm
listen.
not funny, Palvetta.
Mark and Ivan feel sorry for you, so you got invited on their shows. Okay, and the good news, their shows are podcasts, so nobody's going to throw a tomato at you. So you're good to go. You know, we've improved your life already.
Are you sure you should still be on, Nick? Shouldn't you pick up some food from TGI Fridays, being that you're a culinary master in everything New York?
Hey, look, I don't even know that they even have TGI's Friday in New York. Do they even
Yo,
have
I
that?
thought you were a New York expert. You should know that. Yeah,
No,
there
I just
are.
don't eat at the bad places. I mean, you
Yeah.
probably know where they all are because you know where the dive bars are. You ever said that's where you
See?
perform, in dive bars. Where do you eat? Bad places. I don't do that stuff. Okay,
Here's fun.
It's okay. You know, you can go
Here's
eat it.
Nick.
Stuff. You can eat stuff. Let's bring Ivan back. Let's bring Mark back. Okay. All right. Did you guys really invite this guy to be on your show?
See?
Well, I haven't, but I will.
You
Hey,
will?
that's another one. Thanks, Ivan. I'd love
Are
to come
you
on your show.
kidding me? Are you kidding? All he knows is about movies. His life is.
I was watching Nick's argument just fall apart like an old
You're
sweater
gonna be
in the
talking
dryer
about.
from last
Hey,
time.
Ivan, you're going to be
Now,
talking
wait a
about
minute.
basketball.
Wait a
Ivan,
minute.
you're
Nick.
going to be talking about
guys,
basketball.
with me,
The
He
only
won't
thing-
even know what a
without me.
basketball is.
with me.
Okay, you're going to have to explain to him how basketball works.
It's a lot
This
of
guy's a movie
basketball
guy.
movies out there.
I'm on a show. I'm on Walter Football Show. I'm on Mark.
Yeah, you're going to have to explain to him, Ivan. You're going to have to give him the rules of basketball and sports because all he knows is movies. And Mark, I don't know what you're going to
I
do.
mean, I watch hoops.
I have no idea.
By the way, Ivan, how
You know.
insane is the Jordan documentary? That is amazing.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Kevin,
if
don't
it's a
you
movie,
do
he wouldn't
fantasy
know about it.
football?
It's taking a lot of people
Yeah,
back.
good
I
for
mean, especially for me, I was a teenager then. So
And I think you have to know sports, at least a little bit about
He was
football, in order to pick the players.
Well, he watches movies about sports, so maybe he knows a little bit about it. You know.
Oh, you mean I make a second living on fantasy football? I know. Thank you. But Ivan, that what they've done with that has been so fantastic. If that's not sports doc of the year, I don't know what is. It's been fantastic, and I just wish they'd do more than 2 episodes a week because I just want to binge the hell out of it. It's been, and I was a huge fan. I was a Michael fan. I used to be a Bulls fan because of Michael. Not anymore. I just kind of fell with the NBA. But it's been such a beautiful trip down memory lane, reliving, seeing all those players, the Sonics, and all that, the Gary Payton, Detlef Schrempf, and Kemp era. Man, that was great to seeing all those guys and him just killing the Knicks and destroying the Knicks. And just, I remember like it was yesterday. Starks 3-19.
Yeah, I was a Knicks fan, so
That hurt, huh? The
yeah.
Smith getting blocked over and over. That had
Yeah.
to hurt. Man.
Ivan, I thought you were a Reggie Miller fan. He's a good friend of the Knicks, right?
He killed, yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're good. But do the Knicks have a basketball team anymore? I thought
No,
they
no.
disintegrated.
Not really.
Yeah, did they ever have a basketball team? That's
In the
probably
70s.
question, right? 70s, so no one even remembers them. You
So
know,
Kevin does
has New
movies
York won
and
anything
sports.
recently? I mean, New York win anything recently? Any sporting
The
event?
Giants won 2 Super Bowls, which is more in the last 20 years, which 4 total, which is 4 more than the Carolina Panthers have.
Who,
Nick.
who
So
won a,
just
who won a
remind
Super
you
Bowl
about
in New
that.
York?
And the New York Yankees won a World Series in 2009. You guys don't have a World Series. down in
2009.
Carolina.
Wait. You're
That
talking about
doesn't
more
matter, I
than
guess.
you're talking about more than a
and
decade
two-
ago. So New York
and-
hasn't won.
But they also have
And
27 World Series, Nick. How about that? 27?
2018, Knicks Gaming won
Uh,
the NBA 2K
Kevin,
League
please don't
championship.
talk. I'm really upset at my team, and it has nothing to do with North Carolina. I went to school in Milwaukee. I'm a Marquette graduate. I'm not all opposed to the NBA because we still got a great coach in the Clippers coach if we ever have an NBA season. But that being said, being in Milwaukee, that made me a Brewers fan. The team has gone
You guys
to
are on the cusp. You guys are on the
World Series.
rise. I mean, you got Yelich, who's a top 3 player in baseball. He's amazing. It's just that division's
That's true.
pretty bad. You guys can make a run for it this year, especially in an abbreviated season. I think you guys have a good chance of winning division.
No,
You get the Packers too.
I hope so. I
Tom,
hope so.
Tampa Bay will win.
No, they
Tampa
wont.
Bay all the way, baby. Remember,
We're
they
talking
got
baseball,
Tom
Nick.
Brady
Tampa
on the
Bay Rays
call.
aren't going to win anything.
they don't have a baseball team over there.
They do have a baseball team.
No,
Tampa
no,
Bay
they do have a
Rays,
baseball team.
they get some great
That's
players
my-
from the
my
Durham
league.
Bulls because they are the Durham Bulls. Well, the Durham Bulls are their farm team.
Tampa, listen, Tampa won 95 games last year in the AL East, which is insane, and they finished the wild card. That's how good they were last year. They're a good team. They're on the rise. Their problem is they'll never be great. Why? Because they don't have payroll and they can't afford to keep the players. They lose all the players of free agency, so they got to keep them young under the rookie contracts, keep them there, and hopefully they can catch lightning in a bottle. But they play in one of the toughest divisions of baseball. They'll never win that division.
Dude, they don't even have a stadium.
Yeah, but you know what, this is what I gotta say about
There's
football.
more people who watch.
I got to hold up the party. I don't care who wins. I held the trophy.
You
That's
know.
it.
You know, they didn't hold the trophy.
End of
Cam
story.
Newton.
Cam
Damn,
Newton doesn't know what
That's
the-
right. I held it too.
Yeah.
Cam Newton never touched that, but Eli Manning did. Twice.
Eli Manning, that's my man.
That's my
That's
guy.
my man.
But at least we're
Peyton
positive
is my man too. I
that
love
New York
Peyton.
hasn't won anything in a long,
I
long time.
met Peyton. He-
Hey, I mentioned 2018 Knicks Gaming won the NBA 2K League Championship. So, yeah.
Who do you
Yeah.
play in 2K, Ivan? Who's your team you play with? The Knicks?
I haven't played it in a while because the difference between the professional league and the retail version is different. It's a different mode, a different build. So basically, I play the 5v5 mode when I do play 2K, which is the pro-am mode in retail. But it's in our professional league, it's what we call the league build, where it's preset builds for each position, and basically there are 92 overalls. And it's just a matter of skill of who plays the best in that arena. That's one of the differences. In the retail version, you can pretty much create your player however you wish, but in the professional level, they're already preset, and you just select the build that you want to play with and compete with.
Cool.
Hey, Ivan,
so
if you're still
esports-
there, what do you think of TPT? Because I've actually became a big fan because the Golden Eagles made a run for it. They're the one that created that Elam Indian kind of thing, but it's the summer league. I was just like, and also you, Kevin, what do you think about that TBT league that's been running for a while?
I love it. I love it. I keep up with obviously the Red Scare from Dayton, and then the Carmen's I think Carmen's Crew.
Carmen's Crew,
yeah. So I love it. I think it's a dope event, and it's always a lot of people who come out and supports it, and they're actually on TV as well. So I like it.
These are esports leagues.
No, that's an actual real sporting event.
Oh,
It's
okay.
an actual summer league, and basically what it is, it's players that have played in college and in some cases the pros,
Okay.
and then they've got different folks, and it's supposed to be, if I understand it correctly, the managers are actually common folks. They're actually folks that
Right.
create these teams, recruit the team players, and
Right.
then they actually play actual games. So I know
Yeah.
that on our team, which is the Golden Eagles team, they actually recruited Travis Diener, who is a
Mhm.
great guard, and they recruited a couple of other players that were amazing outside guards. So
Right. But they're not
outside shooting
they're not
guards.
playing right now, right?
Some of them are playing, but they're playing like overseas, or they're like
Okay.
in some of the junior leagues. But there were a couple of players, I think, Ivan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there were a couple of players that were still in the NBA and had played recently in the NBA that was just kind of like, because it's played during the off season.
Yeah, like the
around
free
the
agent, like I believe it's like the free agents that may not be signed with a team or something. Like
Right.
some of those players are some of the players that's removed from the G League that they play, because it was some younger talent. Like I noticed this past summer, it was actually some younger former pros that wasn't signed to a team that was playing. And it normally goes on like June, I think like July, between June and July. That's when it starts. I never know how to, like, I always catch it like towards the end, like when it gets down to the final rounds and stuff like that. I've never seen initially how the tournament starts, but I always catch it normally around that Elite Eight or somewhere in there.
Yeah. Well, what's going to happen to the NFL this year? Is this going to be just shut down, or are we going to see football? They were showing baseball where in Korea, but no one was in the stands. Are we going to have a football league this year, or is this over?
I think it'll play. I think they may play with fans but what they may do is they may space them out a little bit, and maybe at half capacity.
Right.
So
they've already got that plan put in place, and I'm going to talk to the NCS4 and see what they're going to be doing for security. But the stadiums are already implementing a spacer plan. Yeah, there you go.
How about
so they're putting in.
You talk about a team who hasn't won anything in 30 years. There it is, right there.
They're going to win the national championship this year. I already talked.
Yeah, is this 1995? Nope.
They're already there, baby. Here they come.
But I think there's going to be some re-entry challenges. But the games will probably go into play, especially if they start doing COVID certification. So you get your test and you can play.
Yeah.
And then there'll be probably some testing booths before you come into the stadium. They'll have those scary booths that we're looking at right now where they scan you and you get tested and they spray you, which I don't like. But and then wearing masks, they're going to, some places might require masks. Eventually, it will be a full reentry. But I do believe that by the time we are in full reentry mode, if we have not had a huge mass reinfection between July and September, you will see the NFL come back.
Yeah. Kevin, do you do anything in sports at all?
Yeah, I do a show called Fantasy Football Jibber Jabber where we talk fantasy football, and I give you NFL picks. And last year I was 63% against the spread, made a lot of money, and had a monster year with football. Baseball too. I do fantasy baseball. Not near as strong for me that as football is, but I also do fantasy baseball. So baseball, football.
And he's going to go next year to the Super Bowl if I get the invite again.
Are you serious, Kim? I will hold you that right now. I will go.
I don't go to the game.
Are you serious?
I don't care. Go to the Super Bowl.
I don't go to the game. I go to all the pre-events.
Oh, all right. Well, that sounds fun too.
Kevin, I've got mad respect for you, Kevin. If you could do baseball, because I've tried that once or two times, and
it's a grind. It really is a grind, and I get it. I believe me, and I marvel. Like I do 4 fantasy football leagues, and people are like, that's a decent amount. If people who do multiple baseball leagues, I think are out of their minds, man. That is way too much, man. For baseball, it's one league for me is more than enough.
Yeah,
I love baseball. I don't
and basketball is hard. I tried the basketball one too. That's real hard.
Yeah, I've done basketball.
Season goes on forever. I mean, I don't know how you have that attention span for that stuff.
Right.
I don't.
Why do you do all fantasy? Why don't you do real baseball? And
I did. I played baseball until I was 21 years old. So
yeah, but why don't you talk about real baseball and real football?
I do.
And real basketball, but you told me you said you do fantasy.
Yeah, I do all that and I watch it and talk about it. No, so
I told you what I thought fantasy was until I got on the show, right?
Right.
I thought fantasy was you guys making up this stuff and you were really watching Victoria's Secrets or something like that.
I mean, we are, but that's just on the side.
Right. Then I get on and I realize serious. No, I just thought that was something you called fantasy football. Oh, we're over here doing fantasy football. I'm like, whatever. And then Walter asked me, to come and do a show with him, and I'm like, this is real football stuff. They're not playing around. This is
it's serious. It's a serious
money
game.
involved. You're right. It is serious, Mark. There's money involved. There's no bullshitting around. That's for sure.
No BS. No BS. It is damn. And I'm gonna tell you what, they're more serious about fantasy ball games than they are the real ball games. Those guys you don't mess around with them.
Yeah.
Like I'm in the league and it's tough. It's like they want to meet like Nick does weekly.
Yeah. Kim, I'm glad that you're optimistic, and you too, Kevin, about the future of our professional sports, because I'm a little worried. I was actually just on a board meeting because I'm on a board for one of our theaters here. And after that conversation I had, I'm a little worried about the sports because they're talking about no concerts at all for the rest of this year.
You're talking about the Carolina Theater? They're going to shut down.
Yeah. The Carolina Theater is not really shut down, but they're saying there's no concerts. They're saying movies, and they're offering the popcorn for free on Fridays, but you can go in there and get some drinks and stuff of that nature. But in terms of the actual physical showing of movies, they're saying maybe September with some of that spacing you're talking about, with people being one every 3 seats or something like that.
I don't see. Here's the thing: if baseball, which is it's the worst kept secret now, they're announcing they're going to start a very abbreviated spring training come mid-June, and the season's going to start July 1 or July 4, probably maybe July 4 for obvious reasons. But then NBA players Ivan, you probably know this too. Tomorrow they're having an all players call, and they're going to break down the opening of facilities and such and have a reduced amount of people allowed in the facility. But if they're having all of these calls for baseball, for football, NFL schedules are being released tonight, sports are coming back. So I think your theater, they may be a little cautious with this, which is fine. But then the good news is that they can make amends and say, you know what, we can lessen the restrictions and maybe reopen things, as opposed to back in, May 7th today, where we were saying all doom and gloom and we can't have anything. If sports are opening and if things don't happen where there's a sudden spike in COVID, everything's going to follow suit. Everything's going to follow suit and reopen as well. That's again, sports is setting the bar on this one because, obviously there you go. The money talks and billions are being lost. So that's that.
Well, it's interesting you said that because
I got to get
Kevin. It's interesting that you said that,
Kevin.
because
nice to meet you, Ivan. Take care, everybody. See you later.
Yeah, take it easy, Kevin.
We'll see you, Mr. Kevin.
Yep.
All right. Bye-bye.
But just to add to what he was saying, it's interesting he made
All
that
right.
comment because he's right.
Wow.
Sports at the bar,
Good call.
even in the original thing, because Adam Silver was one of the first ones that pulled in the industry. And, former Duke graduate and all of that. But he's the first industry that actually pulled, and then the rest of the industry started falling in place. So their sports took the lead big times in terms of how we treated the COVID situation and what's going on in the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I agree with Kevin. I think the thing is it's going to come back. Also, we got some news from Oxford University and NYU. They're already doing clinical trials on the vaccine. So the thing is, I haven't seen the updates, but this vaccine may actually be ready toward the end of the year. If not,
Nick, do you want a vaccine plugged into you that they haven't tested
Well,
for
see,
you? I don't.
what happens? They're going to vaccinate.
I don't. Ivan doesn't.
The high risk group. Okay, those are the people that are going to be, because here's the realities of it. If you're under age 60 and you don't have a pre-existing condition, you could actually get this, and the odds are infinitesimally low that you actually pass away. If you're over age 60 with a pre-existing condition, or you have a pre-existing condition, you're under age 60, then your odds go up dramatically. So it's really just a group of people that really need the vaccine, and the treatments are actually getting better, and it is moving pretty fast. So they may actually open up sports. I would not be surprised.
You haven't been watching our doctor shows about vaccines and all the crap they put in the vaccines.
No, I know
I
they
think
put
they're
mercury
dangerous
in.
for older people,
Yeah.
but
But
the thing is it's not going to be ready. And there's already count them right now, three more viruses out that are from the corona strain, new viruses. So the vaccine you get today is not going to take care of the other two. So the best thing to do is build your immunity. That's what our doctors have been talking about since day one. If you've got a high immune system, you can fight any of the coronaviruses. You're going to be
Obviously,
sick,
all
but you
those
can
things
fight it.
come into play. Yes, Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was waving to somebody. I'm at my work building.
I thought you were
I'm at my work building.
Oh, way back.
comments that we're talking
Oh,
about
way back. Hey,
COVID-19.
Bob.
You know,
That-
So-
but the thing is, it's got to be so this is something that I really think has been the conspiracy against us all these years is junk food, right? They push junk food on us, and they make it so cost effective to buy junk food over really good healthy food. So poor families, they go in and they buy the food that can fill their children up, and it's not the healthy food. It's not the apples and the avocados and the carrots and the celery sticks. It's not the salads. And it's interesting to me because I heard the lady that was with us today talk about while she was sick, she was craving salads. Oddly enough, during this 4-week period that I was sick, that's what I kept telling. I just want a salad. I want all that cold, crispy food and healthy food. I want grapefruits. I want oranges, and I couldn't get enough of it. So I think they really kind of pushed our immune system down, if you want to think conspiracy theory. But I think our immune systems are down. We need to build them back up. Push that Coke aside and drink lemon water. That's what I do. Oh, by the way, I brought this cup in today for a reason. So I remember that today is the full moon day. And today's full moon is called the flower moon. And the reason why the moon is so important is it was very important to my mom. And she would always tell me, and before she died, she kept throwing kisses to the moon. And she would tell me, no matter where you are, look at the moon and get your kisses from the moon. We can always see the moon. Unless you're in dirty skies, right? You can't see the moon or cloudy skies. But So I try to remember the full moon. And tonight is the full moon, folks. So go out and enjoy a beautiful show because it's called the Flower Moon.
Yeah, and that's the reason also we created the Health Channel on IBM TV is to also present people with the awareness of health, and that's been really the real problem is the lacking of awareness of health and building your immune system, social distancing, a lot of stuff that washing your hands, all this stuff is really basic in one way, but we have to be reminded.
I'm going to admit to something really, really bad here. Confession time. Okay, so we should be wearing these, but last night I had a guest come to the house, and it's one of my boys. Haven't seen him in a long time, 2 months, and knock on the door. He's in construction, so he's still got an essential job. He just decided to fly home to the nest and visit home, and without thinking, what do? What's the first thing I do?
You put your mask on.
No,
You hug them.
You hug them. Yeah.
What have we been practicing? We've been practicing our social manners. Here's our hug. Here's our, we're to connect it, all these sign languages. And that all, just like Dr. Galate said, he said, Kim, you're going to practice all these things. But the minute something happens, you're going to let your guard down.
Let your guard down. Now you're going to be infected.
Right. So
you need the vaccine. I'm sorry. The vaccine will be the only way to stop this thing.
I don't think it's the vaccine. I think it's immunity.
Oh,
I think we got to do this.
Speaking about vaccines and masks, Lynn has joined us from the Dollar
Actually, I think it's
Online.
the dark.
Our sponsor.
Yep.
Lynn?
Thank you. Yep. Nice
Tell
to
us what's
see you
going on with
guys.
the Dollar Store Online.
Well, masks are coming back. I haven't been on today to see if they are back, but they're coming back. So I'll rely on Kim to be able to bring the site up and take a look, because she always does.
Oh, she
But
does have to bring the site up.
I know she does. We have some great buys, and we're happy to support the mission of Money Masters.
Oh, yeah. And these two people can actually buy the products because Ivan and Mark both live in the United States.
There you go.
As opposed to, unfortunately, a lot of our viewers are outside the U.S. and
Right.
they can't buy the products. But
Is it me or is it him?
our sponsor is actually the Dollar Store Online. So you can actually go and buy over 4,500 products and they deliver them to your house. And they're inexpensive, so you save money on all these products. And Kim is going to show you some of the products, and they're also the sponsor of our show. So that's part.
And
of it.
if you buy all 4,500 products at the same time, you can get one heck of a discount.
Yeah, that's true. You can, but they have a whole variety of products from
That would also get you a trip, Lynn, to like the Cancun or something like that. If we were to buy everything.
It doesn't win me any trips. It just hopefully wins Money Masters a lot of money.
Yeah, and then
that's
there's
the whole purpose.
a little button on our site at IBM TV. It's Shop Now. You just press the button. It goes right to the Dollar Store, and then from there you can order toilet paper, which they have now.
Right.
And other paper goods, and also pens and paintbrushes, and I ordered a bunch of stuff from them. So you may want to check out the Dollar Store Online. And Kim is going to show ultimately she's going to get up on there and show the Dollar Store. I don't know how to share the screen on this computer program. I've been working on this for quite some time, but the share screen feature, I'm just not there yet. I can do that on other programs, but I can't do that on this program. But
So one of the things I should point out that none of the four of us probably would subscribe to are the facial masks that the women use, or other products, cosmetics that the women use. One of the particular products, and I don't remember the name, we looked it up, or actually some of the ladies who are involved in owning online dollar stores looked it up. And on Amazon, the product sells for $67, plus $4 shipping, and we sell it for about $2. So those are the kinds of savings that are there. And I just encourage people to sign up, become a customer. Because with a customer, you get $5 of rewards that you can apply to your first purchase, and you get $1 reward for every $10 of purchases thereafter. So go to the shepherdfamily.dollarstore.com, or just click the big green button on the IBM TV site and become a customer, and you're helping Money Masters in the mission of delivering financial information to people in young people. They don't have to be in underprivileged neighborhoods. They can be like my grandkids who don't learn anything about finances in school. I didn't until I was in graduate school. So there you go. It's a great mission. I'm really, really interested. Oh, here comes the picture of the Minions, because we know that Kim loves the Minions.
Yeah, you can actually buy the Minions napkins, and you can also buy toilet paper, which toilet paper is very difficult to find. Like, they've run out of it at Costco. So
Right.
if you run out of toilet paper, because we were sitting there going, what are you going to do? You can go to the dollar store online. You go to IBM TV, press dollar store online. You go right to the place, and you can just order toilet paper, and they'll deliver it to you. So you don't have to go anywhere to get that. They also have food you can buy, very inexpensive, so you can eat. They had a show once where somebody just stayed at home, and they lived at home, and they ordered everything online. They never left their house. Well, you can actually do that today for the most part. Crayon markers, big pens. I need pens a lot, so I actually bought some pens when I was there. And you just go there, and you'll just see there's a lot of items, over 4,500 items on the dollar store online that you can actually order online if you're in the United States. Unfortunately, ANKIT cannot order them because they can't get them in India yet.
But he can get it. He can have them delivered to a post office, and the next time he comes to the United States, he can pick them up.
He can pick them up, yeah, right, in the post office in the United States. It is available for people in the United States.
I think it's a great idea, and I think during this pandemic, if you want to save dollars on your groceries, order from dollar store, because if you compare prices from any other companies who are doing e-commerce, I mean, you'll find the best product and the best price. Dollars in this pandemic. So I believe that if you shop from dollar store, you are saving a lot of money, and which you can use it in this pandemic because time is tough, and we know that the economy is not in good shape. But if you try to help yourself out, then shop from dollar store. That's what I can say from India.
Yeah, and see what I was thinking is that you're better to save your money and shop on dollar store than waste your money on some of the movies that are out there that Kevin recommends. They're not that good, And so the thing is, save your money and then use it to buy goods and services that you actually could use. Like, you can actually buy food on the dollar store, which I think is pretty interesting, and all the stuff is very reasonably priced. I mean, it's not expensive. You're not going to spend an arm and a leg out there, and they deliver it to you, so you don't have to go out, because we actually have to go out right now to buy things. And then when we do, I put my mask, I put gloves on, and it's a real production. I'd much rather just purchase online. I'm serious. I have my mask somewhere, and we have these latex gloves, which are actually pretty good. People don't use them properly, but what you have to do is you use them, and then you take them off and you dispose of them right away. Okay, because here's what you find out when you wear a glove: how many times your hands touch things that other people touch. Like, if you go fill up with gas, you touch the place where they pick up the gas. You touch the place where you put in your credit card. I mean, it's so easy to. This is the reason the virus is so contagious, because it stays on these surfaces for a long time, and you touch something that someone else touched. You go shopping for food, you touch the handlebars where somebody else has touched it. It's a big problem, and wearing those gloves and masks gets you more aware of how many times you actually come in contact with a potential virus that unfortunately you can't see. The virus doesn't jump up and say, "Hey, I'm a virus, stay away from me." You can't see it, and so somebody comes behind you and they touch something, you touch it, boom, you're there. It's a real serious issue. If you're younger, yeah, you could probably get it and you're okay. But when you get older, getting this virus is probably not a good idea. Mortality is unbelievably high. The U.S. mortality rate, at least according to one stat I read, 5.75%. Okay, that's just average. But then as you get over age 60, it gets closer to 10%, 15%. Over age 70, could be as high as 20% over age 80 with pre-existing conditions. So your mortality rate is extremely high. So this becomes a very serious, unfortunately, a very serious virus, which many parts of the country in the United States, I don't think they're taking this seriously. You know,
Definitely not.
yeah,
Definitely not.
you know,
Unfortunately.
yeah.
But and it's going to come back. We know that it's going to come back.
I believe.
Mark is fine. Mark is absolutely fine.
Yeah, Mark is fine, right? Yeah, and they just got to watch what he touches, because the real problem is you touch something, and you touch your face, you ingest the virus. But it's something you definitely don't want. I mean, it becomes a very bad statistic. And so when we run our shows and we run it online, you purchase things online, you do things online, you've lessened your chances of actually getting this. Now, sports are going to be a different story, but I believe it'll come back, but mainly through the television, and they're going to be very careful putting people in the stands because you sit too close to people. I mean, and then this thing's too contagious, and that's the problem. But could people play? Yeah, I think they could. You could test all the players. If they all test, hey, they don't have coronavirus, let them go out and play football. Let them go play basketball, and film it, and they're going to have a lot of viewers. They had the NFL draft the other day, had the highest ratings ever. Okay. Why? Well, because there's no sports to watch. So there's nothing on TV. So they actually had the highest ratings ever. I believe that sports will have their highest ratings ever. If they
I think you're right. I mean, we're even seeing folks doing like those horse competitions and stuff like that. Hey, Lynn, I do have one thing that I think we're going to have to create. We need to create some sort of mask that you can actually still speak through, so that I can actually be wearing the mask and making these comments and everything. So we need the radio-friendly mask.
I will talk on my next call next Monday. The one thing I'm concerned about is, Mark, are you wearing gloves now? Because if you touch your speaker, I'm really concerned that the virus will go through the computer, and Nick might get it.
That's true. Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, I think podcasting becomes a very safe play right now. The thing is, you can actually do podcasting, and you're not concerned. You won't have any issues relating to the virus, and people can consume podcasts the same way. But the real problem is that, we do want to get back and see sports. I'm looking forward to seeing my favorite university play football this year. The U, baby, the U. But hey, listen, if they don't have a season, you're not going to be able to see anything this year, and that's going to be a big downer for some of us.
Well, think of what it's going to do to the finances of the athletic programs in the various colleges, because without football, they basically have very little revenue for their sports programs.
Yeah. It's going to affect the athletic department and affect everybody. So we are looking at. Yes, Ankit.
So in India, the news is that sports which we can play without public, without the fans, they will start resuming it from August, September onwards. Yeah, and also over Formula One, they might be starting soon, because it's mostly viewed by people on television. So a lot of sports which are on television-based sports, I think they will resume within a month or so. But sports which require a lot of fans, they will take time, and it's a big hit. Right. Because a lot of dollars and a lot of money involved across, and that's a big challenge, whether people will come back to watch sports or whether they will just watch it on television now.
Yeah, Ankit, are they playing cricket now in India? No. Okay. Now I'm going to ask a question for Ivan. Ivan, do you know the rules of cricket?
I actually don't.
There we go. I told you, Ankit. Okay. Now, Ankit, what's more popular, American football, the NFL football, or is it cricket worldwide?
Cricket is right here, and all these sports are right here.
There we go. There we go. Right. Yeah. But what I was trying to explain to Enkit, I said, in the United States, we don't even know the rules of cricket. I don't know the rules of cricket, And so what we're going to do at IBM TV, we're actually going to introduce, I hope we get a show on the rules of cricket, because I don't even know how it's played. And most Americans, we were never introduced to it, so we have no idea how it's even played. Yet it's one of the most popular sports in the world, Basketball is worldwide now. So the American basketball, everybody knows how that's played. NFL and American football, not popular outside the U.S. But baseball in certain countries, yes, like Korea, Japan, the U.S. But cricket is huge worldwide, except in the United States. We don't even know the rules. So, Ivan, you can be the first announcer on cricket in the United States, because they don't have any.
Like that makes me interested in learning about it. Like that's typically how I am. Like if I'm not aware of something and I hear about it, then I start researching and looking it up. At least get the basis of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping the Ankit will do.
Tell you, that in United States we have more than 100,000 teams playing cricket every weekend, and there are more than 100 teams in New York only.
Right. In other words,
so they play cricket every weekend. It's just like it's a sport of Indians and people who are an Asian community. So a lot of Asians are playing cricket around US. And you won't believe, you have a cricket team of USA. They play cricket on ICC tournaments, international cricket tournaments, and they have been qualified for some international cups as well. But it's just that you are not telecasting it properly because you have bigger sports to follow, and that's why cricket is taking downtime. And also, very few Americans. Americans means people from America, not Native Americans. So people who are Americans, the new Americans, or maybe Asian Americans or African Americans, they are playing cricket rather than Americans playing cricket.
Yeah.
So that's why it's not.
Yeah, but we need a basic video put together that we can show people on IBM TV the rules of cricket, because seriously, I don't even know the rules. All I know is
I'm setting up a show this Saturday. If people will turn up, then we'll be doing a half-an-hour cricket show on Saturday.
Oh, really? We're going to have a show on cricket on Saturday. That would be good. Yeah, because when that show gets started, let me know and I'll promote it to the cricket sites that I can find here, because I think that you can draw a nice size audience here in the United States, obviously over the world, but also introduce it to people in the U.S. because just like Ivan myself, I'd like to know a little bit more about it, because I've never really seen. I see it on movies every now and then, but I don't even know the rules. I know that people hit things, they run back and forth, everybody claps, and that's about it. Okay, what happened? I have no clue. Because it's not it's not something that's introduced in the United States at all. And I think this will give us a good framework to introduce.
Hey Nick, just real quick, I'll get to. And this is just my crazy parallel. So when I see cricket on TV, it looks like a cross between baseball and soccer.
Yeah,
like you blended the two together.
Mark,
I'll tell you what happened.
Mark,
I'll share a what happened. Basically, there are two people who are playing cricket on the field, and one person will bowl to the other one, and then the other one will hit from his bat the ball, and so there's a boundary line. If you cross the boundary, you'll get some runs. Otherwise, if you hit and if someone is fielding that ball, you can take runs basically. So it's like basketball runs, so baseball runs. So you do like that.
Okay, Mark, do you know the rules of cricket by any chance?
Not at all.
Have you ever seen a cricket game?
Just on like TV, Wide World of Sports, something like that. And it also looked like and I'm not knocking it, because if you can put up with it, it looks very fascinating, but it also looks like a very long game. And I thought soccer was long, but it seems to me that cricket can go on for weeks.
Is that true, Ankit?
I'll tell you. So we have 3 formats of cricket. The oldest format is 5 days.
5 days?
So people play 6 hours every day, okay, for 5 days, and that's called a test match. Okay. The second game is 50 overs game, where the cricketers play around 7 to 8 hours, and then it decides that who wins the game. That's a one-day game. 50 overs, that means 100 balls per inning per team. And the other shortest format is 20-20, which is like 3 hours.
3 hours is the short form.
Short form.
So 3 hours, 3 days, or 5 days?
3 hours, 8 hours, or 5 days.
Okay, Mark, you're right. This is long.
It's long.
I had no idea. Like I said, I've never seen a cricket game. So for me, it's going to be all news. And I'd like to know the rules before I watch the game, just some of the basic rules so I know what the heck these guys are doing. And then we're going to
So Ivan, if I'm
Yeah.
hearing him correctly, if I'm hearing Ankit correctly, just imagine a football game that's going into 30 overtimes.
Right.
There we go.
Five
During
days.
COVID-19, we can all sit and watch it because we don't have anything better to do. So during this time of the year, it may not be a bad thing to watch.
It'd be a football owner's nightmare, health wise, to the players playing that long.
Yeah.
A physical sport like that.
Yeah. Tell them we're going to start our cricket game. We'll be done in about a week or so. So turn your TV set on for a week and watch it.
I'll play a cricket clip right now if you are interested. I'll just play a clip and
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, let's go for it. I mean, I don't see cricket very often here.
Hey, I have to get out of here, but before I do, I wanted to thank Ankit and Nick for having me on. I appreciate
thanks,
it.
Ivan.
I'll leave my information to stay in touch. And a great show,
Thank you.
very entertaining. And
All
I'll
right.
make sure I'll be in tune from here on out. I definitely appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Ivan.
And
All right.
Ivan, just really quickly, I just caught the tail end of your show and everything, but if you could put down your contact for your podcast, and I'm always willing to hear other podcasts. I've actually got one on Monday nights, me and my business partner, Dean Geronimo. So we do that every Monday night, but we sometimes do specials as well, but definitely every Monday night between 7 and 9 on Blog Talk. So
Okay.
we'd love to hear yours as well. And we talk everything from entrepreneurs to activists to creatives to education. Those are probably our primary 4 topics.
Okay, it's the OG 2 Cents podcast. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, YouTube as well. It stems from Podbean. That's where my RSS feed comes from and everything. But on all social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, it's pretty much airs. I do pre-records right now because I'm in season. Every Sunday night at 10:30. I pretty much I was doing live episodes, but since The Last Dance came out, I didn't want to compete with that. So I pretty much just do pre-records at 10:30 p.m. every Sunday.
Okay. It's OG what?
It's the hashtag OG2CENTS podcast.
Okay, cool.
I'll leave the information in the chat.
Oh,
Please do.
thanks, Ivan.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, is this the amazing moments in cricket history?
yeah.
Ankit, you got to explain to us what's going on here because we don't have a clue.
So just first
Well bowled.
check out how the game is going. And then let me know.
In swinging Yorker.
So the bowler is bowling to the opponent, and the person needs to hit the ball. Okay, and these are the wickets. If I hit the wicket, I'm out. So this is the game between England and Australia.
Here is Bobby Dazzler having a bit of fun.
With the Grand Midwest Hotel Master Blaster Award, $500 belong to Shahid Afridi. May I invite the Pakistani skipper to please come forward. 49 of 29 balls. Miss Zara Shah will present the award.
Tell you it's a matter of the soil.
So these are just the funniest clips of cricket.
South Australia.
Why did he hit the guy?
Got that?
They're just playing. They're just having a fun time.
Do you have anything that shows like the rules of cricket?
I've always wanted to learn to coach, but don't know where to start. Would you like to make amazing?
Henry. I mean, he didn't know what it did. I mean, he didn't stop order.
This is good running, good positive running between these two.
Is that India versus Zimbabwe?
Yeah.
So they play this in Pakistan. It looked like Pakistan, New Zealand, India, Zimbabwe.
So it's between two teams. So there could be a bilateral series, trilateral series, or maybe a World Series. So we have World Cup before years, and then we have World Series every 2 years.
Nice and pumped up,
and every format has a different
no doubt about that. Well, it's a beautiful delivery. Just sort
So
of
they,
like
so the guy who's batting right now, he is the world's best batsman, Sachin Tendulkar from India.
Okay.
And the guy who's bowling Zimbabwe, and he so the wicketkeeper caught the ball, but it's a no ball because he just jumped out of that line.
Oh, this one in the air. That's it.
Now he's out. So he bowled it. The person pushed it from the bat, and it's an easy catch.
He played 2 streaky shots when he first came in, 1 past second slip. He played a streaky drive through the offside in the air.
So India needs to score 206 within 50 overs to win the match. Right now they have 29 for 3. 29 runs, 3 wickets. And we have 11 batsmen. So 10, once 10 people are out, the team is all out.
Just surprises him. He's looking to get forward, I think, Shashin, and that's a little cuckoo to catch.
So that's all like baseball.
It's kind of a baseball, I mean, but there are different rules and different ways to play. Because baseball, you just have to throw the arm, and in cricket, you have to bowl. I mean, run and bowl.
The prize wicket of Sachin Tendulkar. India 29 for 3, Olanga 3, India.
Interesting. Yeah. But right now there's no cricket going on right now, right?
There's no cricket.
Okay. But as soon as it comes on, we could actually show it then?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
How many countries play cricket right now?
So cricket is played approximately around 50 plus countries. But if you talk about international teams, so we have around 12 first pool of team, and then we have 8 next pool of team. Because if cricket is played between India and US, it won't be a good match because Americans don't know how to play. So it's not a competitive match. So we don't play like that. We play within the leagues basically. So good teams play with each other, and then bad teams, and then people graduated once they do well. So they promoted to a different level of format.
Does the US even have a team? Do the USA have a team? Really?
They have a team. Yeah, they have a team.
Now, is there a World Cup type sport for cricket or an Olympic type sport was cricket in the Olympics?
Cricket is like bilateral series. Then we have trilateral series. Then we have series among countries or continents. And then we have World Cup, which comes 4 years. And then we have leagues like NBA. So we have IPL. We have different T20 leagues around the world. And then we have 5 days test match. And then we have 1 day. So there are a lot of formats basically. And cricket is a 24/7, 365 days game now. I mean, someone is playing cricket at any point of time. And it's a big money game. You won't believe the last viewership of last World Cup is more than any other sporting event in the history of the sporting event. That was Cricket World Cup in 2019.
So more people were watching that than were watching the soccer World Cup.
Any sport event, not about soccer Olympics, anything. Cricket is like that, and cricket is a consistent viewership basically. Okay. So it's just that we created a new shortest format because it's a long format, and a lot of countries are not able to match it up. So that's why we have a 20-over format, which is 120 balls per inning. But before that, it was 50 overs and then 5 days.
Now, is the short form in the Olympics? Because I imagine the long form can't be in the Olympics. Is the short form in the Olympics?
So they are planning to take up cricket in Olympics with shortest format, but it's still in the process.
Yeah, so the 3 hour is the short format.
Yeah.
Right. And I can see that in the Olympics. I couldn't see 5 days in the Olympics.
Yeah, 5 days. I don't get that. 5 days. 5 days.
Once you start understanding cricket, you will enjoy the 5-day format because 5-day format, I have to suppose we are 2 different teams. So I have to bowl your 20 players within the 5 days, and there is no limitation. You can play for 4 days. You can bat for 4 days, and you can score runs like anything. So it's a testing time for a batsman to be at the crease and defend the bowlers.
But Ankit, how does that work with like the televised version of cricket? Because one of the things about U.S. sports is that a lot of times, basketball and baseball are in the middle of the week, but a lot of times they're weekend sports, which means you can follow them, like you can follow Sunday football, and then you're not really interfering with the rest of your work week. But I can't see following like a 5-day sport and not interfering with the work week.
We follow through mobile. Yeah, mobile phone, podcast, radios, and if there is a match going on, everyone knows what the score is. If you go to a meeting, everyone knows what's going on.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to need to walk before we run and start with this 3-hour cricket before we get people involved in a 5-day cricket match. I mean, over here, 5 days is like an eternity. 3 hours, I think they can handle that because we do soccer. We watch soccer over here in 3 hours, and football and baseball, et cetera. So 3-hour format would work. Now, when it comes to broadcasting rights, do we need to obtain broadcasting rights, or are we going to be able to
It's too costly.
How are we going to be able to broadcast it?
So digital broadcasting for World Cup, Facebook got it for some $1 billion.
Right.
So it's a big money involved.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. How can we broadcast it?
If we play a live match from YouTube or maybe somewhere on our channel, they will block it.
Right. That's what I was going to ask you. How are we going to broadcast it, Ankit?
We can broadcast if we have a digital right, or if we can broadcast this after some point of time, the highlights of the match.
Oh, really? Okay. All right.
That's it.
Okay.
Nothing else.
So we can do highlights of the match then.
But not the same day. You need to wait for.
Yeah, that's no problem, because over here it's going to be a slow introduction process. Because frankly, like I said, we don't even know what the rules are, let alone a match. But you say they even play it over here in the U.S., so we could actually broadcast some of the.
I played a lot of cricket in U.S. when I was there.
Really? Okay. So they actually play it here, yeah.
You won't believe we have thousands of teams playing cricket, but mostly the game is among Asians.
Right.
And you have a lot of cricket grounds around your country. I mean, I played in New York, I played in New Jersey, I played in Philadelphia.
Right.
So there's a lot of
people. But what we can do is a show and do the highlights of the match and basically discuss it. In other words, we have a cricket show discussing highlights, et cetera, and doing basically an introductory show on cricket.
Or else if we get a special permission to cover some clips from an agency who's got the permission to broadcast it. So we can pass with them and we can do.
Well, I would start with highlights of the highlights of cricket here, because, like I said, you've got a long learning curve in the U.S. because you can talk to 1,000 people, and unless they are from India or somewhere outside the United States, they don't even know the rules, or the players or nothing. I mean, we know nothing about this. This is like a whole new market, and
I'll tell you, it's a market basically. So there are a lot of Indians who want to play cricket. But only 11 people can play in a team in game,
right?
And thousands of people. So what the players do is they export themselves to different countries to play cricket,
right?
And they represent that country internationally to play cricket. So there are a lot of Indians you will find around the world playing cricket for different countries.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Like we export basketball players around the world. Right, and you export cricket players around the world, but in the U.S., they need just a basic one show explanation. What's a cricket news? In other words, World Cricket News or something like that for the U.S. people, because the people in the U.S. they don't. Like I said, I know very little bit about it. It's almost like nothing, and it's not played in colleges, to my knowledge, or in high schools or elementary school. It's not played at all. So we don't, except, like you said, there are communities in the U.S., probably the people from India that are in the U.S. that play it,
Yeah, because if you create a network, you're going to create a little bit of confusion too, because, when we think of cricket in the South, we think of this certain little animal.
Yeah, a little bug.
This little bug that makes a lot of noise and does songs and all of that kind of fun stuff. But that's the first thing that folks think about when they hear that word.
Yeah, cricket. Yeah, they don't get that, So, yeah, it is one of our goals is actually have a cricket show, but it's not cricket; it's the sports cricket, not the little cricket that there. So we're going to have to work on that, and then bring in that. What is this? It says USA. What's this?
United States of America cricket official website.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So they actually do that. Wow.
Yeah.
So they even have a match center, and there's all this player registration, a rookie league. Wow, this is like a whole thing. We're in a development that seeks to unify the United States-based cricket community. So there's a cricket community in the U.S.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And they have a league and everything. You know. Yeah, we'll have to get in contact with these people and see what we can do to put programming.
I'm talking to them as well, but the problem is that they have those some contracts where they can't come on any of the television. So we're just trying to set up. Yeah.
Okay.
You remember the guy Ashok who was there on a show from New York?
Mm-hmm.
He was doing something with them. He's a part of that committee.
Right.
So helping us out to reach out to the right people, but there's some contract. That's why they can't show up. So we have to talk to individuals who are not playing cricket. So
Yeah.
Cricket is like basketball. I mean, there are a lot of contracts, so you can't do this, you can't do that, and all those things. So that's what the problem.
Yeah, and people don't know all this behind the scenes stuff we have to do just to get this on the air. It's going to be a bit of a challenge, but I think we're going to be able to do a show, and we just got to figure out what sort of content we can get on the air because, like I said, it's really big internationally, but not big in the U.S. But I think it would be something that people, once they understand the rules, they start seeing it, get more introduced to it. And is this going to be an Olympic sport? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, so we are. So it will be in Olympics. Maybe not this time, but next time it would be there.
Yeah. See, once it hits the Olympics, then it'll become much bigger in the U.S. It's just like they play curling. I don't know if you ever saw that. The Canadians are big at curling, but when it hit the Olympics, then all of a sudden the U.S. people got involved in curling, which is kind of a cute sport where you push these little ice things down the road. I mean, it's kind of we became fascinated about it.
I'll give you one more. If you talk about Caribbean, all the countries in Caribbean, they play cricket under the name West Indies. So all the Caribbean countries, they play cricket under the name West Indies, and they have a ground, official ground in US. They play cricket in Florida, and we had played with them in Florida, West Indies in India. We have played a lot of matches there. So all the Americans also, they are. I mean, the Caribbean people who are in America, they play cricket under West Indies.
Right.
Okay. Nick, speaking of curling, and then I had a question for Ankit. I think there was a curling center somewhere here in North Carolina, if I remember correctly, that they had shortly after the Olympics that they put up somewhere in the triangle, and people were playing the curling game and everything. But I'm noticing there's mostly guys here in the pictures, and I know in some of the sports like basketball, and I would even argue baseball with softball, there's a woman version. Is there a woman version of cricket?
Yeah. It's a women version of cricket as well, and it's a lot less countries are playing, but there's a women game, and they also do all kinds of cricket matches, be it 20 overs, 50 overs test matches, and it's between women in Australia, England, South Africa, New Zealand, India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh, a couple of more countries, South Africa.
Is cricket big in China? Do they play in China?
No.
Really?
They don't know.
So they play almost every market except the U.S. and China. That's weird.
Yeah, there's a Chinese team, but they don't know how to play because they are
like
mostly
Americans.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's who we should really play. The Americans should play the Chinese because neither one know what they're doing.
So there are a lot of Indian players who are coaching international countries who wanted to start playing cricket internationally.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of Indian coaches in America, a lot of Indian coaches in other parts of the Europe and all over the world because they want cricket to be an international sport like soccer, so that people play it regularly, and it's a fun game. I mean, if you start playing it, you'll like it.
Right. Yeah. Because the thing, I mean, to me, it reminds me a lot of baseball, American baseball. But the thing is, and we played that when we were kids, and they have leagues. I mean, it's big over here. But when it comes to cricket, I go, gosh, I've never seen it played. I mean, it's just weird. But certainly, if it's played internationally, it should be big over here. If there's a media that will introduce it to people, and we certainly could end up helping introduce it to the people in the United States, because our mission is to serve underserved markets. And this is an underserved market in the United States, and the media won't ever pick it up because they're all based on ratings and that money. You know, if they don't get money immediately and ratings immediately, they're not going to serve the market, and that's not our.
Yeah, there are a couple of sports that I've always wondered about why they're not bigger, because they look fun. Like I
Right.
said, I'm actually a big fan, and I know it gets some rating of. And no, I've never lived. Well, actually, I did live in Boca Raton briefly, but a big fan of volleyball, partially because of.
Oh yeah, volleyball. Yeah.
Yeah, but also water polo. I mean, water polo looks like a fun sport. Never really caught on. But
Yeah, it became an Olympic sport though,
Right.
and so the thing is, it's getting a little more press because it's an Olympic sport, both volleyball and water polo. But certainly, yeah, those are great sports, and they should be shown more. But the problem with media, the sports media here, just like all media, it's all driven by the dollars, and dollars are driven by eyeballs. And if you don't get enough eyeballs and dollars, they won't show it. And that's just the name of the game. But my belief, Mark, is that's going to break down. And the reason why is that if we wanted to film a what do I call it, a water polo game, or we want to film a volleyball game right now, because frankly, you could film it all on your,
Right.
you know, it's your camera's right here. This is 4K. I mean, seriously. And so the expense of filming and then distribution is a lot easier because we can distribute everything through IBM TV. So now it's just a matter of if we have people that are enthusiastic about the sport and they want to film the sport, we could actually do that and get that on international television. So I think that you're going to see more of these sports where you have an opportunity to watch them as you don't right now. Like if you want to watch a water polo match, and I'm sure there's a water polo league somewhere in the country, it's not available because if ESPN doesn't carry it, basically the majors won't carry it, and basically you will never see it. And that's the realities of television here in this country, and frankly, around the world.
That's one of the things I miss about Wide World of Sports is that, like I said, the old Wide World of Sports it might only be on once in a year, once every 2 years, but you got to see doing that some sports that you didn't usually see. It was kind of like, there were certain shows that you got to see parts of the world that you might not see. That's why I loved Wild Kingdom when it was on, but it's also why I like Wide World of Sports, because I mean, it had that great theme song, you know, the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat.
Right.
But then you'd also see these sports and you're just going like, ski jumping, that looks kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we can actually bring back that sort of on IBM TV. We're already looking to do that. To give you an idea, sometimes our business plan model goes out like a year in advance. And one of our plans a year ago was to actually start doing what we're doing now, live streaming. And we knew we could do it. But see, the real problem is, Mark, the technology had to catch up.
That will blow people's mind.
And what happened is now the technology allows us to do this mainly through the StreamYard technology, and we wanted to broadcast worldwide. And we started actually with Walter Football. That was our first broadcast series that we did, and then we're starting to expand it, and then start to expand the shows. And so ultimately, we're going to bring cricket to the worldwide. But you're bringing also some good ideas, Mark. Bring water polo and volleyball, because those are good sports. We definitely want to have. They're niche sports and they fit what we're trying to do. We're not trying to compete with ESPN. We can't. What we want to do is bring in areas that they won't get into, and one of them. So that's kind of like the name of the game. So Nicole has joined us.
Hi.
Hi, Nicole.
Nicole, what city are you in?
I'm in Jamaica.
Oh, wow. Jamaica. Okay.
Yes, I'm in Port Maria, St. Mary, Jamaica.
St. Mary, Jamaica. Wow. Okay. So you're in Jamaica.
Hi.
Yeah. They have beautiful music in Jamaica, beautiful
Good
city.
reggae.
Yes.
And what do you do in Jamaica, Nicole? What do you do?
What I do now, I've been an entrepreneur for 4 years, and now I am in the podcasting world.
Oh, you're in podcasting.
Because of the coronavirus that's going on, I can't be able to apply for jobs at the moment, and it's really affecting everyone.
Yeah.
Employment has been decreasing really drastically.
Okay. Yeah, and if you're an entrepreneur, that's Wednesday. If you're a podcaster, it's Thursday. So you're in the right place, because this is podcasting Thursday.
Yes.
So tell us about
Yes.
your show. What sort of podcast do you do?
my podcast is about showcasing creators of allergy-free and alternative products
Mhm.
that are allergy-free and alternative products, businesses, and services brands.
Mhm.
Uh, with the food allergies that are going on today, there are 14 of them. Persons have to basically change their alternative lifestyle just because they have to avoid or try to substitute for another product. So it's really hard. So
Mhm.
I'm showcasing that with creators of brands, business, and services because they have been going through it and they have created a product that's to suit their needs and wants. So if the product has worked for them, they can help people with the
Mhm.
product.
Okay, right. And how long have you been doing podcasting? Because I know that there was a COVID-19 issue.
Well, I started podcasting in 2016.
Okay.
And I was kind of experimenting a lot with podcasting. So I started with talking about myself with one podcast. Then I started talking about what happened to me at college. That was another one. And now I'm starting something that can help people. That's
Mhm.
with the third one, which is right now.
Okay.
So I've been experimenting a lot, but I had to really kind of rearrange a lot of things. I had to learn. I had to do a lot more marketing. I had to have a website, which I didn't have years ago. So now that I'm finding out that I have to have even a professional email. So now that I have to do that, then I have to implement what I've learned back then and implement it now.
Hmm. Yep. How close are you to the beaches and the mountains in Jamaica?
Well, mountains,
Mhm.
you really have to you have to drive a car just to go to the mountains. But for the beach, it's just an hour walk,
Really? Okay. So you could actually film.
like a half an hour walk
You could film
to
the
the beach.
beaches of Jamaica and show us the beaches on IBM TV.
Well, not right now. The beaches are locked down.
That's what I figured, right? Yeah.
The government has locked down all beaches, all resort tourist areas at the moment
Mhm.
because of the corona.
Right.
Nick,
Well, our beaches haven't been locked down, Nick. People have been going to our beaches.
Yeah, but the beaches in Jamaica are going to open someday, and so Nicole can go film the beaches of Jamaica.
But what I'm saying is our beaches are open. I know Jamaica beaches are prettier, but our beaches, oddly, I've been looking at them. They keep saying, "Oh, we're going to open them soon." And I see everybody at the beach this week, like they forgot to invite me. So,
well, the government is really strict right now in terms of the coronavirus and the gatherings. So they have to really lock down the beaches. When there's a beach and a gathering with people there, they are considering the closeness of people there, and they're not really obeying the orders of the curfew and all of that. So we have a curfew from 6 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening.
Wow.
So they're just really paying attention
Hey,
to the closeness.
Nicole, this is Mark, fellow podcaster. Just real quick, when I go, and I've not gone to a lot of world trips, I'd like to do more world trips. Got to figure out some way to get over there to India, where Ankit is, and some of the other places. But I have been to the Caribbean at least once, and one of the things I cannot stand going on trips is just going to where the tourists gonna go. So if somebody was to come to visit you in Jamaica, where would you send them that isn't the tourist trap? Because I don't like to go and just go to where the tourists want to go. I want to go to where the folks that are in the island
real
or wherever I'm
people
going live, and they're doing the real stuff, the real music, because I'm a big music person. So where would you send somebody at that wanted to get the flavor of Jamaica that y'all have? Is Nicole still with me?
Nicole, are you still with us?
Nicole, the people from in Caribbean, they follow Bollywood a lot, and she must be aware about who is Shah Rukh Khan, and also she follow cricket as
I was going to ask her those questions.
I can bet you.
Wow.
She's back. I think she was trying to be back.
Yeah,
I can bet you for that $100.
Okay, we want to know where to go if you go to Jamaica.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
We can hear
Oh,
you.
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that question?
Yeah, I was asking when I go on trips and I don't go on enough world trips, I like to go to the place that the tourists don't go. So if you
Wow.
were going someplace to capture the spirit of Jamaica, where would you send somebody if they were coming to visit your island?
Well, there are a lot of places that you can visit where the tourists don't go. Right now, I can recommend you that you can go to Maroon Town in Montego Bay. That's where a lot of people are, and they can really show you the spirit of Jamaica.
Mhm.
There are a lot of places you can go, and you can actually go to Alligator Pond in Mandeville, Manchester. There are a lot of places that you can go.
Okay.
And there's Portland. There's where the beaches are. That's where the people are.
So that's where they so that's where the actual people from Jamaica are.
That's where the actual people are.
Okay.
Okay, Nicole, have you ever seen a cricket game?
Well, I haven't seen a cricket game in years.
But you know what cricket is, then, right?
Yes, I know what cricket is.
Okay. Right.
The
Now,
West Indies
now I know
and
Ankit. He's from New Delhi. We're going to ask you the
With the-
important question now. Nicole, have you ever heard of Shadow Khan?
Shah Rukh Khan.
no, not at all.
Oh, Ankit, you're going to have to get Shadow Khan on.
No, I haven't heard about it.
One more question.
Could someone explain what that is?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on a second, Ankit. Because Shadow Khan, if I understand correctly, Nick, is somebody that's well known. We won't say in which circumstances, but I'm imagining that there's probably a well-known cricket player in Jamaica. So let's ask her that question. Who is the well-known
Okay.
cricket player in Jamaica?
Christopher Gale.
Yeah.
Who is it?
So,
There's Christopher
Nicole,
Gale.
are you following Caribbean League?
Christopher Gale.
Yes, I'm hearing.
Are
Christopher
you following-
Gale.
Are you following Caribbean
Chris-
League? Nicole,
Yes, Harry?
do you follow Caribbean Cricket League?
No, not that much.
But do you know about that? There's a team called Knight Riders, Trinidad Knight Riders.
No, I haven't heard about that.
That's down in Trinidad. That's further south. Wait.
Nick, why I'm mentioning about that is Shah Rukh Khan is owning that team in Caribbean.
In the Caribbean. Check him out. He is hot. I mean, this is a very, very. Is this who you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's very
No.
attractive.
No one knows who he is here, Ankit. You got to
Yeah,
cross two ponds to get to this guy. He's
Hey
the
Kim,
wealthiest
would
actor
you
in
look
the
up?
world.
Would you look up Christopher Gale? Because
Yeah,
she
look
mentioned
him
a player that
She mentioned
I don't know either. So I want to see who Christopher Gale is.
Okay,
Because
this guy's the wealthiest
apparently he's well known in Jamaica.
Of T20, what I mentioned, the shorter
And
format.
Brian Lara as well is a cricketer. He may
Yeah.
not be a Jamaican, but he is a Trinidadian.
Trinidad.
She knows the
Yeah.
cricket players, but she doesn't know Shadow Khan. No one
Do you
knows.
follow Bollywood? Do you follow Bollywood?
Yes, that's Christopher. That's Christopher
Yeah, they
Gale.
all know Chris Gale, but no one knows Shadow Khan.
Yeah, he's pretty
Shadow
cool.
Khan.
Hey,
Wealthiest
you know,
actor in the world. Don't know who he
we're
is.
talking about all of these athletes. Woohoo! And you know, one of my favorites is Tommy Harris, and he's one of the world's famous NFL defense players. And he's actually he's a musician now, and he's actually got his music on IBM TV. He's got his first song. He got his first song, Canyon. It's on he's very hot too. And I like talking to Tommy. He's a lot of fun, but let's see if I can pull him up. NFL football player. Here we go.
Yeah, but see, NFL is not known in India or in Jamaica.
I know, but he is.
What's the NFL?
He's in.
We're familiar with track and field.
Yeah,
Yes,
track
oh,
and field.
y'all
Yes.
are amazing in
Track
track
and
and field.
field.
Yeah, but
And netball, the Sunshine Girls, and the Reggae Boys.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Hey, Nicole, I do have to teach you about one thing though. Y'all had a movie made because somebody in the country decided
Yes,
at
we
some
do.
point that they were going
The
to try to
sprinter.
do bobsledding in Jamaica.
Oh, that's
Yes.
right. They have the bobsledding contest, right? The Jamaican
Yes.
bobsledding team. They're
The
famous.
movie is called The Sprinter, I think, you know.
Yeah, I think the whole movie was about that. We'll have to bring on that other podcaster, Kevin, to do a review on that movie.
Yeah.
Here's Tommy Harris, musician. Oh, it didn't change. Hold on.
You got to switch.
No, it didn't change.
Hold on. This is pretty cool. Hold on. Because he did a great song, and he's a country musician now, and he airs his music on our show. He's got another new song he just cut as well, which I think it's amazing when these athletes play as hard as they do, and then they turn around and they do something different. It's always great. Like these guys just know how to do it, right?
Like the great basketball player Wayman Tisdale, who's also a good jazz artist.
Yeah, exactly. Check this out. I couldn't believe this was Tommy.
If I reach out to touch you right now,
Wow, he sounds good.
bite off my finger, would you give me the honey? Only the singer.
It's good.
Yes, he sounds good.
If you're not really beautiful, then baby, I'll be your liar.
So anyway, but what's fascinating to me is all this sports talk, and then you find out these guys have got other hidden secrets and talents, right? It surprised me when he played his video song to me. He's got another one that he just cut that is just as, and kids heard it. It's just as good, if not better. It's based on the true story of his wife dying, because his wife died, and then not long after that, his daughter died, and so he quit playing football.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
yeah, he was about to receive one of the all-time great awards, Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame.
And his heart just couldn't go anymore. So now he puts it all into his music and his children. He's got more children. So, but
Wow.
all of these athletes, I don't see cricket as being dangerous like football.
No, it's not. It's not.
And I see it as fun.
Yes, it can be fun.
Chris Gayle hits a lot of balls outside the park. Otherwise, it's fine.
Yeah.
I love baseball. I'm a big baseball fan, more than I am. I hate saying this because I got a lot of friends that are NFL and football players, but I love baseball. There's something to it that when I go to, I don't like to watch it on TV, but when I go to a ballpark, which is it's similar to cricket,
Yeah.
I'm so excited, like I'm a kid again, and it's just something different in the baseball park. And one of these, I'll pull up every time my sister and I go out for our birthday every year. If we travel somewhere, wherever we travel, that's like we book our trip way ahead of time. But whenever we go there, it's like that team is winning the World Series. They win the World. It's like we predict the World Series. I didn't realize that until like after our fourth or fifth trip together. We're like, oh my God, wherever we book, because it's always, on my birthday in October, oh my gosh, wherever we go, they win the World Series. This is awesome.
Yes.
When is it in October, Kimberly?
It's Halloween.
Okay. My brother's the 26th, so I know I know the spirit.
Hers is in the middle. We're like, almost 10 days apart, exactly 10 years apart, exactly. So,
Well, I can't knock holiday birthdays because mine is the 1st of July, which is not really a holiday, but except for fiscal New Year. But it's 3 days from 4th of July. It's close enough.
Fiscal New Year, but well, actually, my niece was born on the 1st of July, and the year she was born, which was 4 years ago, was the pink moon, the big red moon that we had. It was really cool. I don't know if you remember it on your birthday, but it was so cool. When we walked out of the hospital, it was so big and full and pink. I could not believe it. I was just totally amazed. A lot of cool things happen July 1st.
Yep,
They really do.
That's true.
Never
Nicole, you still?
4th.
Nicole, what your favorite? Because whenever I think of Jamaica, of course, I think of reggae. I think of some of the other musical forms. So, are there any new musicians? Of course, we all know the classics: Bob Marley, Jimmy Cliff, Peter Tosh, all of.
What happened?
I don't know. Internet keeps going up and down in North Carolina.
Yes.
Yeah, the internet went. I don't know.
Oh, there are new artists such as Coffee, who is the newly Grammy Award winning reggae artist with her album song Rapture, and she's doing really well for Jamaican, and I'm really proud of her.
There's, this is what I told Nick when I went to Nashville to record my song. I learned so much about the music industry, that there are so many great artists that don't make the A chart, right? The A-list chart.
Yeah.
They're just as good. They don't get that promotional radio station push, which is sad.
Right.
These guys really, really are good. So a lot of them, they do a lot of touring and everything. And on Sundays, and I don't know if Ankit's played it, but on Sundays we have our musical cafe, Alexandra May's Musical Cafe out of South Africa. There's a lot of great artists in Africa, just amazing artists. And so,
Hey, Kim, you know that there are.
I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical girl. I ain't cheerleading while the boys play ball. I ain't no typical girl. No, I wanna be right there in the middle of it all.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kim, you said that you recorded in Nashville. There's actually 3 amazing artists right here in the Durham area from Nashville that call this area home, but they also did some amazing recording, and I can consider at least one of them, if not 2 of them, good friends of mine. But I've known Tiff Merritt for a long time. I've known Nancy Middleton, and actually Reese Palmer is a very good friend of mine. So I've known her
you'll
ever
have to
since.
introduce us sometime. My connections to Nashville was just a bizarre story, but and then I just kept meeting one brilliant artist after another while I was up there for a different reason. And next thing I know, I'm going to writer's circles, and the next thing I know, I'm recording a song. And I don't sing, I really don't. But what I learned about good musicians, there are a lot of people who really made it really big. Could they really sing? No.
Yeah.
If they do, they could project and what? Perform. Right?
Yes.
They knew how to draw the audience. Like they knew how to be silent
Yes.
and then when to draw the audience in. Alexandra does that really well. If you listen to her music, she knows when to hold and when to fold, and so she's going to be really, really good. I met her in Nashville when I was there. She flew all the way in from South Africa.
Wow.
She's been labeled in Africa. Already had a record label, but yeah, a lot of good people. But this is what I tell people: for whatever reason, you can record your music here in North Carolina or in Atlanta or anywhere else, but it just don't sound the same for some reason until you go to Nashville. This is what I tell people: there's something in Nashville that just, I don't know what it is, but you're with, the real music world. And Nick will tell you, if it weren't for Nashville,
The whole music world is there. Country and gospel is there.
well, they took down Bobby's Idol Hour, which was the place where everybody got their start. But Nashville was actually the reason why Radio Signal grew. And a lot of people don't know that. But if it had not been for Nashville, and the radio signal itself would have never driven to the power and range that it did. So Nashville was more than just music. It was about delivering it. And that's where they were smart, because once they learned how to deliver that signal, they knew that their stories, their music would get out there. So they literally took over the industry because they knew how to build it. So,
Right.
Hey, Nicole, what was your favorite story? You've been doing this podcast now, I think you said about 4 or 5 years. So what was the favorite story that you've covered so far in your podcast?
Well, particularly my favorite story was when I got this founder of a product called Safely Delicious. Her name is Lisa Reagan, and she told her story about how she had to be, when she was young, she had to be moving up and down as a child, moving from one school to another. And then at the point where she had her children, that she had to really basically discover that they had allergies, and she was trying a lot of things that she could use in the house that could help them alleviate their symptoms. So I think it was a really terrific story from Lisa Reagan, how she developed Safely Delicious and has become a worldwide brand today.
Wow.
And it's free from 11 allergens as well.
Okay. And that's her company is based in the Jamaica area, or is it a
No, it's in the United States.
Okay, cool.
That's pretty smart to focus something like that. I've never.
Yes, it is.
We're very broad, but now you've got a limited audience, but a direct audience. Like they know if I want to understand about allergens and what's going on out there, that I can just listen in on you. I mean, that's very brilliant.
Yeah, that's
Thank
real
you so
big.
much. Thank you.
Now, did you decide to do this because of your own experience with your own allergy experiences or family members, or what made you decide that you wanted to do this so specifically focused, as Kim said?
I think it's based on my little experience because I have a canned cheese allergy. And what happens when I have that canned cheese allergy is that it blocks up my sinus and I can't be able to breathe, and I have to be breathing through my mouth. So that kind of experience really helped me a lot. And I wanted to find out more allergies. So I wanted to did a lot of research, and I found out that people are worse off than me just having this canned cheese allergy, because I didn't know there was so much allergies out there, and I was so fascinated to find out that. And once I got to find out that, and I was fascinated by this podcast called Side Hustle Pro, and she basically interviews women who are entrepreneurs. So I got the idea right away. Why not talk to creators of these products, these brands, and just because they were customers like these people too. So I wanted to kind of based on the podcast like that. So that's why I created the show today.
Yeah, it's interesting watching folks create interesting podcasts and based on their life. I've got a good friend, Omasadi Bernie, who's a woman over 50, African American woman, and she's actually created a podcast called The Black Girl's Guide to Menopause. Because, like I said, she's over 50,
Wow.
so she's trying to figure out how to
Every
deal with
woman.
these issues.
Every woman.
And because some of the stuff, no offense, Kim, but some of the stuff that's already out there, some of the advertising, some of the products is very much geared toward the mainstream European population. And she's sitting there going like, some of this stuff I can get, some of it I'm not quite relating to in my culture. So she directed it more toward the culture that she comes from.
I'm sure that there is a culture difference. I would love to sit down and talk to her, but I think menopause, we say that word for rising. Men-pause.
Yeah.
Okay. Leave it alone for a while until we get past this, all right? We've dealt with you. We've had our babies. We've, done everything.
It's time to stop at one point.
But I know that it's different for everyone. I think it's awesome if women still have their mothers around to kind of share the experience.
Yeah.
With them. I think that's one of the things that I regret the most is my mother wasn't around to talk to me about this.
Right.
But yeah, no, the menopause thing, I would love to talk to her because it is interesting. I never thought that menopause would make a difference in my life. I really didn't. You could have hit me upside the board because I'm hard-headed and I'm like, there's no way anything could make me emotionally different or whatever. And my doctor swore it down. I probably would never go through it because of some of the other things that I have going on, and I exercise routinely. And they say that a lot of exercising, drinking a lot of water, eating healthy actually minimizes it, but I don't think so. I just think if you're going to get hit with it, you're going to get hit with it. And I'm just going to tell you, man, that's probably when a lot of divorces happen. If you just get over it for a while, just alone for about a year or two, be patient, maybe give us whatever we want, like you did when we were pregnant. We do get over, women do get over the menopause. They really do. So.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is that if you ask somebody, and like I said, I've stated here a couple of times, I definitely say it on my podcast, my own age range and everything, but if you ask people that are in their 40s or 50s now, what they thought they were going to be doing when they were in their 20s, it's nowhere near what they've got now. Like Anka is probably expected to own like a major company. Like, of course, he's part of what y'all are all part of. But I'm saying he's planning to have his own in India, big network, all of that, because he's in that young age range. Nicole looks like she's relatively in that young age range as well. But I know when I was in my 20s, folks would, I thought I would have had the 2.5 kids have 0. Thought that I would have had a couple of different jobs, including some maybe in some high-end kind of professions. Definitely doing my podcast and enjoy doing the podcast, and I'll probably be doing it all the way until the end, whenever that is. But definitely there's some things that I thought I would have accomplished that I have not accomplished. I'm still living in an apartment. I thought I would have had a house by now. So, like I said,
comfortable. So this is what happens sometimes. We kind of get comfortable, especially if we're making changes in maybe our business life, right? So we have to have comfort somewhere. This is what I tell people. Not everything needs to be changing and go, or otherwise you go crazy. So unless you're Nick and you can move a lot and change your career and everything, but some people have that mindset. But for the most part, you need a balance somewhere, right? And so being drastically making changes to your life. I've learned that marriage isn't for everyone, right?
No,
I have several boys, and one of them gets married all the time. The other one never been married before, and so. And I think it's hilarious, right?
And that's kind of the contrast between me and my younger brother. My younger brother, who's 7 years younger than me, so he just turned 50 in October. That's why I know that October kind of personality and everything. But he just turned the big 50, and I know that he's only been well.
Unmute the mic.
Did it mute? Oh dear.
Yeah, he muted his mic.
I accidentally did that.
There we go. So yeah, you said your brother.
He's been married twice. He's working on a third marriage, possibly right now.
Oh my.
I mean, they're like the Brady Bunch, because she's got 2 kids, he's got 2 kids. This is a blended family Brady Bunch thing. And I mean, no engagement's been announced, but he's, like I said, I know he's engaged 3 times and married twice, and so it may be 3 and 4 if they ever get married. But they also enjoy their peace and quiet of their lives, so that might not happen either.
I just realized everybody's different, right? And when you get different kids in your life, as I do, you kind of sit back and you know what? There's no advice that comes out of me unless somebody comes and asks me. But I do not delve into. I just go. But some people just, the one who's never been married before, I used to think, oh, he just needs to find the right person. Oh, I wish he would just get married and be happy. But he's happy. This is the thing. He's very, very happy with his home, and he tinkers around his house, and I'm sure he's got girlfriends. But I just, you think you want their best, but in reality, they're just very happy the way they are. If they come to you and say, I'm not happy, then you help them figure it out. But
then you help them figure it out at that time. But the other thing that goes on, I don't know why we kind of do this whole relationship discussion, but the other thing that goes on is that sometimes, and maybe it happens that you make it in India, is that sometimes folks try to put you in the box before you're ready to be put in the box. Because I can tell you, I've got tons of friends that are sitting there. They go on 1 or 2 dates. I'll catch you for laughing. He can relate. 1 or 2 dates, and it's like, let's get married, let's get engaged. And you're sitting there going like, I'm still trying to figure out if I like you.
You're definitely saying the right thing right there.
People just.
I'll tell you what happened. What happened in India in the ancient days is that there's the concept called Swayamvar, where the father of the girl invites maybe 20, 25, 30, 40 grooms, and the bride will select each of them by just walking and just talking, maybe little chit chat, maybe for 10 seconds, and then based on the profile, she will just give that guy a flower.
Oh wow!
So it's like the ancient version of The Bachelor.
Speed dating. That's pretty cool, though. It's kind of like a dating app. You kind of filter around like The Bachelor.
Yeah.
But you get to meet them at least, right? She would get to meet them. Why did the women get to choose? I'm curious. Why did the women?
Because women are very sensitive, basically, and they are like princes. So prince will come and ask the hand of that princess from her father-in-law, or maybe father of that princess, that I would like to marry her. Or maybe princess will see that, okay, I want this guy to get married. So it's
I
like
love
that.
India. I just love India's ways. You know, women are princesses.
No, but
They get
you won't
married,
believe.
they have 7-day weddings.
But now it's all changed because we are also following the Western culture. So it's totally changed. And the concept of
Yeah, depends on the culture.
I do want okay.
We have a lot of arranged marriages. We have a lot of arranged marriages now because of the conflict
Right.
and because of issues. No one wants to do that. I mean, it's more about knowing each other and then just get married.
Oh, that's
Because you are-
different.
So Ankit, it's not as many arranged marriages because I know that used to be part of the history. And now the one thing that I will say that I wanted all the time when I saw it at least once, because the Carolina Theaters had a couple of Indian marriages and everything, is well, I can't really have an elephant in North Carolina, but they could do the white horse. So the whole elephant or white horse kind of custom was really cool and everything. So that was kind of cool. So having that kind of marriage it would work. Like I said, the white elephant might also throw off certain people in certain sororities here in North Carolina because it's also the symbol for the Deltas.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just, you know, what I find interesting is this show has been a very big blessing for me because I get to hear so many different cultures because we're talking to everyone around the world. And, you know, we've developed some really good relationships, friendships, and communicating and uniting people globally. And I think it's time to wrap up. And Nicole, I hope you come join us again. I really love the fact of what you're talking about.
I would love to. I enjoy this company right here. I really love it. This
Yes, very,
company
very
right
good
here.
conversation. To really love
really
to have you
do.
come back.
Healthy.
Could
It's
you
a
give us
healthy
the
conversation. That's what
could
I
you
tell
give us
people.
the website once again, Nicole? Just the website for your podcast, and maybe Ankit could type it in the notes and
Well,
everything.
maybe Ankit
And then
can
the
talk
other
about
thing I was going to tease you about it because I know we got to wrap up is everybody's got their stereotypes because whenever I think of Jamaica, the other thing other than reggae that everybody is automatically on is everybody's automatically thinking that y'all are all hooked on ganja, and we know that isn't always the case.
Yes. Well, not every one of us is hooked on what they call weed. Can I tell you that there's a museum in St. Anne, Jamaica? There's a community called 9 Mile, and there's a the Bob Marley Museum. There's a lot of weed smokers up there, and especially tourists. They would love to come up and they relax and then smoke them weed, and no police cannot touch them at all. So they just enjoyed weed immensely and fully to the best. I can tell you, they're the weed smokers up there.
Well, you know, we've kind of approved it here in this country a little bit, maybe not so much in not in North Carolina, but with CBD. But we have a TV show called Weed Wednesdays. It's on at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Weed Wednesdays, kind of interesting. I've never smoked it ever in my life. I've never had an interest to because I've always worked in federal regulations of some kind, and it just I was scared of it. But it was also illegal. So, you know, I just want to mind my P's and Q's, and I've had no interest. I don't like smoking
No, I've never smoked it either. My one time, well, I had the brownies accidentally because I went to a party and they were serving what I thought were regular brownies. Guess what? They weren't regular brownies. They had the stuff in
That's
them.
where they, that's
And
where
then
they
the
put the weed
Yeah,
at
exactly.
parties.
Yep. And then the other time that it happened to me was I had some friends that were weed smokers when I was in high school. So I just told you my age, so you know that was a long time ago. And they were smoking, and they asked me, I'm not a smoker of anything. I don't do cigarettes. I don't do weed. I don't do any of that. So they asked me, they said, do you want to smoke? I was like, no. But they kept having fun. They kept giggling. So I intentionally rolled up the windows just so I could get a contact time.
There you go. You know, there's nothing wrong with it, and because they've legalized it in many states. My friend that started this TV show, he's got a mission, and so what I want to share with you is over the years, many people went to prison for life just for selling pot. They were nonviolent criminals, and they got life in prison for selling pot. His mission has been freeing these people from the prisons because they don't need to be in there. They were nonviolent criminals. He really goes through the list before he goes and helps them. I think there's 2 that's been freed so far. So please, you know, if you really care about people. It's interesting, the CBD oils seem to be helping a lot of people. But watch it, support him because he's all about freeing. Thank you, Ankit. Freeing people who went to prison for a nonviolent crime for life. This is what I understand. And what people don't understand, I'm a money master kind of a person. We spend probably $150,000, it's probably $200,000 a year right now on people in prison. That's a lot of money for somebody who really didn't do anything. So I think we need to free people from prison, clean out the prisons a little bit, put real violent criminals behind the bars. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I never thought it. All my friends, just like you, Mark, all my friends smoked it. But you know what? It's time for us to wrap up with some good social manners. After.
Hand और ऐसे अपने खांसी के भाई ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
So that was an Indian girl based out of Delhi, and so we want everyone to be safe, healthy, and stay at home and try to and try to follow the rules because this pandemic is not over yet, and we still have to do a lot of work to get this, out of our beautiful world, and then only we can come down to Jamaica to meet you after pandemic.
Yes.
Yes, you need to. Yes.
Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you.
And we would like to host Nicola.
Bermuda.
And thank you very much for.
No, I didn't hear that. What you said.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear what you said.
What did you say?
No, I heard. I didn't hear what Ankit said.
He's wrapping up.
Oh, thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you. Have a good time, and thank you for joining us. And we would like to host you again on next podcasters, which is Thursday. And if Nicole is available, we'll see her on Wednesday and Startup Day. So it's time to wrap up. Thank you. Bye bye. Take care.
Bye.